In Vanished, the first book of the Beautiful Mess series by T.K. Leigh, Rain Kilpatrick's world is turned upside down when the man she loves disappears on a humanitarian mission, leaving behind only terror and a haunting video of his murder. Consumed by grief and rage, Rain embarks on a relentless mission to find those responsible, vowing to make them pay for the life they took. But across the world, another tragedy unfolds. Alexander Burnham has everything a family he adores, a career he's passionate about, until he wakes up to find his daughter gone. No trace, no warning, just vanished. Now, he must race against time, unraveling a web of secrets and lies, to save her before it's too late. In Vanished, love, loss, and vengeance collide in a high-stakes battle for the truth. This pulse-pounding thriller will keep you on the edge of your seat, questioning what you're willing to sacrifice to protect the ones you love. Ready for a story of heart-stopping suspense and unrelenting determination? Press play on Vanished and experience the beginning of a journey that will change everything. Part 1. Retribution. If a man injures his neighbor, just as he has done, so it shall be done to him. Leviticus 24:19. Prologue. December 18th, 8:30 p.m. Rain. Kilpatrick sat in the back seat of the black SUV, the windows tinted so no one could see inside. Night had fallen, the cloud-covered sky providing protection as she stared down a long driveway leading up to an enormous house in one of the wealthiest towns in the state. She could only imagine what a place like that cost. "We'll wait for a few hours to make sure everyone's asleep, then you'll go in." She turned to the raven-haired man with olive-toned skin and an ethnic sort of ruggedness sitting beside her. His eyes were as dark as the moonless night, and just as unforgiving. "I thought..." Her knee bounced as she looked at the house, then the man, then the house again, sweat forming on her neck, despite the frigid winter temperatures. Through a pair of binoculars, she saw a well-appointed 15-foot Christmas tree sitting as the focal point of the expansive living area, white lights twinkling against the window pane. A young girl of no more than 8 sat by the tree, smiling and laughing as she rolled around with a black and white spotted dog, a bit of gray fur peppering his face. Presents were piled high around the tree. Rain could only assume most of them were for the little brunette happily playing without a care in the world. "How did you?" she continued, her eyes still glued to the little girl. She seemed so content, so peaceful, so full of life. It reminded Rain of her own childhood. She had been an only child, too, spoiled by parents who doted on her and gave her everything she could ever want. Until she disagreed with the career they chose for her. She wanted nothing more than to have her own child whom she could love with every fiber of her being. But that dream had been cruelly ripped from her as quickly as the slashing of a blade. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" he replied snidely, his tone harsh, direct, abrasive. "You said you needed closure, to make him feel your pain." She lowered the binoculars, opening her mouth slightly, rubbing her clammy hands on the dark pants he had instructed her to wear. Nausea settled in her stomach. Earlier today, this seemed like the only way for her to finally get what she had been yearning for since she lost her fiancé. But now, a fleeting moment of clarity had returned. This man had been one of Landon's best friends in the last several years of his too short life. Would she betray him if she followed through with this? Would he love her any less? "Don't tell me you're having second thoughts. If you make one wrong move, this plan will fall apart. I need you to keep it together." Reaching into a satchel, the man pulled out a small bag containing what appeared to be a disposable rubber glove. "I'll go in first and disable the alarm. His system is top of the line. Unless you know what you're dealing with, you run the risk of setting it off." "How do you know how to disable it? And what kind of system it is? And what is that glove for?" Rain asked, leery, watching him handle it with extreme care. It seemed odd that, just this morning, he had encouraged her to finally take action so she could have the closure she so desperately needed. How did he plan this in the span of less than a day? Something didn't add up. Don't worry about any of that. All you need to know is if you do this, you'll finally find peace. The bastard responsible for Landon's death will finally know what it feels like to lose the one person who is his world. Peace. Rain breathed. Closing her eyes briefly, she silenced the voices in her head screaming that it wouldn't work, that this was a horrible idea, that there was another way to ward off the demons that had been tormenting her since she stood over Landon's casket as it was lowered into the ground. Yes, Rain. The man leaned toward her, cupping her cheek in his large hand. Peace. Don't deprive yourself of this. Why should he have everything he's ever wanted when you've had all your dreams crushed because of him? As a lone tear cascaded down her cheek, he swiped it away with his thumb. He placed a gentle kiss where the tear had been. Do this for you. And Landon, end your suffering. I can't bear to see you in pain any longer. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she nodded, all sense of what was right and good leaving her when Landon's brilliant blue eyes flashed before her. She could almost feel the warmth of his embrace, the heat of his kisses, the electricity of his lingering touch. She didn't understand why life had to be so cruel as to take away the one person she had ever truly loved. He was her soulmate, her reason for breathing. She had nothing left to lose. For Landon, good. He squeezed her arm, a cagey look crossing his face. The sincerity present moments ago had disappeared. Rain wondered if she had imagined it. Looks like it's bedtime. Rain turned from him and faced the house, raising the binoculars to her eyes. A tall, slender brunette ushered the little girl out of the living room, turning off a few lamps as she went. Rain's heart dropped to the pit of her stomach when the woman peered out the window, her gaze stopping on the SUV parked over a football field away. The woman hesitated for what seemed like hours, but was only a second or two. Fight or flight kicked in. Rain considered jumping into the front seat and speeding out of there. What if the woman came out and saw the two of them casing out the house? Would they be arrested? Would she be able to live with herself? Let it rain, she heard, the voice distant, dreamlike. What did you say? She said softly, swinging her eyes to the man beside her, wishing with everything in her that she could trade those stone-cold eyes for Landon's spirited gaze. It had been too long since anyone had said those 3 words to her. It was their thing. Whenever things got bad, Landon stood by her side. When her parents cut her off for dropping out of Brown so she could pursue her true passion in life, Landon simply whispered in her ear, "Let it rain." Rain brought new life, washing away everything else. It signified a new start, something she desperately needed. "Nothing," the man answered, giving her a skeptical look. "Are you sure you're okay?" Her racing heart slowed, her unease and anxiety regarding what she was about to do vanishing into thin air. She could feel Landon in that car, and he would want vindication for what happened to him, too. She needed to do this. It was time. He had to pay. Chapter 1. 24 hours earlier. December 17th, 7 p.m. The rain felt like tiny knives against her skin as the wind howled and moaned on that dreary December evening. Everyone around Rain ran in search of shelter from the wintry weather. But not her. She took her time, relishing each frigid step. The pain of the cold rain whipping against her brought her comfort. It was the only thing that reminded her she was still alive. As time passed, she thought she would need this Thursday night ritual less and less. She had seen people come and go. Sometimes a familiar face would reappear during a holiday or particularly difficult week. But for most, the passing of time had healed their wounds. Not Rain. For her, time was like a knife reopening scars that barely had a chance to heal. Most days, these meetings were the only thing that kept her going. If she could just make it to Thursday, she would be okay. She could step out of the darkness, if only for an hour. Climbing the steps of the old stone church, she was met with warmth and light, which was at complete odds with the cold darkness that shrouded Boston. Her heels echoed on the linoleum as she walked through the bright lobby and made her way down the stairs to the basement. Listening to the choir rehearse for the upcoming holiday services, Silent night, holy night, all was not calm for Rain. Once upon a time, Christmas was her favorite time of year. Everyone always seemed to be a little bit happier, a little more forgiving. The movies, the cookies, the smell of roast turkey, the family gatherings, all year long. She looked forward to the magic and happiness in the air during the holiday season, until her life was turned upside down. The joyful frivolity that accompanied this time of year now only reminded her of everything she lost and would never have again. It reminded her she would never see the joy in her child's eyes when he or she realized Santa and his reindeer had magically paid a visit during the night. It reminded her she had nothing. No reason to get up in the morning. No reason to go to her entry-level job a high school dropout could do. No reason to continue living her somber existence. The aroma of stale coffee, baked goods, and lemon cleaner greeted her as she entered one of the basement meeting rooms. About a dozen people already perused the selection of sugary snacks or sat in one of the chairs, head down, avoiding eye contact as they tried to hide their tears. Rain recognized about half. She knew some of their stories, but others hadn't worked up the courage to share their grief yet. She understood how difficult it was. It had taken her nearly 4 months to finally open up to this group of complete strangers. Outside these walls, she barely spoke of it anymore. Her name had faded from the headlines, and the requests for interviews had stopped. In the aftermath of the tragedy, the smiling, full of life woman she once was had been replaced by a withdrawn, grief-stricken stranger who simply went through the motions of what was expected of her. It was a good day if she remembered to shower, but inside these faded white walls, she could share her strife and heartache. Even though this sympathetic group of people may never fully understand how broken she truly was, they were the only people who didn't judge, who didn't question why the events of a year ago still affected her. Rain poured herself a cup of obligatory coffee, then sat in her usual chair in the prearranged circle. The facilitator said, encouraged more open and honest discourse amongst the group. He must have been onto something. If Rain had to stand up in front of a dozen people and share her struggles, she would have felt intimidated. This configuration of chairs was like a bubble. No one would judge her or anyone else while they shared the demons tormenting them. She smiled a polite smile at a stocky, balding man a few chairs down. She hadn't seen him before and absent-mindedly wondered what his story was. What heartache did he endure at this precise moment? Over the months, she had become rather adept at guessing people's struggles. She was usually close, although sometimes a bit off on the details. She supposed this newcomer had just lost his wife sooner than anticipated. Cancer, she mused to herself. It's usually cancer. Sensing a presence next to her, she tilted her head, looking at her unexpected friend. Mark had been coming to these Thursday night meetings for almost as long as she had. He hadn't completely opened up about what brought him to that church basement every week, but based on hints he had dropped, Rain surmised it had something to do with his sister. He spoke of his bereavement and how difficult it was to move on without closure. Rain could only assume she had gone missing. Her heart went out to him, living in a constant state of purgatory. She had been there, jumping up with each phone call, hoping it would be the one she waited for. During that 1 week, she clung to hope like a baby clings to a blanket. With each passing minute, she grew more and more despondent, struggling to come to terms with the likelihood that when the phone call did come, it wouldn't be the news she wanted to hear. Unfortunately for Rain, her phone call finally came in the form of a national television broadcast. The country mourned with her. The president even ordered the flags to be lowered to half-mast for a week. But after that week, the story was forgotten. The nation went on to talk about the next hot topic of the day, and Rain's loss was nothing more than a footnote in the history books. History would repeat itself again, and again, and again. Rain could do nothing to stop reliving that same agony day after day. Her coworkers tried to encourage her that life went on. But did it? She didn't see it that way. She had lost everything that cold. December day, her heart, her career, her life. Now, All she had was her Thursday group session. And Mark. They used each other to cope with the torment of their lives. It wasn't healthy, but it was better than the alternative. For now. Earth to rain, Mark's deep voice whispered. She snapped out of her memories, returning to the dismal present. His chocolate eyes were a cautionary mix of amusement and ire. It was the same expression he wore when he brought her to bed, and they took out their rage through their distant act of intimacy. "You okay?" he asked, eyeing her drenched frame. "You're soaked. Did you walk here from work?" Rain nodded, relishing the warmth emanating from the paper cup she held in her hands. "That's what 8 blocks." "Why didn't you take the T?" he asked, referencing Boston's well-known subway system. 10, she replied curtly. "I stand corrected." She turned the corners of her lips up, a polite gesture. Then her face fell back to its normal position, blank, empty, haunting. She could sense Mark wanted to say something, but her closed-off expression warned him against it. They had shared their suffering, but nothing more. She willingly gave him her body, but not her heart, not her soul. Never again. "I get it's a difficult day for you, tomorrow being the anniversary of..." Mark trailed off, his voice consoling, laying his hand on her thigh. She shot her eyes to him. In all the weeks they tried to dull the pain by finding solace in each other's arms. He had never touched her in public, apart from the occasional hug during the group meeting. "I'm fine," she barked, pulling her leg away. Mark sighed, running his large hand through his rugged, dark hair. "If you say so." He paused. "It's okay to feel vulnerable, you know." Rain scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Stop with the psychobabble bullshit. I hear enough of that from the guy who runs this meeting. I don't need it from you, too." "Then why do you come here?" Staring at the ceiling, the light panels in serious need of a good scrubbing. She closed her eyes, letting out a long breath. "To be with people who understand me. Mark, that's all. No one else does. But here, I feel like I belong. Something I haven't felt since..." She trailed off. In a bold move, Mark reached out and grabbed her hand, comforting her. For once, she didn't pull back. She let his warmth surround her. Hell, maybe he needed it as much as she did. She stared into his eyes, a jolt running through her at the unexpected tenderness she saw there. Emotions weren't part of their arrangement. They had both loved and lost. Each knew the pain that accompanied such loss. It was foolish to willingly put yourself in that position again. "I think we're ready to begin," a soothing voice announced, breaking their connection. Mark cleared his throat, releasing his grasp on Rain's hand as she readjusted herself, unbuttoning her jacket now that the warmth of the indoor heating had fought off the chill that had enveloped her when she first arrived. The facilitator went through the typical motions of talking about grief, why they were all there, and that it was perfectly normal and healthy to mourn the loss of a loved one. "Too bad I don't feel normal," Rain thought to herself. Tomorrow would mark the 1-year anniversary of the day she lost her fiancé. They said each day would get better, that she'd think about him a little less, that she'd move on. But she hadn't. Talking about it didn't help anymore. She didn't know if anything would. The death of a loved one can be a life-altering event. The facilitator continued in the same pacifying tone that once brought Rain comfort. Tonight, though, it only reminded her she still hadn't moved on from her loss. While some of you may have initially felt grateful your loved one was no longer suffering, especially if you lost someone due to disease or old age, others may not have been ready for such a devastating event. Perhaps you lost a child. He looked around the room. Many of the attendees had their heads lowered, trying to hide their tears. Sniffles echoed against the dusty linoleum, followed by the occasional sob. Perhaps the death was sudden or unexpected. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone in this room has felt the anguish of losing a loved one. You're all here to cope with what has become your new normal. It may not seem like it now, but you will soon begin to live again. Isn't that what your loved ones would have wanted? He made it sound so easy, like they would all forget their loss one day, the pain a distant memory. Maybe it was like that for some people, but for Rain, Her loss was too great. It wasn't just her fiancé she lost a year ago. It was her way of life, a life she would do anything to get back. Chapter 2, December 18, 3:15 a.m. The sound of a pair of Salvatore Ferragamo wingtips echoed on the pavement as Alexander Burnham strode toward a rundown warehouse on the Channel in South Boston. Or, as locals called it, Southie. Glancing over his shoulder at his nondescript company SUV, he cocked his pistol, never knowing what kind of trouble would find him in this neighborhood. A street lamp flickered against the dark. Rain slickened pavement. The storm had taken a break, but the ominous clouds gave notice that it was just a short reprieve. Soon, the heavens would open up again, soaking the city with a layer of rain and perhaps ice as the temperatures plummeted. But now, just past 3 in the morning, the ground was still too warm. An unexpected clanging of a metal object falling to the ground echoed through the night. Alexander surveyed his surroundings, searching for anything that struck him as suspicious. Everything about the area made his gut shout at him to go back to his car, that there was something disturbing going on. It wasn't just the rundown location, the dismal weather, or the abhorrent stench of rotten fish in the air. He sensed the reason for his brother-in-law's phone call in the middle of the night was not to tell him he would finally retire from the police force to come work for the private security firm Alexander ran with his brother, Tyler, since leaving the Navy over 15 years ago. Detective David Wilder had to have a damn good reason for pulling him out of his comfortable bed and away from his beautiful wife of nearly 10 years. It didn't help that Dave was a homicide detective with more years on the job than he cared to discuss. This only added to Alexander's unease and curiosity. Walking along the perimeter of the warehouse, the air grew thick, the smell of fish and salt water becoming stronger. Alexander had to fight back his gag reflex. Having grown up on the Connecticut shoreline, then spending the better part of a decade in the Navy, he had lived most of his life by the ocean. Still, no amount of time spent near the water could make him ambivalent to the putrid funk of a fishing warehouse. As he covered his nose with a monogrammed handkerchief, all he could think was this was the perfect place to dump a body. The stench was so foul, a corpse would go undiscovered for days, weeks, maybe even months. With each step he took, he considered several scenarios about why Dave needed to see him, each one worse than the previous. Alexander's line of work put him in contact with some of the most vile scum who would stop at nothing to harm the most vulnerable people. Mistakes could mean the difference between life and death. Lately, he'd thought more and more about the mistakes he had made and whether he could have done something to prevent them. On the outside, he was the same Alexander he had always been, demanding, assertive, authoritative. But inside, all the bad decisions he had ever made nagged at him, haunting him, making him wonder if lives could have been saved had he acted differently. He didn't know what caused it. Perhaps it was hitting 40 just a few months ago. Perhaps it was because he finally had something more to live for, a loving wife, and a beautiful 8-year-old daughter. Perhaps it was the approaching holiday season that made him conduct a yearly introspective, analyzing everything he had done in his life. All Alexander knew was, for some reason, he had been living with an inexplicable feeling of guilt for what seemed like months now. He kept thinking it would get better, but it never did. Now he wondered if that guilt had any correlation to the reason he was currently walking toward a rundown fish warehouse in an area of Boston he usually avoided like the plague. Approaching the door of the building, a set of high beams shined on him. Instinctively, he turned toward them, shielding his eyes, and raised his pistol to the brilliant light before they shut off. It took a few seconds for his eyes to readjust to the darkness. Squinting, Alexander saw a familiar face through the front windshield of a tan sedan. He lowered his gun and returned it to its holster. "Sorry about that." "Alex?" A tall man with a full head of gray hair shouted, jumping out of the sedan. "Department got me a new car, and I'm still figuring out where everything is. Waste of taxpayer dollars. If you ask me, my last cruiser was running just fine." Dave rolled his eyes. approaching Alexander and holding out his hand. When he took it, Dave patted his brother-in-law on the back. "Thanks for coming. What's all this about? Why couldn't you tell me on the phone?" Alexander widened his stance, crossing his arms in front of his broad chest. Dave was easily at least 6 feet tall, but Alexander towered over him with his 6-foot, 5-inch frame. Dave was in good shape, but it was no match for the amount of conditioning Alexander received as a SEAL, which he still maintained to this day, nearly 2 decades later. "I thought it would be better if you saw this one for yourself." Dave stared at him, his gaze almost apologetic, as if he were silently telling Alexander he was sorry for what he was about to show him. With timid steps, Dave walked toward the open warehouse door. Alexander followed, the stench and unsettled feeling growing stronger with each step he took. The wind howled, the dampness in the air chilling him to the bone. The long trench coat he wore over his dark jeans and crisp button-down shirt did little to fight off the cold. He hugged the coat closer to his body, to no avail. "I'll admit it, Dave," Alexander said in a deep, strong voice that always commanded respect. It masked the unease steadily building inside him. "I'm intrigued, albeit a little apprehensive." Dave paused just as they crossed the threshold into what appeared to be a fish processing plant. Rows and rows of steel tables, a conveyor belt in the middle, lined the open space. Despite the workers' valiant effort in adhering to sanitary food preparation requirements, the amount of blood spilled from filleting what had to be thousands upon thousands of fish a day left its mark on the cement floor. "I wanted to wait to call forensics until you were able to get out here." Dave met Alexander's eyes, a hint of remorse coupled with sympathy etched within his own gaze. "Out of respect, I just thought you should find out from me. See it with your own eyes, not hear about it on the morning news." "Find out what?" Alexander asked, his heart rate picking up. Taking a deep breath, Dave paused, then continued down the length of the warehouse towards stacks of metal barrels Alexander assumed were used to store fish. He hurried to catch up. "When the call came in about an hour ago, dispatch sent me since I was in the area on another case. A guy who works third shift phoned it in. Who knows how long the body's been here?" Alexander had a feeling his world was about to be turned upside down. Dave met his eyes again, letting out a slow, protracted breath. The seconds stretched mercilessly as he grabbed the lid of a barrel and lifted it. Alexander's vision becoming a cloudy, slow-motion scene typically used for dramatic effect in the movies. Except this wasn't a movie that would end, although he wished it would as he stared at the pale, lifeless body stuffed into the barrel. Dave stepped back, giving Alexander space. "Misha Tate?" Words escaped him as he struggled to keep his composure. This swollen face with ferocious bruises and lacerations bore no resemblance to the vivacious, energetic, gracious woman he knew years ago. "How did you—" He looked at Dave, swallowing hard as he covered his mouth with his handkerchief. The stench of death and decay so pungent, it was burned into his nostrils. They say when one experiences a devastating event, their senses become heightened. They remember sounds, smells, feelings. Alexander had been through his fair share of traumatic events. He could remember exactly what he was wearing when told his childhood best friend had died. The smell of lemon cleaner and stale coffee would always be associated with the mixture of anger and despair running through him at that moment in time. The aroma of gunpowder and jet fuel would always remind him of the moment he received word his father had been killed on a job for the security firm. Now, as he stared back at Misha's face, her blue eyes swollen shut, he would always equate this feeling of guilt with the stench of rotten fish, salt, and rain. "No, it was Misha." Dave finished his question. Alexander nodded, unable to tear his eyes away from the remnants of Misha's face. During his time as a SEAL, Alexander had been deployed on some of the most intense missions imaginable. He saw the after effects of an IED. He witnessed things that would give most people nightmares for years. None of that compared to the bodily damage he now stared at, trying to keep his dinner from coming back up. Some would think things like this shouldn't affect him after all his years in the military. Then running a private security firm. He wasn't a machine, though. He was a human with real emotions, He reacted as one would expect when staring at the tortured body of the sister of a former employee, friend, and fellow SEAL. I did a preliminary search and noticed this. Dave pulled on a rubber glove and extended her limp arm, using the flashlight of his cell phone to highlight a tattoo of Lady Justice on her wrist. When you first introduced us, I remembered thinking how unique and haunting that tattoo was. He released her arm, then removed the glove, pulling his bottom lip between his teeth. Alexander struggled to look away from Misha's face. He couldn't remember the last time he saw her. He kept meaning to call to see how she was doing, but life got in the way. Life had a strange habit of slipping out from beneath you when you were too busy to stop and take a breath. That's when I looked at her face again and realized who it was. What happened? Alexander stepped back, straightening his spine. I won't have a definitive answer until the medical examiner does his exam and issues a cause of death. Right now, I'm operating under the assumption she's another victim of the Castle Island killer. Alexander nodded, staring at the barrel. At least every other day for the past month. A report of another murder appeared on the front page of the Boston Globe, the police attributing it to the Castle Island killer. It fits his MO, assaulting the victim, killing her, then stuffing the body in a barrel and leaving it in this area of the city. The only thing giving me pause is that her throat wasn't slashed, unlike all his other female victims, and the physical assault appears to be substantially more severe and brutal. He may be progressing. Does she have any family, or they were raised by their grandparents, but they died years ago? Alexander interrupted with a heavy sigh. They have a few distant aunts and uncles, but no one who would care that she died. Landon was all she had left before. He trailed off. The fact he worked in a dangerous field was never lost on Alexander. Over the years, he had lost some of his best men on various assignments his company had been contracted to orchestrate and oversee. He took each one of those deaths personally, but none of them hit him as hard as Landon's. He wasn't just an employee, he was a friend, a brother in every sense of the word except blood. They could go months, even years without talking, then pick right back up where they left off, as if the passing of time had changed nothing. Their bond went back to the beaches of Coronado, where they were broken down and built back up as some of the most highly trained weapons in the United States military. Got it, Dave said quickly. Apart from the sound of trucks beginning their early morning deliveries and seagulls squawking over the water, it was silent for a moment. Suddenly, Dave cleared his throat. I have to ask. Alexander shot his head up, knowing the question that was about to follow. He would ask the same one if he were running the investigation. Do you have any idea who could have beaten this woman so badly as to be barely recognizable? Alexander paced back and forth, the stink of the fishery no longer making him nauseated. I have no idea. If I did, When was the last time you saw her? Dave asked, cutting him off. Alexander stopped in his tracks, his face burning with guilt. An ache settled in his stomach as he remembered the promise he had made to Landon time and time again during their time together on the same SEAL team. If anything happens, promise you'll look after Misha, Landon said. Nothing's going to happen to you, pussy, Alexander joked back. I know. If anyone's going to get shot, it'll be you, he sneered, jabbing Alexander in the shoulder. They laughed nervously, although they tried to hide it. They had been trained to be dropped into any number of remote locations and take out some of the most dangerous threats to national security. Still, the anticipation never got easier, the adrenaline never going away. Would they come home in the passenger compartment or the cargo hold of the plane? But seriously, Alex, Landon pushed, looking him in the eyes. I'm all she has. If anything happens to me, I need to know she still has family out there. Nodding, he shook his friend's outstretched hand. You bet. The only easy day was yesterday, he said, repeating a line they said to each other over and over again during their training days. Fucking A! The only easy day was yesterday, Alexander mumbled, returning to the present. Failure was never something he coped with easily. Not acting a certain way could have disastrous consequences in the field. Why didn't he foresee that his failure to fulfill his promise to Landon would have those same disastrous consequences? Alexander had always thought his promise to Landon was an empty one. Something one says to another before parachuting into some remote terrorist hotspot. Not something he actually had to follow through with. He kept meaning to call Misha, but as the weeks turned into months and the months turned into a year, the time between phone calls had stretched until one day, she was no longer a blip on his radar. He had no idea what was going on in her life. If she was dating anyone, if she was still trying to save the world one impoverished kid at a time. All he could think was this could have been avoided if he had just been true to his word, had taken his promise seriously. Instead, he had practically forgotten about the promise he made to the friend whose death made headlines exactly 1 year ago today. "It's been a while," he admitted finally, staring at the swollen eyelids hiding those same blue eyes Landon had. Alexander couldn't help but feel as if he had failed him all over again. "Can you ballpark it? At a holiday party, maybe?" "Recently, last year," he added in an uncharacteristic soft tone. "Olivia kept pushing me to call and invite her to our house, but one thing led to another and it kept slipping my mind." They stood in silence, staring into the barrel for what seemed like an eternity. Regret swirling around Alexander's brain. "Well," Dave cleared his throat. Alexander snapped his attention away from Misha's face, her soft features now mutilated. "My partner will probably be here any minute, and I probably shouldn't be here." Dave nodded. "Slight breach of protocol for me to call you before the forensics team. I'll be sure to keep you posted." Alexander shook his outstretched hand, then started back toward the warehouse doors, welcoming a breath of comparatively fresh air. Pausing, he looked over his shoulder. "And you'll let me know what the me finds the second that report hits my desk. You're the first phone call I'll make. Thanks for calling me, Dave." He gave his brother-in-law an appreciative smile. "You bet," with a heavy heart. Alexander left the warehouse, walking in the brisk night air back to his darkened SUV. The rain had started once more, coming in at an angle, the cold drops stinging his face. Instead of running to the car to escape the elements, he slowed his steps, the icy droplets cutting through him like a blade. On a night like this, he'd normally want nothing more than to curl up next to his wife in their king-sized bed, a fire crackling in the hearth. But tonight, he couldn't gaze into her eyes and tell her what happened. Tonight, he just needed to be alone with his guilt. Chapter 3, December 18th, 6:05 a.m. Rain collapsed on the bed in a hotel room overlooking the waterfront in Boston. Trying to catch her breath, she wiped sweat from her brow. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling the vibration of her heart thumping against her palm. She closed her eyes and lost herself in the rhythm, listening to Mark panting next to her, his body warm. She drew in a long breath, the smell of sex in the air helping her forget, if only for a minute. Forget the feel of Landon's skin on hers, the heat in his eyes as he said he loved her, the itch of his 5-day beard when he kissed her neck. Landon had survived bullets, bombs, and a helicopter crash. He was deployed to some of the most dangerous parts of the world where his chance of survival was slight. At best, he had walked away from all of that with barely a scratch. The one assignment that was supposed to be safe turned out to be the one he'd never walk away from. Rain hated it. She hated herself for not worrying about Landon as much as she should have. She hated Landon's friend, Alexander, for breaking his promises to her. Above everything, she hated the people who took Landon from her. She wanted nothing more than for them to feel her pain, but knew that would never happen. She was left alone with her rage, unable to dispel it. The only thing that helped was the feel of Mark's slick skin against hers, as they both worked through their pain and grief the only way they knew how. And Mark reached across the mattress, searching for Rain's hand, squeezing it. She pulled away. She didn't mind the intimacy during sex. When she was finished, though, she didn't want to be touched or to talk. She just wanted to be left alone. Mark knew that. Why was he acting different now, draping the soft robe with the hotel's insignia over her body? She opened the sliding glass doors and walked onto the balcony. lighting up a much-needed cigarette. "Want to talk about it?" Mark's deep voice came up behind her. She whirled around, pulling the robe closer to her body, glaring at him, regardless of the fact he was the one who paid for their hotel room every week. She hoped he would get the hint and leave while she took a minute to pollute her lungs with toxins. She blew smoke in his face, studying his resilient expression. There had been a change in him over the past few weeks. When they first met, he battled his depression just as fiercely, if not more, than she did. His anger consumed him. Recently, however, there was a calmness about him. He smiled. He looked people in the eye. He no longer had that agitated expression on his face as if he were about to snap at the next person who asked how he was. Rain noticed he seemed a bit more open and agreeable, a trait she now found herself envious of. "How come he gets to move on while I'm stuck in this place? Will I be banished here forever?" "No," she barked, spinning around to look at the city lights once more, everything twinkling in shades of red, green, and white. "Merry fucking Christmas," she thought. "It might make you feel better." He approached her, leaning back on the railing. She tried to ignore his proximity, his presence, his peace, growing even more irritated, sighing. She put her cigarette out, resisting the urge to use his arm to do so, and stormed back into the luxurious hotel room, searching for her discarded clothes. She had never taken Mark back to her place, and vice versa. What they had was superficial, permitting him inside her home, allowing him a glimpse into who she was as a person, was too intimate. She didn't exactly live anywhere she'd be proud to call home anyway. "I told you I don't want to hear any of that shit from you." She whipped around to face him. "And what's with the change in personality lately anyway? 4 months ago, you were just as angry as I was. Hell, probably more so. Now, just like that, you're cured. What can I say?" He shrugged. "Going to group therapy's been helping." She eyed him for a minute. "Bullshit. I've been going to that same meeting for over 6 months now. The only peace it's brought me is knowing there are other people consumed by grief. 2. Other people's pain is the only thing that gives me hope. But that hope is fleeting when, one day, they stop coming because they've been able to move on. They've been able to accept their new life, their new normal. But I'm still stuck in stage 2. I've been angry for a year now. 1 entire year." Her neck strained as she spit out her words. Then, almost overnight, you're able to just flip the switch and find comfort in your anger and accept what's happened. She scoffed, incredulous. "I don't buy it for a fucking second. Tell me what's really going on." Mark studied her intently, in direct contradiction to the empty gaze with which he typically gazed upon her. There was heat, there was electricity, there was life. She wanted that life too. She was tired of being angry, of barely living. "Please, Mark," she quivered, her voice almost inaudible. She felt weak. Showing him a side of her she promised herself no one would ever see. She had been so strong for too long. She was willing to do anything to return to her old life. Exhaling, he sat at the foot of the bed, patting it, gesturing for her to join him. She took measured steps, keeping her guard up as much as possible, her spine straight. She lowered herself onto the mattress, keeping her eyes fixed on him. He scanned her face, a moment passing. Abruptly, he stood up. Glass of wine. He headed to the fully stocked wet bar by the balcony doors. "No, thank you." Truthfully, she had been craving some sort of drink since she left work earlier that evening. She didn't know what Mark wanted to tell her, and she needed a clear head, or as clear as she could possibly have with all the antidepressants she took. "Come on," he pushed, pouring a robust red wine into 2 glasses and bringing them over to the bed. "Don't make me drink alone." He winked, holding a glass toward her. His chestnut eyes were alight with a rejuvenated energy. Rain wondered if it was the sex that had that effect on him or something else. His entire body buzzed with vigor and liveliness, something she hadn't felt in months. Hell, she couldn't remember the last time she smiled, apart from the forced smiles she gave her coworkers, assuring them she was okay. That couldn't have been further from the truth. She was anything but okay. She was sinking. Each day she woke up without Landon by her side. Another weight pulled her deeper and deeper into the abyss. With pinched lips, she swiped the glass out of Mark's hand and took a sip of the wine. It was heavy, just the thing to warm her chilled body. That wasn't so hard, was it? Mark asked, lowering himself back to the bed, wearing only his boxers. He was a fit guy, his shoulders broad, his chest defined, his abs ripped, his naturally tan skin contrasted with the brilliant white of his teeth. On looks alone, he was any girl's dream, but he was as broken and angry as Rain. At least he used to be. Now, she wasn't too sure of anything, making her even more upset. If he no longer shared her anger, what was she going to do? Knowing he was stuck where she was got her through most days. How could he move on and accept his new normal so easily when Rain didn't see how she ever would? "I'm pretty sure I shouldn't be drinking my pain away," she commented. "There are other ways to deal with your pain," he replied guardedly, eyeing her. "Oh yeah, and what's that?" she asked, drinking another hearty sip. He leaned his forearms on his legs, bowing his head. He seemed to weigh the pros and cons of what he was about to do, as if the moment were the point of no return. Rain's interest peaked at the battle she could see raging in Mark's head. Her name was Sabrina. She had a smile and laugh that would light up any room. Rain surveyed his shrunken stature, the unfocused gaze, the trembling fingers. "Your sister," he shot his eyes to hers. "How did you—" "Lucky guess. After months of going to grief counseling, you start to pick up on the little clues, I suppose." Nodding, he faced forward once more, as if his story were written on the wall in front of them. She was 2 years younger and the most beautiful girl. Of course I'd say that. She was my sister, but she truly was. Once she became of dating age, she had an endless line of men interested in her. My father was a bit traditional and didn't permit her to date until she turned 16. She didn't mind. She wasn't interested in any of the boys who asked her out. She didn't want to waste her time on any man who couldn't measure up to her expectations. His laugh was subdued. She was an old soul. One day, she met Benjamin, and her reluctance to date disappeared. They hit it off instantly. She was 18. He was a college graduate. Things were going good. So he asked my father for her hand in marriage. He agreed. Benjamin came from a very wealthy and well-liked family. He could provide for her. She'd be taken care of for the rest of her life. It was a good fit. But, Rain said, sensing there was more to the story, "I think she got cold feet." He shook his head, running a hand through his hair. She started disappearing from the house for hours at a time, then would come back with a made-up story about where she had been, worried she was starting to hang around with the wrong type of people. I followed her when she said she was going to the library. She pulled up to an alley, then knocked on a door. A man I recognized answered. He wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her, but it wasn't just a friendly kiss. This was a kiss that didn't leave much to the imagination. I had always respected my sister, until that moment. Who was he? Rain asked, glued to Mark's every word. He had never opened up about what happened. Now that he was finally sharing his story, she couldn't get enough. His name was Omar. He was a year or two older than Sabrina and had a bad reputation around town. He had been arrested for a variety of things, mostly petty thefts and vandalism. He ran with people who were suspected of a bunch of violent crimes. Although the police never had enough to make a case stick, they just brushed it all under the rug. I guess the law doesn't apply to everyone, especially the son of the police chief. He clenched his fists, drawing in a protracted breath. Did you confront her about it? Of course I did, he responded in a curt tone. But she brushed me off, telling me to mind my own business. I threatened to tell my father and Benjamin. She said to go ahead, that she was tired of living according to my father's rules. She said she wanted to make her own decisions, including whom she could date and love. What did she mean by that? I guess she felt forced into the relationship with Benjamin. Mark shrugged, shaking his head. I thought she was happy with him. We all did. Hell, she'd never have to work a day in her life if she married him. But Sabrina had a wild streak in her, and I think the finality of marriage to Benjamin brought it out. Still, I loved and cared about her. Instead of mentioning anything to my father or Benjamin, I kept what I saw to myself. I figured she'd eventually get over her rebellious phase. His chin quivered as he glanced at Rain, unshed tears filling his eyes. Maybe if I had said something. His voice trailed off, the tears he had probably kept at bay for months, maybe even years, trickling down his masculine cheeks. One day, she was there, the next, she wasn't. She disappeared off the face of the earth. The police questioned everyone, me, my father, Benjamin, Omar, and they said there was no evidence of foul play. It was most likely just a case of a girl who wanted to get away. Without telling her family about it, they refused to listen to our concerns that Sabrina wouldn't just pick up and disappear. I thought I was being helpful when I told the police what I had seen the day I followed her and our ensuing conversation. But it didn't, did it? He shook his head solemnly. For the first time in months, Rain felt something other than anger. She felt sympathy. She had been there. She had begged Alexander to do everything within his power to find Landon before it was too late. If he had only listened to her and been proactive about finding out what happened, Landon might still be alive. With no physical evidence to the contrary, they closed the case. Disclosing our argument that day was just the icing on the cake they needed to move on to the next case. One that didn't name the son of the police chief as the main suspect. Mark, Rain began, clutching his hand in hers. I'm so sorry. He shot his eyes to hers. Everyone I spoke to brushed it off. No one understood what I was going through until... He swallowed hard. Until I met you. He cupped her cheek in his large, calloused hands. For once, Rain didn't brush him away. She melted into him, their bodies fusing through their shared heartache. Like you. I let my grief consume me. I was so angry. I wasn't coping. What made it worse was not having closure. If we knew what happened, I could learn to move on. Not knowing for years, well, that's a fate worse than death. Always jumping when the phone rings or there's a knock on the door. Wondering if it's the news you've been waiting for. What's changed? What do you mean? Obviously something changed recently that helped you move past all this. Drawing in a deep breath, he stood up and walked to the wet bar to refill his glass. A glow from the approaching dawn began to filter through the hotel room window, the city still blanketed in a sheet of gray. Another miserable day, pacing. He eyed Rain, unnerving her. She pulled her robe tighter, never feeling so exposed and vulnerable as she did at that moment. Mark's dark eyes penetrated her. Then he stopped, a bright smile crossing his face, lighting up his entire body. He buzzed with happiness. Rain grew envious. She wanted to know the secret to moving on. She didn't care what it entailed. She couldn't go on like this anymore. Whatever Mark said he did to pull himself out of his grief, she would do. She had to. I knew I wouldn't survive if I didn't do something to cope with my grief. Which was, she raised her eyebrows, stopping in his tracks. Mark hesitated, unease covering his face. I wish I could tell you, he admitted finally, lowering himself onto the bed again. Taking her hand in his, he continued, I may be walking a fine line of legality with what I did. I'd hate for you to get wrapped up in all this, too. The last thing you need is any more pain in your life, especially when I can prevent it. What did you do? She asked, her voice heavy with suspicion and intrigue. What any good brother would do. I found who was responsible for taking Sabrina and made them feel and understand my grief, my anger, my loss. For years, I was empty, thinking nothing and no one would ever be able to fill the gap left in my heart. But I was wrong. Finally confronting those responsible, making them understand my anger, healed me in ways I didn't think possible. Did you? Rain trailed off. her mind racing with 1,000 different scenarios of what Mark's words could imply. Did he kill Omar? Was someone else responsible for her disappearance? Did he find Sabrina? "I told you," he said, his voice calm. "I know. I just—" She took a deep breath, lowering her walls for a brief moment so she could begin to heal. "I want that too, Mark. I need it. Then go after it. Get the closure you need." Her shoulders shrinking, she pulled away. It's not that simple. The people responsible for what happened to Landon live on the opposite side of the world. She scoffed. "What am I going to do? Head over to the Middle East and knock on every door until I find the right person? Great plan. There's another way to get the closure you want and deserve. I don't see how. From what you've talked about, it sounds like there's someone else who's actually responsible for what happened to your fiancé." She narrowed her eyes at him, processing his words. "You don't mean—" "I do," he responded gravely. Rain shook her head, feeling like she was in a fog. "Remember how you felt when you were left without answers? I understand the hopelessness and desperation that invaded every inch of you. Most people have never been in that situation where they would give their life, their soul, anything just to have their loved ones safe and in their arms. Until they experience that same anguish, they'll never truly feel and understand your anger." "What are you saying?" Rain asked, her heart thumping in her chest at his impassioned words. "I think you know exactly what I'm saying." Her jaw dropping, she stared at Mark, his eyes intense, focused, determined. She couldn't believe they were even having this conversation. Yes, she wanted closure more than anything. But at what cost? By harming one of Landon's best friends, she didn't think she could live with the guilt. Standing up, she placed her wine on the dresser and found her jeans and sweater, frantically dressing. "You may be able to bend or break the law to get the closure you need, but I'm not," Rain hissed, her skin prickling. "It's wrong. This man was Landon's best friend, not just a pawn for me to use to feel better. You're giving him more credit than he deserves. He doesn't give a shit about you. Why should you care about him?" He reached for her arm. "No!" She spun around, freeing herself from his grasp. "I don't know what you did to get closure, and I don't think I want to know. But harming someone else just so I don't have to hurt anymore is not the way." She stormed out of the hotel room and dashed down the hallway toward the bank of elevators, trying to shake off their conversation. But she couldn't. Chapter 4, December 18, 6:30 a.m. With heavy eyelids, Alexander steered his dark SUV onto a narrow road in a suburb 20 miles outside of Boston. Dense trees lined the street, hiding the large houses from view, ensuring the residents' privacy. While he missed the excitement and convenience of living in the heart of the city, it wasn't a place to raise a family. He wanted his daughter to experience the same things he did growing up, traipsing through a large backyard, building a snowman on those cold winter days, swimming in the pool to cool off in the heat of the summer. The sprawling estate in the heart of Dover where they now resided provided all that and more. Despite the obscene size of it, they had decided on this house, thinking it would provide them ample space to grow their family of 3. Melanie was now 8, and, after 2 years in this house, it was still a family of 3. Whenever they received a birth announcement from yet another friend or family member, the tension grew between Alexander and his wife. Neither one had summoned the courage to address the elephant that had been in the room for years now. That their prayers to add one more to their roster may go unanswered. Navigating down the long driveway, the shingle-style colonial came into view, the overwhelming size serving as a bitter reminder of their small family. Olivia tried to fill the gaps by fostering rescue dogs from time to time, but it wasn't the same. No amount of pause could fill the void left in her heart, in all their hearts. Melanie no longer asked for a little brother or sister. Olivia would never admit it to Alexander, but he had overheard her whispers to Kira, her best friend, that she felt as if she were a failure as a woman. Whenever Alexander had to get something out of storage and stumbled across all the nursery furniture they had saved from when Melanie was a baby, he couldn't help but feel as if he were a failure, too. Slowing the SUV to a stop, Alexander stared at the stillness of the house during the early morning hour, A light drizzle fell, melting part of the blanket of snow that had fallen the previous week. A slight smile crossed his face as he recalled a recent conversation he had with his daughter. They were decorating the Christmas tree, which seemed to become more and more difficult every year due to their cat, Nepenthe, taking up residence in the branches the instant the tree arrived. When he asked Melanie what she wanted for Christmas this year, she said all she wanted was for it to snow since that was what the reindeer and Santa were used to. He gazed down at her, growing nostalgic as the little girl continued placing decorations on the tree. Their dog, Runner, behind her every step of the way. Alexander was more than aware this may be the last Christmas Melanie believed in Santa. When Olivia and Alexander were expecting her, people told them time and time again to cherish the early days, despite the lack of sleep, because they grew up so fast. Nothing could have been more true. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like their little girl had become a little lady. In just a few years, she would be a teenager, trading their time together to go shopping with friends. Growing up was inevitable, but Alexander would give anything to keep her young and innocent for just a little while longer. He witnessed the cruelties of the world almost daily. He didn't want Melanie exposed to any of that. When a light flicked on in one of the second-floor windows, he could almost feel Olivia's warmth as she woke up. He had spent the past few hours formulating what he would tell her when she asked why he had to leave in the middle of the night. It wasn't the first time he had done so, and it wouldn't be the last. But this was different. How could he look in his wife's eyes and tell her it was just another case? Nothing could be further from the truth. Driving the SUV up the remainder of the cobblestone path, he pulled it into the large garage and stepped out. Walking into the kitchen through the garage entrance, a low light illuminated the large, open space. Alexander made his way to the counter and popped a pod into the one-cup brewer. The early hour and lack of sleep were starting to catch up to him. He considered crawling back into bed, but knew his mind wouldn't let him sleep, not until he had more answers. The past few hours, as he drove around listlessly, he kept telling himself this wasn't his fault, that he couldn't possibly have foreseen something like this happening to Misha of all people, a woman who, much like her brother, dedicated her life to making other people's lives better. Still, there was a nagging feeling buried deep within that had he stayed in touch with her, things may have been different. Watching the dark liquid trickle into his mug, the aroma of coffee finding its way to his senses, Alexander contemplated who could have been responsible for Misha's death, each thought more hopeless than the last. From what he knew, which wasn't much, she didn't have any enemies. She lived a simple life. Granted, it had been almost a year since they last spoke. Still, nothing about the woman he remembered would make him come to the conclusion this was anything other than an unfortunate, brutal murder at the hands of a local serial killer. Still, something about it didn't add up, particularly after receiving additional information from Dave. The extensive bruising, the restraint marks on her wrists and ankles, coupled with the lacerations on her face, neck, arms, and torso raised Alexander's suspicions that Misha had been targeted specifically. This wasn't just an instance of her being in the wrong place at the wrong time, as they believed to be the case with the rest of his victims. This looked personal. "Hey," a soft voice murmured as a slender arm wrapped around his midsection, bringing him out of his cloud of remorse. He turned around, a calm washing over him for the first time all night when he gazed at his rock, his life, his everything. Olivia's 5'9" frame was dressed in a long silk robe, the ivory color a stark contrast to her olive-toned skin. Her curly dark brown hair was disheveled, and Alexander wanted nothing more than to get lost in her to forget about the past few hours. "Hey," he breathed, pulling her close. This was what he needed, her warmth enclosed in his arms. He kissed the top of her head, inhaling the heavenly aroma of vanilla. Despite their nearly decade-long marriage, he found himself falling in love with her all over again each and every day with her smile, her laugh, her spirit. Until Melanie was born, she was the only girl he had ever loved. He didn't think it would be possible to love another human as much as he loved Olivia. But he was wrong. Olivia was his heart. But Melanie was the blood that kept it beating. She was his reason for wanting to be a better man. Late night emergency. She leaned her head against his chest. He answered, closing his eyes as he lost himself in her embrace. He refused to let go, her devotion to him giving him strength. Rocking from foot to foot, they swayed to the music only they could hear, moving in unison, the tempo in their heads identical, regardless of the stiff silence in the room. What was it this time? She tilted her head back, wrapping her arms around his neck, playing with a little tuft of hair that had grown over his collar. He had meant to make time for a haircut, but work was busy lately. Olivia didn't seem to mind. Though, she said she liked when his hair grew out a little because it reminded her of the unkempt, disheveled hair he sported when they started dating. He stared into her beautiful brown eyes, his gaze raking over her soft complexion. Luckily, Melanie had inherited all her mother's traits: her thick, dark hair, her high cheekbones, her passion for music and animals. But there was no denying their daughter had inherited Alexander's eyes, the green as vibrant as freshly cut grass. A dead body in Boston, he murmured. What Olivia gasped, stepping away from him, studying his face. His late-night emergencies typically had to deal with complications at one of his company's overseas operations. An explosion in an oil field in the Middle East. A car bomb in Turkey. An attack on a camp in Sudan. Something that never truly hit close to home. It was different this time. The target wasn't a government contractor doing a dangerous job he signed up to do. The victim was someone who, at one time, was family to him, to all of them. He nodded, his gaze somber, a heaviness set in his chest. The weight of knowing this could have been prevented returning with a vengeance. For a brief moment, as he lost himself in the love and reverence of his wife, he found peace with his newfound knowledge of Misha's death. In Olivia's arms, the tragedy and cruelty of the real world disappeared, even if for just a minute, and he would give anything to go back to that bubble. Who, she pressed, a slight quiver in her chin as she searched his eyes for an answer she probably wasn't prepared for. With a heavy heart, he whispered, Misha Tate. Olivia closed her eyes, a short breath escaping her lungs. Oh, Alex, she murmured, shaking her head in a way that made him think she wasn't surprised by the news. How, craning her neck, she searched his eyes. I don't know with any certainty. Dave called and asked me to come down to a fish processing plant in Southie, almost in Dorchester. Southie? Olivia asked, turning and handing him the cup of coffee that had finished brewing before preparing one for herself. She must have known by his tired, scratchy voice and barely open eyelids that he needed coffee like he needed air. Why would Misha be in Southie? He shook his head. Last I heard, she had a townhome in Arlington. Olivia nodded. It's right down the street from Mo and Kira's new house, she said, referring to two of her good friends. Alexander scrunched his eyebrows. You've been to Misha's. She spun around and opened the refrigerator door, searching for some milk. I passed the street sign a few months ago when I went to see Kira. I remember thinking I knew that street name for some reason, like I knew someone who lived there. It drove me crazy for weeks. She closed the refrigerator door, poured milk into her mug, then raised it to her lips, leaning against the elaborate marble countertop. They had cost a small fortune, but Olivia had fallen in love with them. Alexander spared no expense when it came to his wife. When I was putting together a list for our Christmas cards, I noticed Misha's address and saw it was that street. She smiled, her eyes looking everywhere but at Alexander. He tried not to think too much into it, but he couldn't ignore the feeling that Olivia was hiding something from him. What was the cause of death, she asked when he remained silent, studying her. When her eyes finally met his, he could tell she struggled to reel in her emotions. Misha had been like a sister to them at one time, especially once Landon began working for the security company. It wasn't until his death that they grew apart. Landon was the glue that bound them together. Alexander lost more than just one of the best friends and employees he ever had. He lost himself. Dave won't know until they conduct the official autopsy, but based on the fact that she was beaten to death, stuffed into a barrel, then left somewhere in Southie, he thinks she may have been another victim of the Castle Island killer. Olivia pulled her lips between her teeth. Who? Castle Island killer. Apparently, it's one of Dave's open investigations. It's been going on for the last month or so. Bodies have shown up in the South Boston area every few days. The first one around Castle Island. The victims cross every ethnicity, gender, and age group. There has been no common denominator in how his victims are chosen. The men are killed with a bullet to the head, and the women's throats are slashed. All of the bodies are shoved into a barrel. This time, he drew in a long breath. Her face was barely recognizable from all the bruising and swelling. Olivia covered her mouth, a few tears falling down her cheeks. It most likely wasn't a quick death. Misha probably suffered for hours. He trailed off, closing his eyes to regain his composure. It didn't matter how much training he had undergone throughout his career. Nothing could prepare him, or anyone, for the death of a loved one. There was no quick bullet to the head or slash to the throat. She probably fell in and out of consciousness for hours, maybe even days, as she fought against horrendous pain, her brain swollen from multiple blows to her head. Dave promised the second the medical examiner completes his autopsy report, he'll provide a copy to me. Until then, it's all just speculation based on an initial exam. Shaking her head, Olivia kept her mouth covered. "How awful," she said in a small voice. She wiped at her cheeks as Alexander brought her into his arms, trying to offer her comfort. He would do anything to shelter her from such horror. "Ugh, are you two kissing again?" A sweet voice squeaked. Olivia pulled back slightly, but Alexander kept her close, lost in her eyes. "We are, and you're next, Munchkin." After placing a kiss on Olivia's lips, Alexander broke his hold and rushed toward Melanie, scooping her into his arms as she squealed with delight. He knew it was only a matter of time until she pushed him away and barely looked up from texting with her friends. Thankfully, today was not that day. He was still her fun dad who took her and her friends camping and taught them survival skills, much to Olivia's dismay. Who took her to Hawaii when she showed an interest in learning to surf? Who made her pancakes every Saturday morning? "Stop it!" Melanie squealed, her voice echoing in the cavernous kitchen. Runners barking only added to the ruckus. Alexander needed this after the night he had. He needed to feel a sense of normalcy, a connection to the people he cared about most. "Put me down." Her giggles warmed his heart. He hoisted her over his shoulder, carrying her like a sack of potatoes. Her legs kicked, her laughter increasing. "Dad, stop, I'll have Runner go after you." "That dog doesn't even chase the cat these days," he replied, spinning around, her brown curls flying. His eyes locked on Olivia's as she shook her head, laughing. "You're going to make her sick, then you can clean it up." Grinning, he slowed his steps and lowered Melanie back to her feet, holding her steady while she regained her balance. "Pancakes. Daddy," she asked once she was no longer dizzy, her eyes hopeful. "It's Friday, a school day." "No, it isn't," she replied excitedly, jumping up and down. "It's the first day of Christmas break." Already he looked at Olivia, who just shrugged. He had been so busy at work, it didn't even dawn on him it was just a week before Christmas. He wondered what else he had dropped the ball on. "When I was your age, we were in school up until the day before Christmas Eve." "Blah, blah, blah," Melanie joked, mimicking a mouth opening and closing with her hand, and walked uphill both ways. "In the snow." "Shoeless," Olivia added, her voice light. With no cell phone, Alexander smiled. "What?" Melanie gasped. "You didn't have a cell phone when you were growing up." Alexander shook his head. "Or an iPad." "Wow," she replied in faux amazement. "How did you survive?" He tousled her hair, barely. "So, pancakes, Daddy?" she asked again. He looked at the time, then Olivia. He hated disappointing his daughter. But Misha's death lay heavy on his mind and he needed some answers. True, his brother-in-law was one of the best homicide detectives around, who wouldn't stop until he found the killer. But Alexander couldn't sit back and do nothing, particularly with his gut telling him Misha wasn't just another victim of the Castle Island killer. as the evidence would lead everyone to believe. "Melanie, sweetie," Olivia began, noticing his apparent unease. "Daddy has to go into work today." She opened her arms and Melanie ran into them. "I promise we'll make pancakes tomorrow," he offered in consolation. "And go ice skating," she added excitedly. "The lake hasn't frozen over yet, Munchkin. It's not safe." She frowned. "We'll find something else to do. Maybe your mother will take you to the skating rink today. And we'll go sledding tomorrow, if you'd like." She nodded vigorously, giving him a wide, toothy grin. Running from Olivia, she flung her arms around him. "Love you, Daddy." "I love you too, little nugget. I'm not little anymore. You'll always be little to me." Chapter 5, December 18th, 7:30 a.m. Droplets fell from the sky as Rain climbed the steps from the Park Red Line station onto the street. She didn't know what possessed her to get off at this stop. It wasn't close to where she lived or worked. Not anymore. But after running out on Mark, she was consumed with her past. On autopilot, her legs carried her the few city blocks toward the storefront that had been a second home to her for the better part of a decade. The city was just coming to life, the illumination from the street lamps replaced by the rising sun hidden behind an endless sky of clouds. The sidewalks were slick with a combination of rain and melted snow, a brown slush highlighting hundreds of footprints. The smell of sugar and coffee made its way to her senses, and she stopped, staring into the large window. A few familiar faces stocked the display cases with freshly made donuts, cakes, cookies, and other specialties of the house. She wondered if they still used her recipes, even after she had been ousted from her own bakery. These four walls had been her dream since she could remember. Although her parents never supported it, they had a plan for her. To Brown, law school, then become a partner at her father's law firm. When she dropped out after her first semester to follow her dream of becoming a pastry chef, her parents were horrified, refusing to let anyone stand in her way. She moved out with barely a penny to her name. Her hunger to succeed, to prove her parents wrong, was the driving force she needed to be the best. She studied under the most notable pastry chefs in the world, honing and perfecting her skills over the years. She worked long hours and holidays, trying to save enough money to see her dream come true. Finally, after years and years, she had her very own pastry shop in the financial district of Boston, the perfect location to cater to tourists and the young professional crowd alike. One day, she was on top of the world, thinking she finally had everything she'd ever wanted. The next, she'd lost it all. She could still remember what she was doing when she received the phone call that changed everything. "Is the cake ready for the Van de Kamp retirement party?" Rain's bubbly blonde employee, Lillian, asked, bursting through the swinging doors to the kitchen of the bakery. Rain liked to think it was where the magic happened. Ever since her nanny taught her how to whip up a cake or her famous bread pudding, she knew what she wanted to do. She wanted to be a pastry chef. From sunrise to sunset, she was covered in confectioner's sugar, flour, chocolate, and whatever other ingredients were necessary for her sweet concoction of the day. It made her feel alive. Every morning, she smiled happily at all the suits heading to their jobs, a scowl on their faces. She truly felt blessed to have a career she enjoyed. "Just putting the finishing touches on it right now," Rain said in an even tone, mirroring the steady hand with which she piped frosting onto the cake. She stepped back, admiring her handiwork. It was a masterpiece. Once she'd learned Mr. Van de Kamp planned to move to South Carolina, where he would spend most of his days hitting balls on the golf course he would soon live on. Rain's creative juices had begun to flow. Soon, she had constructed a cake to replicate a golf bag, complete with cookie clubs. When she first opened the bakery, she stuck to what she was comfortable with: cannolis, cupcakes, tarts, eclairs, and the like. But as the bakery's reputation grew, she stepped out of her comfort zone, designing and constructing spectacular cakes from practically nothing. The joy on her clients' faces when they came to pick up their orders was priceless. "They're going to love it," Lillian said, admiring her work. Looking at her, Rain smiled. "I think so, too." Help me box it up. You got it. Rain, a voice bellowed over the commotion of clanging metal and people shouting orders. Yes, she answered, not looking up, keeping her attention entirely devoted to securely boxing up the cake so it arrived at its destination undamaged. You've got a phone call. Take a message, Alberto, she instructed, glancing at a short, dark-skinned man. I tried. He said it's urgent. Who? He looked down at a napkin he held. There was probably something scrawled illegibly to everyone except Alberto on it. Alexander Burnham. He responded in a thick Spanish accent. He said he's your fiancé's boss. Rain inhaled a quick breath, her stomach rolling. She stared at Alberto, unsettled thoughts circling through her head, then snapped out of her daze. Alberto, can you help Lillian finish boxing up this cake and get it into the client's car? You got it, El Jefe? On unsteady legs, she headed toward her office. Normally, she would laugh at Alberto's nickname for her, but something about Landon's boss and friend calling her didn't sit right. Sure, he had occasionally called to check in with her, as he promised to do while Landon was on assignment in Afghanistan for his security firm, but he never insisted on speaking with her. She had been with Landon for over 15 years. He was a SEAL when they began dating, although she simply thought he was a lieutenant in the Navy at the time. The first few times he said goodbye before heading overseas, she worried she'd never see him again. But as the years went by, it just became a part of life. When Landon told her he had left active duty as a SEAL to take a special assignment for the private security firm, she was thrilled, knowing he'd no longer be in harm's way. She had spent their months of separation putting her efforts into the bakery and planning their wedding slated for the following September, not to mention preparing for the arrival of their son, the result of the 2 weeks he'd spent visiting back in August. Now, the unease she hadn't felt since the early days had returned. Closing her office door, she sat behind the desk, staring at the black phone like it had a contagious disease. Chills ran through her as she reached for it with cold fingers and picked up the receiver. Alex, she answered, trying to mask her nerves. Rain, he replied in that familiar deep voice, a hurriedness in his tone. Have you spoken to Landon recently? Furrowing her brows, she tried to calm her racing heart, her mind spinning a mile a minute. She thought back to the past week. She had been so preoccupied with the upcoming holiday season, working nearly 16 hours a day at the bakery. It hadn't dawned on her that Landon hadn't called Sunday evening, like he usually did. That was 4 days ago. It had been 11 days since she'd spoken to him. What had happened in the past 11 days to bring on this phone call? No, she said timidly, swallowing back the ache in her throat, her air passage tightening. We usually speak every Sunday evening at 7. The bakery's been slammed with holiday orders. It didn't even faze me when I didn't hear from him. Alexander let out a barely audible sigh. Rain could picture his normally intimidating physique sinking. She bit her lip, her pulse quickening. There's been an attack, he said in a soft voice. An attack, she squeaked out, feeling dizzy, hot, and cold at the same time. I'm still trying to find out the details and narrow down a timeline. When I didn't hear from him during our normal check-in time, I started asking around. I called a friend who's deployed over in Kabul. He said he had heard rumblings about a bombing of a school or something 50 miles out of town. I don't understand, she interrupted, holding on to all the hope she could. How is this relevant to Landon? Where was he stationed? Rain? Alexander continued, his voice sincere. Landon wasn't on the front lines of anything. It was more of a humanitarian mission, but even so, it was still dangerous. Many locals don't like the presence of Westerners, especially when they believe we're interfering with certain customs. She shook her head, her stomach churning with each word Alexander muttered. Where's Landon? Alex, I don't know. My friend owed me a favor, so he agreed to take his unit to where Landon was stationed and check it out for me. When he got there was a heavy pause. When he got there, what she pushed, her voice growing louder and more unsteady. There was nothing left. The building had been reduced to rubble. Gasping for air, she felt the room spin as her world fell apart. This couldn't be happening. They were supposed to get married. She was carrying his child. They were supposed to live happily ever after in their beautiful house and raise their son together. There was evidence of only one body in the vicinity. They assume it was the bomber, since she was wearing a backpack that appears to have been the origination point of the explosion. Rain's mind raced. Did Landon escape with his life? Surely, even in an explosion, there would have been some sort of evidence of a body. Wouldn't there? She prayed that was the case, that he had gotten out and was just laying low, trying to determine his next move. He was a former SEAL, after all. He had served over a decade in some of the most dangerous places in the world before taking this job. They're trying to determine a precise timeline and who's responsible. Alexander continued. The initial guess is a suicide bomber, but they usually target large groups of people out in public. This was a building in the middle of nowhere. Even if everyone perished, it would have only killed a dozen or so people. What was Landon doing for your company? Rain. He paused. As much as I want to tell you, Landon's life may be in jeopardy because of his assignment. I can't do the same to you. You think Landon was targeted specifically? I do. By whom? He hesitated. I don't know. I'm afraid I won't have any answers until I can get feet on the ground over there and push people to start talking. She nodded, closing her eyes as tears trickled down her cheeks. He's not dead, she reminded herself. It was the only hope she had. Rain. Yeah, he's okay. I know it. He's one of the bravest, smartest men I've had the good fortune of knowing. I promise I'll bring him home to you. Placing her hand on her protruding stomach, she put all her faith into Alexander's words. It was all she could do. Here you go? Miss, a man dressed in a long trench coat and expensive-looking shoes said, summoning Rain back from her memories. She snapped her head up, her gaze lingering on his debonair smile. Blonde hair, clear blue eyes, and sexy 5 o'clock shadow. Her expression flat. She stared at him for a brief moment. When he gestured toward his outstretched hand, she glanced down, unsure how to react to the $5 bill he held out to her. She returned her eyes to his. "'Tis the season, isn't it? Just promise you won't buy drugs or booze? Okay." He shoved the bill into her hand, then disappeared around the corner. She gazed at the green bill, Abraham Lincoln looking back at her, a smug expression on his face. She raised her head and stared into the bakery's window, able to make out her reflection. Her red hair was disheveled and appeared as if it hadn't been washed in weeks. In truth, she wasn't sure when she had last showered. She wore a torn jacket, an old scarf that had seen better days, but were gifts from Landon during their time together. She simply couldn't get rid of them or stop wearing them, no matter how decrepit they were. She was still stuck in that time of her life, wishing she could rewind the clock to the weeks before her world turned upside down and ask Landon to come home for the holidays. After receiving that dreaded phone call from Alexander, she had remained a nervous wreck most of that night. Every buzz from her cell phone made her leap to check whether Alexander was calling with more information. Instead, she heard nothing from him or Landon. Hours turned into days as she waited, trying to distract herself from thinking the worst by pouring all her energy into her work. She spent days in the worst kind of limbo imaginable. She prayed Landon was okay. Her prayers were never answered. Instead, a week before Christmas, she had found out Landon's fate with the rest of the nation on the 6 o'clock news. She thought it was just a cruel nightmare, that something so horrific couldn't be real. Most of the following week was a blur as she remained curled up in her bed, barely sleeping, eating, or moving. She couldn't remember how. But she somehow made it to Landon's funeral, where they lowered an empty casket into the ground. A month later, she began having contractions at only 25 weeks and was rushed to the hospital, scared and confused. Even then, she held on to hope that the memory of Landon would survive through their son. "I'm sorry," the doctor had said when he returned after whisking the baby away to the operating room. The duct between the 2 major blood vessels near his heart didn't close properly. "We did everything we could, but his heart wasn't pumping enough blood." She still remembered holding the small, lifeless body that barely weighed 2 pounds, tubes and wires, the remnants of the hospital's efforts to save his life. still taped to him. In an instant, all hope she would be able to move on from Landon's tragic death vanished. Her grief consumed her. Air filled her lungs, and her heart continued to beat. But she wasn't living. Most days, she could hardly muster up the strength to get out of bed. Sleep eluded her. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the grainy video broadcasting Landon's final moments on this earth, coupled with the bluish newborn baby she never even heard cry. As the weeks passed and she was unable to bring herself out of her deep depression, her bakery was on the verge of going under. She had no option but to sell the business to an interested buyer. In the span of less than 3 months, she had lost her entire world, her fiancé, her bakery, and her son. She had nothing left to live for. She became an empty shell of a woman. There were many nights she considered raising a blade to her flesh, stopping when she saw Landon's sad eyes flash in her mind. It was at times like these, when she felt most vulnerable and ready to end it all, that his presence surrounded her, urging her to continue. As she walked down the aisle of the local liquor store on a sunny afternoon in May, a flyer stuck between a shelving unit and the dirty linoleum floor had caught her attention. She picked it up and read the advertisement for a grief counseling meeting held at a local church every Thursday night. It listed the 5 stages of grief, and Rain wondered where in the spectrum she fell, doubting whether talking to a group of complete strangers about what she was going through was even worth her time. Then Frankie Valli's "Can't Take My Eyes Off You" came through the overhead speakers, for the first time in months. Rain smiled. She closed her eyes, basking in the memory of Landon bellowing those lyrics to her on his last night of liberty, all those years ago when they first began dating. Despite his horrendous singing voice, which made it perfectly clear to everyone listening in the bar that he was tone deaf, she fell for him even more. Hearing that song again had made Rain think Landon was there, urging her to try to move on from her pain and grief. Landon had his life cruelly extinguished. He would have wanted her to look at every day as if it were a gift, and she had hoped assimilating herself with others who were going through the same thing would help her get on the path to living again. But as the weeks turned into months, she had trouble doing that, plummeting lower and lower into the abyss of her anger. The woman staring back at her now, holding a crumpled $5 bill, her red hair ratty, her eyes sunken, her skin pale, was a complete stranger to her. "He did this," she muttered somberly, fighting 1,000 conflicting emotions. Yes, she wanted nothing more than for Alexander, or someone, to suffer for what had happened to Landon. But would she really feel any better if she were the one wielding the blade, so to speak? Would she finally have closure? She shook her head, pocketing the $5 bill and shuffling down the street. Mark was stronger than she was. He wanted revenge and went after it. What would Landon have wanted her to do? She knew the answer to that, despite his hard exterior. Landon spent his life making the world a better place for everyone else. He was a trained killer, yet each life he took hit him hard. It's for the greater good. He had said time and time again, there was no greater good here. No matter how much anger and pain she still felt, she simply couldn't hurt anyone, especially Landon's best friend. After all, he didn't kill him. Her head hung low and she hugged herself to stay warm in the frigid early morning temperatures as she trudged along the city streets. A wetness splashed the left side of her body and she stopped, lifting her head slightly to see a yellow cab speeding down the street. Glancing at her surroundings, she laughed at the irony of it all. She wondered if she subconsciously found her way here, or if Landon's spirit was trying to tell her something. She had walked this path on many occasions and could blindly navigate the few city blocks between her bakery and the building that housed the security firm for which Landon had worked. She considered turning around and going back the way she had come, but something pushed her forward. She continued down the street, lowering her head once more to fight off the bitter wind whipping around her. She didn't even need to look up to know she was walking past the large glass doors of that familiar skyscraper. There was an inviting warmth about it. Her heart thumped in her chest as she faced the revolving doors. staring into the lightness and bustle of the lobby. People rushed through, scanning a keycard at a security turnstile before heading toward a massive bank of elevators that serviced all 29 floors of the building Alexander Burnham owned. The top few floors housed the security company, the rest of the floors being rented by various businesses. Knowing how pricey the lease was on her small bakery, her head spun just thinking about the amount of money Alexander received every month in rent alone. While she struggled to rub 2 pennies together, she considered walking through those large revolving doors and going up to see Alexander, at least once a week following the funeral. He had shown up on her doorstep to check on her, but she was never able to muster enough strength to let him in the house she once shared with Landon. She was surrounded by memories everywhere she turned. She couldn't face a living, breathing reminder of everything she had lost. Maybe she was now standing in front of this building for a reason. Maybe being around someone who knew Landon as well as, if not better than, she did was precisely what she needed to move on. She had hoped that sharing her grief with others every Thursday night would help, but it didn't. It had been an entire year and she still felt the same, stuck in a rut. Maybe it was because she hadn't shared her grief with someone who could truly understand. No one in the support group could truly sympathize with her pain because they didn't suffer that same loss. The only person who could truly understand was Alexander, the same man Mark insisted was the cause of it. About to step toward the revolving doors, she was caught off guard when a large body bumped into her from behind. She stumbled, catching herself, and stared at the tall, intimidating figure rushing past her, not even offering an apology. He barked orders on his phone, the designer coat and shoes he wore making it clear he was in charge. He pushed through the doors and into the lobby, then turned around and their eyes met. She inhaled a quick breath as she stared into that vibrant green hue. From behind, he looked like every other corporate executive in the city, apart from the height. But those eyes were unmistakable, the green as clear as shimmering emeralds. She held his gaze through the glass doors, almost sensing a hint of recognition. Then, in the blink of an eye, he snapped out of his trance. Spinning around, he carried on with his phone call, continuing through the lobby. Her heart deflated. He recognized her. She saw it in his eyes, but instead of approaching her, he simply ignored her. His phone call obviously more important than a thin, haggard-looking 30-something woman standing in front of his building, struggling to fight back tears. She turned, clutching her jacket against her as she walked the busy city street, fighting the crowds of professionals descending upon the city the Friday before Christmas. Everyone seemed happy, which made Rain even angrier. All of these people would go home at the end of their day to a husband, a wife, a daughter, a son. They would sit in their living room and watch the lights of their tree twinkle. They would bake cookies and laugh. They would watch Christmas movies together in preparation for Santa's big night. The farther she walked, the angrier she became. In a flash, everything had changed. Seeing how normal Alexander was made her irritation grow to a height it had never been before. She wanted to scream at the top of her lungs. Her chest clenched and she became short of breath. Her face grew heated, despite the frigid temperatures, and she felt as if her legs were about to give out beneath her. She supported herself against a brick wall, but no one paid her any attention. Why would they? They probably thought she was just a homeless drug addict. And wasn't she? She had lost everything. Her home, her career, her family. She now lived in a small, barely habitable studio apartment in Dorchester. In a year's time, she had fallen so far from where she once was. But Alexander hadn't. If anything, he was even more successful, having even more than he did this time last year. He hadn't suffered like she had, and she hated him for that. Mark was right. She needed to make someone else feel her pain, and that person was Alexander. He may not have been the one who took Landon's life, but his inaction made him just as culpable. It was time he finally felt the same pain Rain had endured since watching Landon's casket, filled with nothing but memories, be lowered into the ground. Chapter 6, December 18th, 8:05 a.m. Swirls of blue mixed with purple ingrained in Alexander's mind as he tried to remember where he had seen those eyes and that face before. She seemed so familiar, yet a complete stranger at the same time. Her red hair appeared weighted down by dirt. Her skin was pale, her face gaunt. Her hollow eyes were devoid of almost all emotion, despite the emptiness. He sensed something in those colorful eyes. Hope maybe he'd racked his memory, trying to place where he had seen her before, but came up short. Years in the security field taught him to never forget a face, and hers was completely unfamiliar, despite the nagging in his head that he should know her. "The background checks you asked for, sir," somebody said, bringing him out of his unease as he strode down the hallway of his company's building located in the financial district of Boston. He looked up to see Martin, his right-hand man, standing just outside his office door, his posture taut, his expression all business. Alexander had known him almost his entire life. He had been his father's go-to guy before Alexander took over the company nearly 2 decades ago. Still, he could probably count on one hand the number of times he had seen Martin display any sort of emotion. He was professional to a fault. He handed Alexander a small folder as he walked into his office. Alexander took his coat off and tossed it on the love seat. "Anything stand out to you?" he asked, perusing the contents of the folder as he lowered himself to the couch opposite the love seat. Propping his legs on the coffee table, he loosened his tie and unbuttoned his suit jacket, trying to focus on what Martin was saying, his mind still elsewhere. Haunting purple eyes flickered on the pages in front of him, a ghost of his past sent to remind him of all his failings, as if Misha's death wasn't reminder enough. "She lived what appears to be a simple life," Martin began, summarizing what he'd found in the few short hours since Alexander had ordered him to the office early to dig up everything he could on Misha Tate. Other than her brother and her being taken away from their parents at an early age and raised by their maternal grandparents, nothing stands out that could indicate a motive or who could be responsible for her murder. He paused, his expression grave. "Your brother-in-law may be right, sir. She may have simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time and tragically became another victim of the Castle Island killer. Simpson was able to access the police files on those deaths. And from what you told me about everything, it fits. The only thing that's off is the cause of death. Everything else is the same. So it could very well have been a copycat who tried to cover his tracks by following the Castle Island killer's M." Alexander looked at Martin hopefully. He didn't know if he could sit idly by and come to terms with the idea that Misha was just a random victim. He had a feeling in his gut there was more to it, and his gut was usually right. Hell, his instincts had saved his life on more than one occasion. "It's a possibility," Martin agreed, albeit reluctantly. His expression remained respectful and serious, despite thinking his boss was looking for something that wasn't there. He would never say it, though. A Marine veteran, Martin respected the chain of command. Alexander continued sifting through the papers in the short file immunization records, school transcripts, bank statements. He hoped something would stand out to help prove his theory that this was the work of a copycat. The police seemed pretty certain that wasn't the case, but if he didn't explore the possibility, there was a chance Misha's killer would never be brought to justice. Then he'd be letting Landon down all over again. He couldn't have that on his conscience. "I have Simpson running more checks to see if he can uncover anything else that wouldn't turn up in an initial record check." "You mean sealed records?" Alexander raised his eyebrows. "He does have a particular set of skills. I think that's why you hired him," Alexander smirked. "That's a nice way of saying he's a great hacker." "Your words, sir. If he finds anything, I'll be sure to bring it to your attention. Should I have your assistant bring you a coffee, or would you rather have your privacy?" "Coffee would be great. Thank you, Martin. And keep me updated. Dave said he would call if anything turns up, so make sure he's put through. If anyone else calls, tell Amy you'll handle it yourself." Martin nodded, then left the office, closing the door behind him. After just a few moments of flipping through the papers, a court-ordered termination of parental rights caught Alexander's attention. Perhaps that had something to do with what happened to Misha. Just as Alexander settled in to devote his full attention to the report, there was a slight knock. The door opened and a tall redhead scurried into the office. "Good morning, Mr. Burnham. I wasn't expecting to see you today. I thought you would be out of the office until after the new year." She carried a tray containing a cup of coffee and a chocolate hazelnut pastry he treated himself to every morning, setting it down on the table in front of him. "Yes, well, something has come up that couldn't wait until then." "Understood." She took a notepad out of her suit jacket and began scribbling notes with a pencil. "Martin's already instructed me that, unless your brother-in-law calls, he'll handle all your business today. Is there anything else I should be made aware of?" "No, Amy, that's all for now, thank you." "You're welcome, Mr. Burnham. Just holler if you need anything." She gave him a cordial smile before spinning on her two high heels and walking out of the office. Taking a sip of his black coffee and a bite of his Danish, he returned his eyes to the folder in front of him, reading through the court order terminating Landon and Misha's parents' parental rights, granting full custody to their maternal grandparents. No other details were given, but from their time on the same SEAL team, Alexander knew Landon and his sister had survived years of neglect by two parents who had grown addicted to crack during its rise in popularity. Malnourished and dirty, Child Services finally intervened after the house was raided by the police. Their grandparents had been beside themselves when they learned what the two kids, neither being more than 8 at the time, had been through, taking custody of them while their parents served their time in prison for neglect, child endangerment, and a myriad of drug offenses. Misha was too young to truly remember any of it, but Landon did, which probably shaped him into the man he had become. Other than the events of her early years, the rest of Misha Tate's life seemed rather boring, at least on paper. She was a model student, achieving mostly A's and B's throughout her schooling. She went into the Peace Corps just after high school, spending 2 years working with infants and pregnant women in Namibia. Landon talked about her often during his SEAL days, always bragging about something she was doing. After her time with the Peace Corps, she easily gained employment with the United Rescue Mission, a non-governmental organization based out of Boston, whose purpose was to offer aid and assistance to those displaced by war, natural disaster, or persecution. She had visited some of the most dangerous places in the world, putting her own life on the line to offer safety to those at risk, before being promoted to the position of executive director approximately 5 years ago. I suppose she must have rubbed off on Landon, Alexander mused to himself, remembering his friend's own mission to save the world, one poor soul at a time. The next few hours ticked by as he tried to get in touch with people who knew Misha during her time in the Peace Corps, then the agency she had worked for, hoping something would stand out to explain a motive for her murder. He could hear Olivia's voice in the back of his mind, trying to persuade him that Dave was a seasoned homicide detective who would know a copycat when he saw one. Alexander knew it was a long shot, but the guilt that consumed him for not fulfilling his promise to Landon all those years ago ate away at him. He had to operate under the assumption this wasn't just a senseless random act of violence against a beautiful young woman. After speaking with several of Misha's employees and acquaintances, Alexander was back to square one. It sounded as if she was extremely well-liked. He considered perhaps she had become a target because of her high-level position, but the more research he did on the organization, the less likely that seemed. It was a smaller agency with a paltry budget that relied mostly on donations and a meager amount of government grants. Her salary as director was barely enough to pay her bills. It wasn't exactly anything that would put a target on her back. A knock on the door startled him, pulling him away from the normal and rather mundane life of Misha Tate. "Sorry to interrupt, sir," a tall, wiry man with spiky blonde hair and dark-framed glasses said, entering Alexander's office. "What is it, Simpson?" he asked. "Did you find anything else?" "Not really. I ran credit reports and got bank statements going back over 10 years. This girl was kind of boring. The deed to the townhouse she bought several years back was in her name alone, so it doesn't appear there's a boyfriend or anyone else in the picture. With nothing else to go on, I went ahead and did some preliminary background checks on her brother to see if anything stood out. It might take me a little longer to get everything together on that end because of his time as a SEAL and all. That's not necessary. Simpson, Alexander interrupted, grabbing the file he held out to him. He was an employee, so we probably have all his information on record somewhere. He shook his head. That was my first thought, too, but it was apparently never done. There's no record of it anywhere. Alexander narrowed his eyes. That's a bit odd. He shrugged. It's possible I never requested it since he was a good friend. It probably just slipped my mind. Yes, sir. Nonetheless, I'll start looking into his background to see if anything there may shed some light on what happened to his sister. Thank you. Simpson nodded and retreated from the office. Simpson! Alexander called out as he was about to disappear down the hallway. He popped his head back in. Yes, sir. Alexander sighed. What do you think? Sir, he responded, straightening his posture. I'm sure you've seen the news reports on her death. How the police think she's another victim of the Castle Island killer. He nodded. What do you think? Simpson shifted nervously on his feet. He had worked for Alexander for over 10 years. He was the friend of one of his agents, who had used Simpson in the course of an investigation the company had been hired to conduct. Simpson possessed a rather specific set of computer skills that had proved useful in solving the case, and were still useful to this day. He could hack into even the most rigid computer systems without leaving a trace, because his background was vastly different than the typical person he employed. Alexander valued his opinion. I don't know, sir. The police have a good point. She was dumped in the same area of Boston in a barrel similar to the ones used in the other murders. He shrugged. The police never released any information regarding the victim's fingernails being ripped off. Yet Misha's were too, so if it is a copycat, as you want to believe, it had to be someone within the police department who had access to all the intricate little details on their investigation and was able to replicate it perfectly, or someone with the skills necessary to access their records. Alexander raised his eyebrows. Simpson shoved his hands into his pockets. That's true. There was a brief silence as Alexander considered his opinion. Everyone seemed to be thinking the same thing, everyone except him. It was too much of a coincidence that her body turned up on the 1-year anniversary of her brother's death. There had to be something more to it. With all due respect, sir, Simpson said, breaking the silence. Maybe you're too close to the investigation. You could dig for days, even weeks, and not find what you're looking for. Maybe instead of operating under the theory this is a copycat who targeted Ms. Tate, you could use your resources to help find the Castle Island killer. Closing his eyes, Alexander nodded. I made a promise to Landon I would always watch out for her. I'll do everything I can to help you, sir, no matter which path you choose. Thank you, Simpson. Yes, sir. He turned and disappeared into the hallway once more, left alone with a nagging doubt about whether or not he was on the right path. Alexander began flipping through Simpson's latest investigative efforts. He wasn't prepared to be confronted with a photo of himself standing with Olivia, Misha, Landon, and Landon's fiancée. They were at a fundraising event for Misha's agency. Her blonde waves were styled in a way that made her look like a 1930s movie star, her red lips glistening against her smooth, pale skin. Turning away from the photo to avoid being faced with the memories, he glanced out the large windows of his office. Dusk had fallen over the city, bringing a subtle glow to the room. His eyes drooped from the lack of sleep last night. He threw the file on the coffee table, turning on the large television screen mounted on the wall directly in front of him. The voice of a local news anchor with a non-regional dialect blared as she spoke about a gruesome murder in Southie. His eyes glued to the screen. Alexander lay back on the couch and kicked off his shoes just as Misha's smiling face flashed on the screen. At least they hadn't shown any of her autopsy photos. He closed his eyes, an odd feeling of déjà vu washing over him. He had sat in this same office, his eyes glued to the exact same television, as he watched Landon's brutal murder with the rest of the world. Chapter 7. 1 year ago. Any word yet? Martin asked, snapping Alexander out of his unease regarding the past week. Not yet. He let out a slow breath, focusing his attention on the handful of television screens mounted on the wall across from the desk. Each was tuned to a different news station as he waited for any new information about the story that broke over a week ago. An explosion at a building outside Kabul, where an American private security company had reportedly been operating a clinic. So far, no further details had been leaked. But Alexander knew it was only a matter of time. Reporters were a vicious breed, pit bulls to the end. Once they sunk their teeth into a story, they never let go. Soon, they'd find a weak link who would disclose what his company was really doing over in Afghanistan, interfering with centuries of tradition, at least in some people's opinions. "I should be there," Alexander muttered, scanning the screens. Ever since learning about the explosion, his stomach churned with uncertainty. It took everything inside him to fight his gut response to hop on the first military transport flying over there to figure out what happened and where Landon was. But he knew it would be futile. There was protocol in place for how to proceed in the event something like this should happen. Perhaps Landon was waiting to call until he knew it was safe to do so. But as the hours turned into days, he couldn't help but think the worst. That the threats Landon had received on an almost daily basis had been realized. Regret ate away at him, unable to get past his last conversation with Landon. He hadn't thought twice about what his friend had asked of him, but it was now at the forefront of his mind. He had an awful premonition all of this could have been avoided if he had just done what Landon requested, regardless of the consequences. And do what bang on every door, asking if they've seen him. Westerners aren't exactly liked by everyone. Not to mention, Martin stepped toward him. No one's supposed to know the medical clinic is just a front for what you're really doing over there. "I know," Alexander sighed, leaning back in his chair and propping his designer shoe-clad feet on the desk. His surroundings were a far cry from the barren and meager environment in which he had first met Landon, wearing their Navy-issued boxer briefs, standing at attention as they listened to their instructor call them pansies and remind them that, in just a matter of days, their numbers would dwindle. Their friendship had survived Hell Week, deployment, and years of little to no communication after Alexander left the Navy and Landon remained. They had shared parts of themselves with each other, things they never told another person. In anticipation of embarking on yet another covert mission under the cover of night, they'd made promises to each other. Alexander hoped he wasn't letting his friend down. "Rain keeps calling to see if I've heard anything," Alexander continued. "I don't want to lie to her. But what can I do? I keep assuring her he's okay, that he's just adhering to standard protocol and will call when it's safe to do so. Part of me wants to admit it's not looking good, that he should have called by now to let me know he's okay. I can't help but..." A flash on one of the television monitors caught his attention and he snapped his head up. Breaking news ran across the screen in bright, bold letters before cutting back to the same anchor. Alexander hoped for news about Landon, but had a feeling if there were any developments of which he was not aware, it wouldn't be anything good, like dominoes falling. Each of the other stations the television monitors were tuned to also flashed a breaking news title. His stomach rolled. He grabbed one of the remotes on his desk, not caring which monitor it controlled. It didn't matter. They all seemed to be reporting the same story. A weighty voice, mixed with a touch of compassion, filled the silence. People often remarked they remember exactly where they were and what they were doing when Kennedy was shot or the Twin Towers fell. This was his Kennedy assassination. This was his 9/11. The start of a series of events that would slowly unravel the pieces of his seemingly perfect life. Breaking news tonight out of Afghanistan, where we've been closely following the explosion at an American-operated medical clinic and the search for the missing staff and patients. Last Sunday, just before noon local time, what is believed to be a suicide bomber stepped up to this building, located approximately 50 miles outside Kabul, and detonated a crude cell phone bomb. A photo of the remains of a nondescript one-story clay building appeared on the screen. All that was left was the foundation and a few wall fragments. The rest had been reduced to rubble. No bodies have been recovered, except for that of the bomber, so it is believed all staff and patients were able to escape, tapping relentlessly on the desk in front of him. Alexander sat up in his chair, his attention glued to the screen. He knew the news wouldn't be good, but he couldn't help but hold out hope for a happy ending. Over the past week, there's been much speculation about the cause or reason for this attack. Experts have weighed in, some calling it just another unfortunate incident in an area riddled with violence. Although the bomb was crudely made, which gave rise to many opinions that this was simply an isolated event, we can now say with certainty that isn't the case. This was a planned act of terrorism against an American company whose entire purpose overseas is to help those in need. Alexander stood from his desk, crossing the room toward the large television screens. He could faintly make out Martin's voice in the background, probably trying to get to the bottom of why they were learning about all this by watching the national news, not through their contacts and connections in the intelligence field. Just moments ago, we received a videotape from an extremist group we're just now getting word about, IU, or Islamic Union, claiming credit for the bombing, as well as the abduction of one of the key staff members of the clinic, a man they claim to be Landon Tate, a former Navy SEAL now working for Burnham and Associates, a private security firm based out of the States, but whose presence is known across the globe. Shit, Alexander muttered. As with most of the humanitarian work his company did, he preferred to keep it secret. On paper, the clinic was run by one of the many shell corporations his company had set up to keep the security side of the business separate. He didn't want someone to target any of the clinics, camps, or aid stations set up to help those in need simply because of its connection to the company's military contracts. It would have taken some serious digging or some very loose lips within his management team to connect his company to this clinic. It's normally not our policy to broadcast such videos, but little is known about this group just yet. We felt it necessary to warn the public about the potential new threat we face as a nation. What we're about to show you is very graphic, so if you're particularly sensitive or have little ones in the room, you may want to change the channel. It has been edited, but it still may be a bit too violent for some viewers. The camera cut from the reporter to a fuzzy homemade video. The room was all white with low ceilings. A lone green flag with a large white circle in the middle, and Arabic symbols scrawled beneath it hung on the wall. Alexander's chest rose and fell with increased frequency as he searched his brain for any memory of seeing that particular flag before. He didn't recognize it as the official flag of any nation he had ever heard of. He swallowed hard, a sour taste in his mouth. The sound of a door opening echoed, like footsteps on a creaky floorboard, and 5 figures dressed all in black with their faces obscured, save for their eyes, entered, pushing a tall, muscular man before them, his arms bound in front of him and a blindfold over his eyes. Alexander fought with everything he had to remain impassive as he looked at his employee, his team member, his friend clad in a bright orange jumpsuit, the little skin visible bruised and bloody. All he could do was pray Landon's fiancée wasn't watching the same newscast at this moment. He felt nauseated and lightheaded thinking about Landon and what he was going through for all to see. If Rain was watching, he couldn't imagine how she was coping with it. One of the nondescript figures removed Landon's blindfold and forced him to kneel in the center of the room. The 5 men standing in a straight line behind him. Alexander had seen such a display before. He always felt bad for the man in the orange jumpsuit, and for their wives and kids, if they had any. But his sympathy was always short-lived. Within a day or two, he would forget the name, the person becoming one more among many who had fallen victim to this war on terror. Some were military, many were not. Seeing Landon in the same shoes many strangers before him had walked made Alexander sick. Staring into the eyes that got him through so many rough patches during his time as a SEAL, it felt as if a heavy weight was crushing his chest, his lungs unable to draw in enough air. He fought back the dizziness running through him, focusing solely on the mission, as he had been trained to do. This was different, though. He wasn't on assignment, fighting not only for his life, but the lives of the rest of his team. Instead, he was in his cushy office wearing a designer suit that cost more than most enlisted men made in a month. watching a real-life horror story unfold before his eyes. There was no mission. If there were, he had abandoned it, leaving his team in peril. For what? To follow protocol. Fuck protocol. The old Alexander would have followed his gut, not the rules. He wanted to look away from the television, but was glued to Landon's blue eyes staring directly at the camera, at him. Taking a deep breath, Landon lowered his head and studied a piece of paper he held in his bound hands. Hesitating, pulling his bottom lip between his teeth, he subtly shook his head. One of the men stepped forward, hitting him in the back of his head with the butt of an automatic rifle. Landon grunted through the pain, taking a moment to recover and compose himself. He mumbled something in a language Alexander recognized as Pashto, then looked back at the camera. "This is a message for every American." His voice cut through the heavy silence. He blinked slowly. His body appeared frail, a shell of his former self. Like Alexander, Landon had been trained to withstand days of physical and mental torture, but he was only human and had his limits. Alexander didn't even want to consider what Landon had been forced to endure that had brought him to this point. Even so, he stared directly at the camera, his voice as strong as ever. "You think you're so powerful, so smart, that your way of life is the only way. You are wrong. You come into our country and impose your Western ideals. You thought you were untouchable, that you would be victorious. The mighty Allah has shown us your weakness. We have existed for thousands of years without your intervention, and we will exist for thousands of years after you've all been exterminated. We are the chosen ones. You can keep interfering with our traditions, but it will be met with the same end. The Islamic Union will do everything within its means to continue striking down every rat who stands in its path." My blood. Landon paused, closing his eyes briefly as one of the men stepped up behind him, a long blade in his hand. Alexander brought his hand to his mouth, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. The tick-tock of the clock on the wall seemed to be amplified 1,000 times as his surroundings swirled into a twisted rabbit hole. He knew what was about to happen. Still, as much as he wanted to, he couldn't look away. He owed Landon that much. He needed to remain as courageous and brave as his friend was in the face of a grim and sadistic end. Landon licked his lips, his eyes narrowed. If he were afraid, he did a good job of covering it up. "My blood is the price I must pay to atone for my sins and the sins of my brethren." The executioner raised the blade, gripping it with both hands, a macabre baseball bat to end Landon's life. Then the screen went black. Chapter 8. Present day, December 18th, 10:15 p.m. Blinking his eyes open, Alexander was frozen in place as he stared at the white ceiling 15 feet above him. He hadn't thought about that day in months. He tried to not blame himself for what happened to Landon. At first, it was difficult, especially when he had to look into Misha's eyes at the funeral and offer his apologies for not doing more. "You can't blame yourself, Alex." Misha had responded consolingly, the epitome of strength and grace, even when saying goodbye to the only family she had left. "This isn't your fault." Standing on her toes, she had wrapped her arms around him, offering him the comfort he should have been providing her. He had closed his eyes briefly, allowing himself to mourn with Landon's sister. As he pulled back, he caught Landon's fiancée's blank stare, her purple-blue eyes vacant. Alexander shot up on the couch, grabbing the file Simpson had given him off the table. He fumbled through it, the memory of those eyes intermingling with his unusual encounter earlier this morning. Frantic, he threw photo after photo onto the couch, the floor, the coffee table, desperately searching for the one he had been looking at before he dozed off. Hearing paper crinkling, he looked beside him to see the corner of a photo sticking out from beneath him. Hurriedly, he jumped up, papers scattering like leaves. Grabbing it, Alexander zeroed in on the other woman beside Landon, Rain, his fiancée of over 5 years and girlfriend for even longer. Her deep red hair contrasted with her creamy white skin. She was tall, slender, happy. Her eyes were remarkable, unforgettable, shades of blue mixed with lilac. They shimmered and gleamed, so alive. As Alexander stared at the photo in front of him, Rain's features began to fade. Her clean skin was replaced with a weathered appearance and large bags under her eyes. Her face showed signs of significant weight loss and perhaps even drug addiction. Her hair was no longer lustrous and full, but wiry, frayed, and tired. Those eyes that once were so full of life and whimsy were empty, cold, unforgiving. Why didn't I see it sooner? Dashing to his desk, he grabbed his cell and searched through his contacts, praying he hadn't deleted her information for some unknown reason. When he finally found her name, he breathed a momentary sigh of relief, waiting as the call connected. He paced in front of the windows, the Boston sky a murky mix of rain, ice, and snow. The meteorologist on the local news had said this was just the warm-up. By Sunday evening, the forecast was for up to 2 feet of snow to cover the city. As Alexander made a mental note to make sure his driveway would be plowed, the line picked up without ringing, a recording announcing that the phone number was no longer in service. Shit, he mumbled before turning to his laptop. It could have just been a coincidence that a woman he believed to be Rain stood outside his building this morning. But something about today being the anniversary of Landon's death, coupled with Misha's suspicious murder, made him think that wasn't the case. In less than 24 hours, he'd crossed paths with 2 of the most important people in Landon's life, his sister and his fiancée. Alexander refused to believe it was simply a coincidence. He navigated toward his search engine of choice to see what hits came up on Landon's fiancée, then paused, fumbling for her last name. He stared at the white screen, the bright letters of the search engine's logo mocking him. He should have remembered. He had been trained to recall random combinations of letters and numbers, security codes, bank account numbers, license plates. Why? When it came to someone who was once a close personal friend, was he drawing a blank? His fingers hovering over the keyboard, he stared at the 26 letters of the alphabet, hoping something would come to him. Rain, Rain, Rain. He repeated her name over and over, wishing he had used her real last name in his phone contacts instead of Landon's. Kilpatrick, he shouted, as if Landon were in the room, introducing him to his girlfriend for the first time. He hastily typed her name, and the search engine came back with a few hits, mostly articles about the bakery that had made her a rising star in the Boston culinary scene. There were a few photos of her from Landon's funeral, wearing all black, the bump beneath her dress visible. A renewed sorrow formed in his heart when he recalled the weeks following Landon's death. He had tried to check on Rain repeatedly to see how she was doing, but she never answered the door. Soon, his visits grew more and more infrequent, stopping altogether when she hadn't answered her phone or door in over a month. He assumed she was simply busy with the bakery again. It wasn't until several weeks later that he learned the bakery was in trouble and about to go under. He had tried to get in touch with her once more, but she never returned his phone calls. When he went to her house, a complete stranger answered the door, saying she no longer lived there, wanting to help, not knowing how. He had one of his subsidiary companies purchase the bakery from her at a price far over market value to give her some sort of financial security. As far as he knew, his subsidiary still owned it. Staring at the search results, he realized he had hit a dead end and would need someone with skills far more advanced than those he possessed to track her down. He grabbed the receiver of his office phone and punched in a few numbers. "Simpson," Alexander said when he picked up, surprised he was still at the office at this late hour. "Stop what you're doing. I need you to hunt down an address for a Rain Kilpatrick. Text me the minute you have it. I'm heading out." He hurriedly grabbed his coat and left his office in a complete state of disarray. He had come in today, neglecting his family, to try to look for proof that Misha wasn't just another victim of the Castle Island killer. Instead, he now found himself trying to track down yet another ghost from his past. He didn't know why he needed to get in touch with Rain so badly. Maybe he felt as if he could have prevented Misha's death and hoped to atone for his guilt by making sure Rain was okay. Maybe their paths had crossed again for a reason. Maybe he simply needed reassurance that none of this was his fault, hoping he could get that from Rain. The reason no longer mattered. He just knew he needed to find her. "Where to, Mr. Burnham?" a voice bellowed behind him as he strode down the hallway. Alexander turned around to see Martin running to catch up. "There's something I have to do." "Martin, take the rest of the night off. I'll let you know if I need anything." Martin immediately slowed his steps, a look of confusion and disappointment falling over his serious face. He typically always accompanied Alexander wherever he went, partly out of safety and partly out of convenience. But this was something Alexander felt he needed to do on his own. He could sense Martin was on the edge of insisting he come along, as he had in the past. But something about the personal events of the past 24 hours must have given him pause. "Yes, sir." Alexander opened his mouth to explain what was going on, but stopped himself, spinning around. He continued down the hall, about to walk through the security door that blocked the public's access to most of the offices. And Martin called out. Alexander whirled around, surprised at his sudden familiarity. It didn't matter that Martin had watched him grow up from the little boy who played with G.I. Joes to a pimply adolescent, then a know-it-all teenager. When Alexander had become his boss, all informality ceased, and Martin insisted on calling him Mr. Burnham. "Yes," Alexander looked into his eyes. "Be careful," he admonished, his tone soft and sincere, at complete odds with the serious and businesslike expression he normally wore. "I respect your desire to keep what you're up to a secret, but remember that secrets took your father from you." He narrowed his gaze. "My father died protecting the identity of someone," Alexander argued, his ears reddening from Martin's comparison between the two men. Alexander refused to believe he was anything like his father. "No." He took a step toward him. "Your father died because, just like you, he thought he didn't need any help. Don't go down the same path he did." Martin turned and walked back into his office. Alexander simply stared at the vacant space, wondering if he was, in fact, making the same mistakes that led to his father's untimely death. Chapter 9, December 19th, 600 a.m. Alexander stepped out of his dark SUV onto the cracked pavement, staring at a 3-story brick building that looked like it would fall over if he breathed on it too hard. Sirens blared in the distance, and the stench of garbage singed his nostrils. As a train drew close, he glanced over his shoulder to see the tracks just 100 yards from where he stood. There was a small park across the street, the swing set in serious need of repair. He hoped no children actually played there. Another sleepless night had come and gone as he drove around the city, waiting to hear from Simpson. He had visited Landon's grave, a lone American flag and wreath marking the resting place of a casket filled with only memories. He had driven past Misha's townhouse in Arlington, flowers and candles lit in memoriam filling her small front yard. He drove by the house in Revere where Misha and Landon lived the first several years of their lives. It looked like every other house in the working-class suburb of Boston. 2 stories, yellow aluminum siding, gray shingle roof. But inside those 4 walls lived the ghost of a little boy forced to become a man at an early age, which molded him into the determined leader Alexander met during SEAL training, or, as it was more commonly referred to as, Buds. As the hours passed, he thought about Landon and the bond they had formed over the years. He thought about Misha and all the good she had done in the world. He thought about Rain, hoping she had finally found peace after Landon's death, but fearing she hadn't. Mostly, he thought about his father. Martin's warning played on repeat as night gave way to dawn. Alexander wondered whether he had a point, whether he was following the same path as his father. He didn't want to think that was the case, but he really didn't know his father that well. When he was growing up, his father had let his work consume him and was barely home. Alexander had made a point to always be there whenever Olivia or Melanie needed him, working from his home office many times instead of making the commute into the city. He wanted to believe he always put them first. Except for yesterday morning, a voice in his head reminded him. Closing his eyes, he rubbed his temples. That was different, he said to himself. A truck zoomed by, slamming down into a pothole before continuing its journey up the road. Alexander snapped out of his thoughts, staring at the brick building once more. Squinting, he noted a faded 301 painted on the mailbox, then double-checked the text from Simpson to verify he was in the correct place. It had taken him a lot longer to track down an address for Rain than either one of them had anticipated. From what he was able to find out, she had been evicted from her rental house around the same time she lost the bakery. Alexander had assumed she would have been able to live quite comfortably for several years on what the bakery sold for, looking at the decrepit building. Though, all he could think was she must have spent the money on drugs. It was the only explanation that made sense. The address on her bank account and driver's license was a mailbox service in downtown Boston. Simpson was able to hack into the employee database at the cellular phone company she currently worked at to obtain her physical address. Checking his watch, Alexander saw it was now 6 a.m. on Saturday. He shook his head, rubbing his hands over his weary face. He should have been home with his arms wrapped around his wife. Instead, he stood in front of a rundown apartment building in Dorchester. Why was it guilt, remorse? Maybe this was his penance for years of shortcomings. He climbed the steps and pressed the buzzer for Rain's apartment. He had a feeling she was awake, despite the early hour. The sound of wood scraping on wood caught his attention. He turned his head to his left. "The fuck you want?" a voice asked groggily. A black man poked his head out of the window, his eyes heavy, teeth in serious need of dental work. "You a cop if you are. You have to say so." "I'm not a cop. I'm looking for the woman who lives in Unit 2A. Her name's Rain." "Who?" "Bluish-purple eyes, red hair." "Oh, you mean Snow White?" "Snow White," Alexander repeated, raising his eyebrows. "Only white folk in this building." "Actually, she's probably the only white folk in the entire neighborhood. You ain't exactly in Beacon Hill, mister, so tell me what you want with Snow White. Then be on your way." "It's personal," he responded, fighting his instinct to reach into his coat and place his hand on his pistol, just in case. "Well, mister, she ain't home. Even if she was, it's a Saturday morning, and the only people knocking on doors before the sun's up are cops or someone up to no good. Since you said you ain't a cop, that leads me to believe you're no good, so why don't you get on your way?" Pinching his lips together, Alexander knew enough not to push the man. Neighborhoods like these stuck together. He was the outsider. He guessed Rain was, too, at first, but it sounded like that wasn't the case anymore. She was one of them. It gave Alexander hope to know she had at least one person looking out for her, despite her squalid surroundings. "Okay." He reached into his pocket. A familiar clicking echoed, and he looked up to see a revolver pointed at his chest. Whoa. He held his hands up to show the man he had no weapon. "I was just reaching for a business card." "What the fuck do I want your business card for?" "To give to Rain," Alexander responded in a steady tone. "I also wanted to give you a little something for your troubles," he added, hoping his good faith gesture would make this man a bit more cooperative. "And for your discretion." The man nodded. Alexander slowly reached into his jacket, placing a business card and crisp $100 bill on the windowsill. The man eyed it with skepticism. "That real? My father taught me to never play jokes on a man holding me at gunpoint. So yes, it's real." Studying him for a second longer, the man finally lowered his gun. "Your daddy sounds like a smart man, a lot smarter than you coming into this neighborhood in your shiny car. You don't belong here, so why don't you get... I'll make sure to give Snow White your card. After that, whether she calls you or not is up to her. And I don't want to see you standing at this door again. You hear? You have my word," Alexander replied, giving him a sincere look before turning and heading back to his car. He had done all he could. He would try to be patient and give Rain the weekend to reach out to him. Then he'd pay her a visit at work. He knew he should be focusing on finding Misha's killer, but he needed to know Rain was okay, that the only remaining family Landon had wouldn't fall through the cracks, too. Chapter 10, December 19th, 7:00 a.m. The house was tranquil in the early morning hours of Saturday, just like it had been the previous day. But this morning, Alexander carried a weight with him. Ghosts of his past, which he hadn't thought about recently, had reappeared almost overnight. He wondered whether there was a reason, or if it truly was just a coincidence. He contemplated whether they were trying to teach him some grand lesson about being a better person, about not letting his work consume him, like it had his father. He felt like Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol, except his ghosts came in the form of his own subconscious. Maybe it was the same with Scrooge. Regret can torture a man, rip him open and bleed him dry for the world to see. In the end, only he could pick up the pieces and put himself back together in the hopes of learning from his past. Alexander had made his fair share of mistakes in life and, over the past 24 hours, he'd been forced to come face to face with many of them. 1,000 what-ifs ate away at him. If he had done one thing differently, if he had picked up the phone, if he had made more of an effort, if he hadn't allowed the comfort of being the one signing the paychecks to bewitch him into staying out of the field, maybe things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. He pulled his car into the garage, then entered the house with light steps, not wanting to wake anyone. As much as he wanted to take a shower and get back to the office to keep digging around into Misha's life, he needed to put his family first today. It was something his father never did, and, after Martin's word of warning, Alexander wanted to make every effort to ensure he hadn't already made that mistake. It didn't matter that his father had saved many lives by putting his work first. Years of animosity toward him due to his absence and neglect had ruined whatever relationship they had. Alexander shuddered at the notion that Melanie would someday see him the way he viewed his own father. As he made his way through the kitchen and toward the formal living room, inhaling the pine tree aroma that reminded him of the holiday season, a welcome feeling of serenity washed over him. A 15-foot Christmas tree, surrounded by mountains of presents, sat in front of the large bay window. Several ornaments lay scattered on the floor, most likely the result of Olivia's cat deciding they were more useful as toys than decorations. After the past few days, he wanted nothing more than to be surrounded by the love of his family, something he should have done yesterday instead of rushing off to the office. Just like his father did so many times when he was growing up, the floorboards of the century-old house creaked below Alexander's feet. He tried to lighten his steps, not wanting to wake anyone. Saturdays in the Burnham household were generally reserved for sleeping in, then lounging in bed with his wife, daughter, and dog while they watched whatever movie Melanie wanted. Lately, she'd been on a Frozen kick. Like every other little girl in the country, Alexander could probably recite the entire movie from memory. Walking into the formal entry rotunda, he stopped abruptly. An extravagant, yet modern chandelier hung from the vaulted ceiling, the landing of the second floor following the circular shape. Several feet below the chandelier sat a large round table where Olivia displayed a new floral arrangement weekly, cursing the cat under his breath. He made his way to the table where it looked like Nepenthe had pushed the wreath-shaped centerpiece to the floor. Flowers were all out of place, petals scattered, but it wasn't ruined. Squatting down, Alexander picked up the wreath, shaking his head when he noticed several framed photos knocked off one of the small entryway tables. As well, he placed the centerpiece back where it belonged, fixing a candy cane and pine cone that were askew, then continued up the winding staircase to the second floor, leaving the broken photos for the time being. The tick-tock of the antique grandfather clock in the foyer echoed against the high ceiling, the sound finding its way to the second floor as Alexander walked down the hallway. A purple stuffed bear sat in the corridor, smiling. He picked it up, then paused outside a white paneled door, placing his hand on it, slowly turning the knob. Alexander pushed the door open and snuck into the large square room filled with toys, books, and games. The walls were a shade of yellow Melanie had chosen when they first moved here a few years ago. It was warm and inviting, The one room of the house where there were no rules, where imaginations could run wild. One day, this room was Camelot. The next, it was Emerald City. Then it would be Wonderland. Alexander never knew what world he'd be entering when he stepped over the threshold. Melanie was always full of surprises. He padded across the plush carpet, making sure to sidestep some sort of arts and crafts project. Melanie was apparently in the middle of that lay on the floor. He glanced at the wall above her bed. In just a few years, she'd probably want to replace the Dr. Seuss art hanging there. Instead, there would be a poster of some boy band she'd swoon over as she gossiped on the phone with her friends. Adolescence was coming like a freight train, and he couldn't do anything to stop it. All he could do was treasure the time he had with her while she still believed Daddy was her hero. He lowered himself onto the edge of her bed, trying to make sure the sudden weight didn't disturb her. Placing the bear beside her, he leaned down, pulling the fluffy comforter away from her head to give her a kiss. He swiftly shot up, his pulse skyrocketing as he stared at a lumpy pillow where Melanie's sleeping form should have been, ripping the covers from the bed. Alarm bells went off as he stared at more pillows, giving the appearance someone was lying there when it was distressingly empty. He dashed from Melanie's room toward the master suite on the opposite end of the second floor. When they first moved in, Alexander had been uneasy that her room was so far away, but she picked it out as hers, wanting to be able to wake up in the morning and look at the lake on their property. Plus, it gave him and his wife some privacy. Now, a troubled feeling settled in his stomach, heat rolling through his body. Entering the master bedroom, he prayed Melanie had simply crawled into bed with Olivia in the middle of the night, although she hadn't done that for quite some time. He stepped closer to the bed, his eyes falling on Olivia's sleeping form. Melanie wasn't there. The ache in his chest grew as he ran out of the room. The dog glanced up briefly from his bed in the corner, then returned to snoring. Frantic, Alexander tore through every room on the second floor, searching for any sign of Melanie. Each was dark, as unused as they were the day they moved in. No, 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 he murmured, storming through the hallway and down the stairs. He hoped he was simply overreacting. But given the strange events of the past 24 hours, he had a feeling something terrible had happened. Melanie, he exclaimed as he searched the first floor, opening every door, all the rooms empty and devoid of any sign of his daughter. Where are you? The fun's over. You're worrying, Daddy? He strode back to the center of their home, the living room. He glanced out the rear windows at the massive, snow-covered lawn. If she were a few years older, he'd think maybe she snuck out with her friends. But he knew that wasn't the case. There was no way she could have left the house without the security system remotely alerting him to it. Still, he couldn't leave any stone unturned. He darted out the back door, running toward the guest house located by a small lake on the rear of their property. He hoped she hadn't ignored his warnings and decided to go for an early morning skate on the ice that still hadn't frozen completely. Cresting over a small hill, his eyes settled on the lake, topped with a thin layer of ice and a light dusting of snow. It appeared as undisturbed as it had the previous day. Turning around and gazing back at the house, he looked over the snow-covered grass. Apart from his, there was no sign of footsteps in the white powder. He struggled to breathe, his world spinning around him as he called out Melanie's name over and over, to no avail. In the stillness of dawn, his voice echoed against the void. No sign of life, apart from the occasional squirrel or bird that had yet to fly south for the winter. Refusing to think the worst, he raced back inside, a knot forming in his throat when he entered the living room. The house was as still as it was when he arrived home this morning. His eyes fell on the broken frames and scattering of flowers in the entryway. With slow steps, he walked into the rotunda and toward the front door, picking up one of the photos. He should have known the disarray wasn't because of the cat. He ran his fingers over the black and white photo, his heart aching as he stared at the image of Melanie and Olivia rolling around on the sand at their beach house this past summer. He could see himself just off to the side, files scattered around him as he spoke on the phone, completely ignoring his family, just like his father. "Alex," Olivia said, her voice fraught with worry. He spun around to see her rushing down the steps, her gaze lingering on the broken frames and disheveled floral arrangement. Her face was ashen, her chest heaving as she frantically tried to tie her long silk robe around her body, her fingers fumbling with the sash. "What's going on?" "It's Melanie." He pushed past her, refusing to believe his worst nightmare had come true. "She's not in her room." With hurried steps, he searched the bottom floor again, wondering how she could just disappear without anyone hearing anything. It was completely absurd to think that 3 people needed a house this big. There was too much space, too much distance, too much opportunity for something like this to happen. "What do you mean?" Olivia asked with a quiver in her voice, her eyes glued to Alexander as he searched every nook and crevice for any sign of his little girl. With each empty room, the ache in his heart and throat grew more pronounced. "She has to be here," she cried, following him up the stairs. Methodically, he walked through all the rooms on the top floor again, checking the closets, looking underneath the beds, pulling back the drapes. All he kept thinking was this couldn't be happening, that she'd jump out and surprise him any second. The seconds turned into minutes, the minutes into almost an hour, with still no sign of his little girl. The truth of the situation washed over him like a storm as he pulled his phone out of his pocket. The sound of toys clattering together caught his attention. He headed down the hallway, hope building in his chest as he turned the corner. Olivia sat in Melanie's room, dumping out bins full of toys, which she probably hadn't touched in months, if not years. Deflated, he went to her. "Olivia," he said in a calming tone. The nagging voice in his head told him this never would have happened had he come home last night. He didn't know what this was yet, but he couldn't ignore his gut telling him Melanie had been taken. The bear in the hallway, the floral centerpiece knocked to the ground, the broken picture frames on the entryway table, all signs of a struggle. "Olivia," he called out again as she continued ripping through Melanie's room. "Please, Olivia, stop." His voice was forceful. He hated to see her hurting like this, knowing he should have been here to prevent it. "Please," he added with a tremble, placing his hands on her arms to stop her from continuing her futile search. This all seemed like a bad dream, like he was watching a movie of someone else's tormented life. "She has to be here," Olivia wailed, pushing against him and sliding down the wall next to the window. She pulled her knees to her chest and buried her head against her legs. There was no way to know precisely how long Melanie had been gone. Each second counted, and Alexander wanted nothing more than to use every resource and skill he possessed to find the person responsible. But he couldn't leave his wife to cope with her pain alone. His head hanging, he took measured steps and lowered himself to the ground beside Olivia, wrapping her in his arms. He pulled her close and kissed the top of her head. The faint scent of vanilla made its way to his nose, placating his own fear and turmoil for a brief moment. Their relationship had been fraught with ups and downs from the very beginning, the result of them both being strong-willed and stubborn. But no matter the obstacle, no matter the hurdle, they survived. They found strength in each other. Yes, Olivia needed Alexander to get through this horrific tragedy, but he needed her just as much. "We'll get through this, love," he assured her, his voice barely audible. "I promise you, I'll call the police and get Martin out here immediately. It could be nothing. She may just be hiding," he added, his words unconvincing. Despite not wanting to think the worst, in his heart, he knew his little girl had been taken. "I was having trouble sleeping without you, so I took some cold syrup." She lifted her head, meeting his eyes. She bit her lip, her chin quivering. "I never should have. If I hadn't, maybe I would have heard." "Shh." He hugged her tighter. She wasn't the one to blame here. If anyone was, Alexander felt he needed to shoulder that burden. On their wedding day, he vowed to protect his family, to always put them first. Looking around Melanie's vacant room, A dozen different scenarios about where she was and who could be responsible circling through his head. He realized he had turned into his father. Don't think about any of that. He kissed her head once more, feeling so violated at the notion that someone had come into his home, into his sanctuary, and took his world. The dread and unease he had felt since pulling back the comforter on Melanie's bed quickly turned to anger. His body tensed, his jaw clenched, the vein in his neck pulsed. His voice turned into an animalistic growl. "I'll find her, and when I do, whoever took her is going to pay for what they've done." Chapter 11, December 19th, 9:30 a.m. Alexander's head was cloudy as his house became a beehive of activity. Martin had arrived almost immediately and began touching base with the parents of all Melanie's friends, getting word out that she was missing. Police and crime scene techs swarmed the formerly quiet house, snapping photos and dusting for prints, while Olivia and Alexander answered question after question. He grew irritated as the seconds ticked by and the questions became more and more ridiculous. He was wasting precious time when he could be out there trying to find his daughter. He kept glancing at the front door, waiting for her to magically reappear. He knew she was gone, but that didn't stop him from checking each room in his house over and over again. "Sorry to interrupt," a man said, approaching where they stood in the formal living room speaking to a local detective. Alexander looked up, observing he was of average height and build, had short, sandy hair, and the expression on his face was a dead giveaway for someone in law enforcement. Alexander had been around it his entire life and could pick a cop out of a lineup. "My name is Agent Moretti." He flipped open his wallet and showed his ID and badge. "I work for the FBI out of the field office in Boston. When the local LEOs got the call about a possible missing child, they notified our office since the FBI has a bit of expertise in this area. And due to the probability this will turn into a media frenzy since you're a high-profile target." High-profile target was all Alexander heard, as if saying it were his fault Melanie was in this dangerous situation. Crossing his arms over his chest, he widened his stance and peered down at Agent Moretti. Alexander was used to being the one asking questions and calling the shots. The combination of his tall, muscular body and his decisive demeanor intimidated most people. However, it seemed this agent was not most people. He didn't draw back or blink. His eye contact and stature remained steady, unwavering. There was a smugness about him. He'd barely spoken a word to Alexander, but he already didn't like him. "How can we help, Agent Moretti?" Olivia asked, stepping in front of Alexander. She placed a hand on his arm, silently telling him to play nice for the sake of their daughter. "I overheard you talking about your security system here." "Yes," Alexander replied, taking charge, ignoring the agent's pompous demeanor. He had to remind himself this agent was here to help, that the FBI had a great deal of expertise in finding missing children. He needed to put his ego aside for a minute and answer every question. It might just bring Melanie back, like I was telling the detective here. He gestured to the local police officer he had been speaking with before Agent Moretti interrupted. "Everyone who lives here or has access to this house has their own unique code. They enter on a keypad before placing their thumbprint on the pad. The code and thumbprint must match before anyone can enter. A keypad and scanner are located at every entry point to the house: the front door, rear door, and garage. When the system is armed, all the windows have sensors that will trigger the alarm if any amount of pressure is applied. I noticed a few small cameras mounted at various points on the exterior of the house. I assume this is all part of your system." "Yes." Agent Moretti jotted a few notes in his pad, nodding. "Sounds like quite the setup," he mused. Alexander didn't respond. He didn't appreciate Moretti's backhanded accusation that even the best security system around wasn't enough. "Well, I suppose there's no such thing as being too cautious in your line of work. What does all of this have to do with finding my daughter?" Olivia interrupted. She shifted from foot to foot as she kept glancing at the large clock hanging on the wall. Alexander knew what she was thinking. Melanie had been gone for hours, and it seemed as if nothing was getting done, that they weren't moving fast enough. "I understand how difficult this is for you, Mrs. Burnham," Agent Moretti began in a tone that was borderline condescending. "Don't give us that speech," Alexander shot back. He imagined Moretti had given the same one to countless other families desperate for answers, grasping at any bit of information in the hopes of finding their loved one. He wondered how many of the cases Moretti worked on had a happy ending. "Just tell us how you intend to find our daughter." Flipping his notepad closed, Moretti shoved it into his jacket pocket. "I've called in the rest of the regional card team." "Card team?" Olivia asked, her brows furrowed. "Child abduction. Rapid deployment team," Moretti answered, meeting Olivia's concerned eyes. "I'm leading them. The rest of my people will be on site within the hour. In the meantime, I'm trying to gather as much information as possible to get a jump start on finding your daughter." He turned to face Alexander. "Now, these exterior cameras of yours, do they record?" He raised his eyebrows. "Yes. Can we take a look at the footage? One of my men has been going through it all morning. He hasn't found anything yet. Nevertheless, I'd like to take a look at it." Alexander widened his stance and glared at Moretti. It was ludicrous to think this FBI agent would be able to see something in those video feeds he or his employees couldn't. They had advanced training far beyond anything they taught at the academy. "Need I remind you that, if need be, I can get a court order for it? It's in your best interest to cooperate with this investigation. I wouldn't want word to get out that the father of a missing girl refused to cooperate with the FBI. I don't think it would be very good for your public image." Alexander's nostrils flared at his insinuation. "This way," he answered with a clenched jaw, leading Agent Moretti out of the living area and down the long corridor toward his private home office. "Sir," Martin said as the two men entered the circular room, large windows overlooking a massive expanse of Alexander's snow-covered property. An oversized cherrywood desk sat in the center, built-in bookshelves boasting a wide variety of hardcover books behind it. Placed on end tables beside a large leather sofa were photos of Alexander throughout the years, with his family growing up. High school graduation, in his navy whites, in some desert in the Middle East, with Olivia and Melanie. The photos showed the progression his life had taken from a troubled boy to a SEAL, then to a man who finally had everything, until it was ripped away from him last night. "I'm still going through all the footage," Martin explained. "I haven't found anything yet. Since we don't have a precise window, it could take some time." Nodding, Alexander said, "Martin, this is Agent Moretti from the FBI. Agent Moretti, this is Martin. He works for me." "Pleasure to meet you," Martin said, extending his hand. "Likewise." Moretti took Martin's outstretched hand. "If you don't mind, I'd like to take over from here." "Thank you," he said in dismissal. Alexander opened his mouth, about to chastise Moretti for ordering his employee around, but stopped. It was becoming more and more difficult to be cooperative. He had to keep telling himself to play along with Moretti's game in the hopes of finding Melanie. Meeting Martin's eyes, Alexander nodded. "Go check on my mother and Olivia. Make sure they're okay." "Yes, sir." He stood from the desk and walked out of the office. Agent Moretti watching him every step of the way until the click of the door sounded in the silent room. Moretti pivoted and looked at Alexander with an arrogance he would have given anything to smack off his face. Alexander didn't want to read too much into it, but he couldn't shake the feeling Moretti enjoyed some sort of sick satisfaction from ordering Alexander and his employees around. "Let me ask you," the agent started, meandering through the office as if it were his, and Alexander were an unwelcome guest. "You're a pretty high-profile guy. You work in a kind of business where it's probably easier for you to make enemies than friends." Alexander remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with his assessment. Moretti picked up a small, silver-framed photo of Melanie on her first day of kindergarten a few years ago. She wore a frilly, pastel-striped skirt with white tights, a pink t-shirt, and purple Converse. Her curly brown hair was pulled into two pigtails high up on each side of her head, and she was grinning a brilliant, toothy smile. For the first time since realizing she was missing, Alexander felt her absence. He had been in work mode all morning, trying to fix what had been done. Now that he had a minute, the reality that Melanie was gone started to sink in. She wasn't simply over at a friend's or in school. She had vanished into thin air. A pain unlike any other settled in his chest, and Alexander tried to keep from breaking down in front of the agent. "Piss anyone off lately?" Moretti asked. Taking a breath, Alexander pinched his lips together, seething. "Agent Moretti," he began in a steady voice. "With all due respect, that's not really any of your fucking business. With all due respect, Mr. Burnham, it is my business. Everything about you is my business right now. Your daughter is missing, and you think I'm to blame?" His voice grew louder, his ears turning red. "I didn't. Don't you think I've thought about that fuck all morning? That's all I've been able to think about since the day Melanie was born. I've been worried sick someone who's been on the receiving end of one of my company's contracts would be pissed off enough to hurt her. And me in the process. That's why we moved out of the city. That's why we have more security measures in place than most politicians and diplomats." For crying out loud, Alexander ran his hands through his hair, tugging at it. He wasn't thinking clearly. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, the guilt, the blame, everything. Reaching into the holster under his blazer, he pulled out a pistol and raised it. Moretti's eyes widened as he quickly reacted, drawing his own weapon. For the first time, Alexander saw something other than the sanctimonious, judgmental expression on the agent's face. As they stood just a few feet apart, their guns pointed at each other. He saw a hint of fear and uncertainty. Shifting his aim, Alexander fired the weapon over Moretti's shoulder, hitting the window behind him. Moretti flinched, instinctively covering his head. "You see that?" Alexander roared. Moretti spun around, looking at the pane of glass, a bullet lodged in it. Bulletproof glass. Alexander bellowed, taking several cautious steps toward Moretti. "Bulletproof fucking glass in a house where I'm supposed to raise my daughter." His voice turned despondent, a lump forming in his throat. "Because of me, she doesn't get to live a normal life. So, to answer your question, yes, I've pissed off a lot of people. The list of possible suspects in my head is a mile long, and every single one would have enough training and expertise to carry out this kind of thing. So if you don't mind, instead of answering pointless questions, I'd like to get out there and find my daughter." "Everything okay in here?" Martin asked, peeking his head into the room. A few officers behind him with their weapons drawn. "Yes, everything's fine." Alexander didn't look his way, keeping his eyes narrowed on Moretti. "Agent Moretti," one of the officers asked. Several intense moments passed, amplified by the ticking of the clock on the wall. Moretti appeared relatively unfazed by Alexander's emotional outburst. Alexander knew his type. Hell, he was his type. Controlled, scrupulous, attentive, typically devoid of emotion, except when it came to those he cared about and loved. Alexander's normally hard exterior had cracks only Olivia and Melanie could seep into. In his professional life, no one questioned him. He ran his company as he saw fit. What he said was law. But here, in the office of his house, Agent Moretti glaring at him with a look that confirmed his original suspicion that Melanie's disappearance was all his fault. Alexander felt weak. Worse, he felt just as guilty as the man who actually took his daughter. "Everything's fine, gentlemen," Moretti finally answered. "Yes, sir." Martin hesitated, then closed the door to the office, leaving the two men once more. "Let's look at the camera feed." Agent Moretti interrupted their stare down. "Fine." Both men put their weapons in their holsters and walked to the desk. Alexander sat in the chair, his eyes scanning the camera feeds on his laptop. Sensing a presence over his shoulder, he glanced behind him to see Agent Moretti hovering. His eyes focused on him and not the laptop screen. "My company provides security services for a variety of clients," Alexander explained, trying to clear the tension. If he didn't know any better, based on the agent's demeanor, he'd think he was a suspect. "We have a patent on our own top-of-the-line security system, which is what's been installed here. Security cameras are wired directly into the house's electrical, but there's also a battery backup that will automatically switch on in the case of a cut wire or loss of power. The cameras operate independently of the alarm system, so even if that goes down for any reason, The cameras still run. Clients can log in at any time from wherever they are to see real-time video feeds. We maintain a server containing all archived video feeds that can be accessed upon request. And that's what we're looking at here, Moretti asked, eyeing Alexander as if he were waiting for him to snap again. Yes, this is all the exterior cameras from last night, starting at 1800 hours. And where were you last night? After a brief moment of hesitation, Alexander admitted, at my office working on a few things. What specifically? As I'm sure you can understand, the nature of most of my business is classified, refusing to turn around. Alexander continued staring at the laptop screen, keeping his eyes peeled for anything unusual. I can certainly appreciate that, Moretti offered, but it could be relevant to your daughter's disappearance. Do you typically work late? Especially on a Friday. My office was pretty much a ghost town yesterday afternoon. Something came up that required my immediate attention. So you stayed late? Yes, Alexander answered with a clenched jaw. Leaving your wife and daughter alone in this big house? I leave them nearly every day when I go to work, he responded, struggling to control his temper. I get called in at odd times on a regular basis. This was no different. Agent Moretti paced behind him, studying the books on the shelves. I'm sure the card team is on scene as we speak, probably going through a timeline of the past 24 hours with your wife. I just hope both your story and hers match up. What are you saying? Alexander spun around in his chair, his nostrils flaring. Heat flashed through his body at the agent's insinuations. In missing persons cases, usually those closest to the victim were suspected. No one was ruled out, even parents. But Alexander couldn't imagine how any parent could cause their own child harm. Mr. Burnham, it's been my experience that what the layperson believes to be an insignificant detail, such as what one was working on at the office, could be the clue needed to find and bring home a loved one. His eyes narrowed. And isn't that what you want? Don't you want to find your daughter? Of course I do, Alexander roared. What kind of question is that? He shot up from his chair, towering over Agent Moretti by a good 6 inches. Then prove it, he hissed, standing his ground, his fierce expression unwavering. He glared at Alexander, leaning into him, clenching his fists. Alexander fought the urge to take his aggression out on him and use him as a punching bag. Agent Moretti had a disdainful attitude toward him, and he had no idea why. But what if Moretti was right? What if Melanie's disappearance was connected to Misha's death? Alexander didn't see how, but the more time they wasted arguing, the less time he would have to find his daughter. Sighing, he lowered himself back into his chair, returning his attention to the security camera feed. He pressed a button on the keyboard to speed the video up. Just before 3 Friday morning, I got a call from my brother-in-law. Detective Wilder, correct? There are 2 Detective Wilders, he reminded Moretti. One being your sister. She retired from the police force, didn't she? How do you seem to already know so much about my family? Alexander asked, a bit wary. I take every case I get called on very seriously. While the local LEOs were looking through your house for physical evidence, I was doing my research on your family to see if anything in your history stood out. Based on what I was able to ascertain, I'm in complete agreement with your earlier assessment. You've made quite a few enemies. Dave Wilder is my brother-in-law, Alexander answered, ignoring Moretti's last statement. He's the lead homicide detective for the city. And what did he want so early? He asked me to meet him in Southie. Such a shame to leave your comfortable house in Dover for the slums of Southie. Don't you think? There was a hint of venom in his tone. I've been to worse places during my time in the Navy, making barely $3,000 a month after I first enlisted. But you rose in the ranks fairly quickly, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken, you were a commander when you left, weren't you? And in what branch did you serve? Alexander spit out. I went into the police academy right out of college. I'm still paying back those student loans. I didn't have the money to just pay for college up front. He glared at Alexander before continuing. Now, why did Detective Wilder ask you to meet him in Southie? He wanted to show me something. And what was that? Alexander hesitated briefly, reluctant to get Dave in trouble for his breach of protocol. However, the game had changed. If this information helped find Melanie, it was a chance he had to take. A body was found in an old fishing warehouse. Why did he call you about it? Because it was a friend. Misha Tate. His solemn voice wavered slightly as he recalled staring at the badly bruised and barely recognizable face of his friend's sister. I heard about that on the news. Another one of the Castle Island killer's victims, right? I suppose. Except Misha didn't exactly fit the profile. Something about the entire situation seemed off to me. I couldn't help but think it was a copycat. Even after Dave assured me there were details of the case not shared with the general public that Misha's body had, letting out a breath through tight lips. He shook his head. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't. So I went into the office yesterday to see what I could dig up. Like you, I like to do my research. I spent hours poring over every detail of Misha's life, looking for something that could point me in the right direction. Is there anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts? He flung his eyes to Agent Moretti, fire in his gaze. I apologize. Mr. Burnham, it's protocol. We have to account for the whereabouts of everyone close to the girl. Running his hand over his weary face, he nodded. My secretary could, as well as Martin. Martin. The fellow who was just in here. Agent Moretti took out his pad and began scribbling in it. What's his relationship to you? I've known him practically my entire life. He was my father's right-hand man when he was alive. After his death, Martin stepped in to temporarily run the company before I decided to leave the Navy and take over. And how did Martin feel about that? His interest peaked. He put his notepad back into his pocket, his attention devoted to Alexander once more. It must have been difficult for him to hand things over to you. Don't you think? Hell, if I had been working for someone for years, essentially being groomed to run things, and someone who never exhibited any interest in having anything to do with the day-to-day operations suddenly came back and took over, I might get a little upset. In fact, I'd be fucking livid. Alexander opened his mouth, bewildered at how this agent seemed to know all the tiny details of his life, things very few people knew. Like I said, I did my research on you. He gave a contemptuous smile. Martin's not like that, Alexander explained. He never wanted to run the company. He just stepped in for the time being while my mom convinced me that my father wanted the business to stay in the family. Martin was the only one who could fill my father's shoes at the time. He was the only one who knew where all the bodies were buried, so to speak. To this day, he's still the only one, besides me and my brother. So you and your brother both run the company now, correct? More or less. We have different skills. Tyler is more interested in expanding our humanitarian presence in areas that need help. Alexander trailed off, thinking how much his brother reminded him of Landon. They both bent over backwards to help some of the most vulnerable people in the world. Tyler devoted endless resources to people whose countries had all but forgotten about them. Landon opened Alexander's eyes to the potential impact his company's vast resources could have. Now, Tyler carried on that legacy. It's a bit ironic, isn't it? Agent Moretti cut through his thoughts. What's that? Some of the people you try to help could be running from the very same armies your men have trained. We never get involved in areas of internal conflict, he insisted. We provide resources after armed conflict to help stabilize the region. That may be true, but your company's contractors have trained armies in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Africa, just to name a few. There's always conflict. What does any of this have to do with finding my daughter? Alexander asked, losing the little patience he had left. It could all be related. Now back to Martin. What's his official title with your company? Operations Vice President. And what does that entail? Everything, really. Whenever I need something, he's the person I go to. Including a ride. Alexander shot his eyes to him. What do you mean? Operations Vice President sounds like a rather embellished title for someone who seems to be just a chauffeur. To go from being interim president of the company to driving around the new president must have been difficult. He's not just my chauffeur, Alexander hissed. If he were, do you think he'd be the only one who knows everything about the company? He's the only one who has full access to everything: files, cases, even this house. He's more than just my driver. He's more than just my right-hand man. Martin is family. When I came back to take over the company, Martin showed me the ropes. He helped mold me into the leader I am today. Still, Moretti shrugged. Sounds like he could be hiding some resentment. I know I would be. Thankfully, with all due respect, Martin is a bigger man than it sounds like you are. Agent Moretti, I suppose you're right, he retorted. Everything about him condescending. So your secretary and Martin could both vouch for your presence in your office from the time you arrived until the time you left. Yes. Well, not the whole time. My secretary left at 5. I fell asleep a little bit after that. I was tired from having been up most of the night. When I woke up, it was after 10. At which point you decided to continue working instead of come home, he said, very matter-of-factly. Yes, Alexander agreed, bending the truth. He did go back to work. That he left the office to search for another ghost of his past was none of Moretti's business. And what time did you arrive home? Around 7 this morning? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Not at first. I parked my car in the garage and entered the house through the kitchen. The entrance from the garage has the same security as the other exterior doors, correct? Yes, it has the same keypad and thumbprint scanner as the other doors. The house was quiet. There were a few ornaments scattered on the floor, but that's usual around here. We have a cat who thinks Christmas ornaments are toys. My ex-girlfriend had a cat. I'm convinced the thing tried to kill me in my sleep on a nightly basis. Alexander gave him a congenial smile. Not surprised he was single. He pictured him treating everyone with the same respect he gave him, which was none. Anything else appear out of place? Nodding. He continued recounting the morning's events. If you recall, just past the living room is a large rotunda entryway. Olivia always keeps a floral arrangement on a table in the center. It was knocked onto the floor, as were some of the pictures from the smaller entryway table. As I headed up the stairs, I saw Melanie's bear in the hallway outside her room. And none of that raised any red flags with you, he asked, lifting an eyebrow and cocking his head. It wasn't until I pulled the covers back on her bed and saw it was empty that I put 2 and 2 together. Until that point, I just thought our cat had decided to cause a ruckus and that Melanie had left her bear in the hallway. She's a typical 8-year-old who tends to leave her things all over the house. And your wife didn't hear anything. This house is over 8,000 square feet. It's not her fault she didn't hear any sort of commotion, Alexander said defensively. He didn't want to say anything about Olivia taking some cold syrup to help her fall asleep. Then Moretti would pry into why she had trouble sleeping to find another reason this was all Alexander's fault. When you realized Melanie was missing, what did you do? After searching every inch of this property, I called Martin. How did he react when you told him what was going on? Agent Moretti asked, his intrigue increasing. Alexander eyed him with renewed skepticism. Why does it matter? Humor me, he smirked. I didn't tell him at first. I just told him I needed him to come over to the house right away. Standing back, Moretti widened his stance, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I thought you told him everything, that he was your right-hand man. If he's your sole confidant, why didn't you confide in him immediately? Wouldn't you want him to do everything he could to help find your daughter? Why did you keep that information from him all the time? It took him to drive over here. Because Alexander slammed his fist on the desk, his face flaming. All his training to remain calm and focused during interrogation-type settings had been forgotten. This wasn't just him keeping information out of the hands of the enemy. This was so much bigger. His entire world was at risk and this agent was doing nothing, except making everyone seem like a suspect when the real culprit was out there somewhere with his daughter. With each breath Alexander took, he feared Melanie could be taking her last, and the lack of action on Agent Moretti's part frustrated him to no end. Because saying it out loud would make it seem real. Because I should have been home last night instead of chasing down a theory on a case that may turn out to be completely pointless. Because I know it's my fault. Melanie's gone. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to look through these camera feeds to see if we can find something. Alexander's voice rang out in the room for what seemed like an eternity. Then a heavy silence settled between the two men. Agent Moretti remained standing over his shoulder as Alexander continued scanning through the camera feeds. He tried to unclench his jaw and relax his shoulders, but he couldn't. My apologies, Mr. Burnham. I didn't mean anything by— Yes, you did, Alexander shot back. I don't need you reminding me of what I already know. He kept his eyes glued to the laptop screen, watching the timecode on the camera feeds race by. He had scanned through hours of footage with no sign of anything suspicious. Every so often, a raccoon would scurry across the cobblestone driveway. The only sound in the room was that of Moretti's heavy breathing, coupled with the occasional throat clearing that grated on Alexander's nerves. Each one was a little louder, a little more obnoxious. Just as Alexander was about to lose it and kick him out of the room, there was a subtle knock on the door. "Come in," Moretti called out, as if it were his office. Alexander turned to glare at him. Then something on the screen caught his attention. If he hadn't paused the video when he heard the knock, he probably never would have noticed it. He had been focused solely on looking for some dark figure approaching one of the entrances. What he failed to take into account was the probability that this was a very well thought-out plan requiring months of preparation. A man wearing an FBI jacket, jeans, and glasses peeked into the room. "Agent Moretti." Alexander looked up briefly before returning his attention to the screen in front of him, trying to hide his interest. He caught his lip between his teeth, rewinding the camera feeds in slow motion to see if his hunch was right. "Yes." "What is it?" Alexander overheard Moretti inquire in the background. His attention remained fixed to the laptop screen, continuing to rewind and fast-forward through the camera feed, jotting down the time code displayed: 01236, 001750, 002304, 02818. 5 minutes and 14 seconds, he whispered. Starting at just before midnight, there was a skip in the video every 5 minutes and 14 seconds. During each of those 5-minute intervals, a raccoon ran across the driveway at the same exact place. He didn't think it possible, but someone was able to manipulate the video feed to set it on a loop. There were only 2 or 3 people who could even log on and access the server. "We've been in touch with the tech team at Mr. Burnham's security firm," the agent told Moretti. "They've granted our team access to the system information from last night to see if we can find anything suspicious." "I already checked the system myself," Alexander interrupted. "There were no entries at all. The system logs every time someone uses their unique code and fingerprint to enter. In cases like these, where the victim usually knows the suspect, we like to control everything." Moretti explained. "Someone may have been able to pull this off because they had access to your system and were able to manipulate it." He turned back to the agent. "What did you come up with?" "It took a bit of digging. There were a few entries over the past 24 hours, but nothing after 1800 hours last night, which is about the same time Mrs. Burnham confirmed she arrived home with her daughter after taking her ice skating. We looked into the database that logs all these entries to see if there were any irregularities. And were there? At first glance, no. But you found something, didn't you?" The FBI agent looked at Alexander, hesitating briefly, then back to Moretti. "Yes. We found evidence that an entry into the house had been deleted from the system. At approximately 33 minutes past midnight this morning, someone gained access to the house through the front door. The code and fingerprint used belonged to one Leroy Martin." Chapter 12, December 19th, 10:15 a.m. In a daze, Alexander walked calmly and deliberately down the long corridor to the living room. He wanted to believe it was just someone trying to point the finger at Martin, but how could he argue with the fact that his code and thumbprint were used to gain entry, then deleted? His footsteps seemed to thunder in his head, the sound of hurried voices in the living room like crashing waves against the shore. Agent Moretti's words echoed in his mind as he struggled to think clearly. What if he was right? What if Martin was bitter when Alexander left the Navy to take over the company? Did Martin really view everything Alexander had as something that should have been his for the past several years? He had encouraged Alexander to spend more time with his family and away from the office, saying he didn't want his work to consume his life like it had his father. Alexander had refused over and over again, thinking he was needed. Maybe this was Martin's final play in getting Alexander to step down. The living area was still buzzing with activity, but now there were even more people here. The uniform of the day seemed to be a navy blue jacket, FBI in big, bold letters on the back. Some agents snapped photos of every square inch of the house. Others hovered over a large table in the dining area, staring at a map. Alexander's eyes zeroed in on Martin standing in the corner, his arms wrapped around his mother, offering comfort. Heat rose in his body at the duplicity of it all. There he was, acting as if he were truly upset by Melanie's disappearance, when all the evidence pointed to him being the one responsible for it. Alexander's heart pounded when he saw him place a reassuring kiss on the top of his mother's platinum hair. All he could think was how he had been duped, how they all had. He put his trust in him, like his father had. But when Martin realized he'd never run the company, he decided to hit him where it hurt, by taking his daughter, then probably demanding a hefty ransom. Alexander strolled casually toward the fireplace. All the stockings hung by the chimney with care. His eyes caught Melanie's name on her stocking just to the left of where the man he had trusted with his life stood. Acting as if nothing were wrong, rage filled him. His vision became cloudy. His throat grew dry. His heart pounded in his ears. "Mr. Burnham, sir," Martin said, noticing him enter the living area. He stepped toward Alexander. "Is everything all right?" Alexander snapped at the fake worry etched on his face. Martin had him fooled. He had them all fooled. Reeling back, he delivered a powerful left hook to Martin's jaw, knocking him to the ground. Alexander vaguely heard his mother screaming at him that he'd lost his mind, but he ignored her. His head was a complete haze. He'd reverted back to his training. Shoot first, ask questions later. "Where is she?" he demanded, his eyes wild, vicious, untamed. "Where is who?" Martin responded, holding his jaw, caught off guard. Alexander pressed his shoe against Martin's throat, getting a twisted satisfaction out of watching him struggle for air as he grasped his leg. His face turned a shade of purple and red as he fought for every breath. Officers and other law enforcement officials attempted to disengage Alexander, but he remained steadfast. Their interrogation methods would be completely inept against someone like Martin, who had been trained to withstand some of the worst situations imaginable and still not disclose any information. He would keep them running around in circles, chasing down every false lead, while Melanie remained lost. Alexander couldn't let that happen. "Melanie," he roared through the lump in his throat. Every inch of him ached from not seeing it all sooner. "Your code and thumbprint were logged in when you came here last night. You tried to erase your tracks, but you failed to realize that nothing online is ever truly erased. Where is she?" His chest heaved as he stared into Martin's frightened and confused dark eyes, looking for a sign that proved he betrayed him, as all the evidence led him to believe. He was torn between wanting to do permanent damage to Martin for destroying his family and wanting to stop the pain he was causing him. Something about this didn't seem right. "Why would I take her?" Martin strained with labored breaths, his voice barely audible. "I've treated her like I would my own granddaughter. Do you think I haven't been affected by her disappearance? Because I have, Alex. All morning long. All I've thought was that I could have done something to prevent this from happening. The pain you're feeling, that Olivia's feeling, that your mother's feeling." Martin gasped as Alexander let up the pressure against his throat slightly, still keeping him trapped to the floor. "I feel it, too." Alexander didn't know what to think, what to believe, his emotions at war with his rationale. He knew Martin. Hell, he was a better father figure to him than his own father was. Martin had put his life on the line countless times to save Alexander. If he truly wanted to take over the company, why would he have done that? Still, Alexander couldn't ignore the hard evidence, the entry code, the thumbprint, the manipulation of the records. In a swift move, he grabbed Martin by the throat, picked him up, and pinned him against the wall, pulling his gun from his holster and holding it against the man's head. "Don't give me that sob story," he ground out. "You were pissed when I came back and took over my father's company, the company he had pretty much groomed you to run. You must have been planning this for months, maybe even years. Wait until I was distracted. Take Melanie, cover your tracks, then demand a hefty ransom in exchange for her safe return. All because you felt cheated out of my father's company. I never thought you'd be capable of such deceitfulness and spite, but I guess I was wrong about you." Alex, a stern voice yelled. Alexander snapped out of his hate-filled trance and looked at his mother, her dark eyes begging him to be reasonable. But all reason had left him the minute he walked into Melanie's empty bedroom. He needed answers, and he didn't care what he had to do to get them, including actions of questionable legality. I was nowhere near here last night, Martin explained. You can waste all the time you want blaming me, but it won't bring Melanie back. Then, where were you? He pressed his gun harder against Martin's head, completely ignoring the officers who now had their weapons pointed at him. They could threaten to shoot him all they wanted. He wasn't going to let up until he had answers. Opening his mouth to respond, Martin scanned the room and hesitated, as if he were trying to figure out his story. Tell me, Alexander bellowed, imploring him to come forward with an alibi. This man had stood by his side through everything. He had lost his daughter this morning. He didn't know if he could handle losing Martin, too. Martin swallowed hard, uncertainty in his gaze. Alexander pinched his lips together, his breathing labored, the gun in his hand like a ticking time bomb. His nostrils flaring, he begged, "Please, tell me." He was with me, Alexander's mother. Colleen answered, catching him off guard. He shot his eyes to her as she approached them, her murderous expression making him feel like a 4-year-old little boy instead of the 40-year-old man he was. Mothers had a habit of doing that. He could face some of the most vile and dangerous men who walk the earth, but put him in an interrogation room with his mother, and she'd have him singing like a canary in a coal mine in a matter of seconds, Ma struggling to hide his confusion. Alexander focused on his mother's eyes as she placed her hands on his biceps, trying to placate him. Martin was with me from around 11 last night to just after 7 this morning. Alexander's lips parted as he looked from his mother to Martin, then back at his mom again. He stepped back, lowering his pistol. What was he doing with you last night? I don't kiss and tell, dear, she answered sarcastically. I'm not so sure you'd be interested in the details. Alexander shot his eyes to Martin, who was readjusting his suit and rubbing his neck. He felt a pang of guilt when he saw the red bruise beginning to form. Martin shrugged, his expression offering him a silent apology. Alexander slumped onto the couch, defeated, as much as he didn't want to believe Martin was the one behind Melanie's disappearance. At least it was something. Now all he had was the knowledge that whoever did this was sly enough to obtain Martin's security code and thumbprint to gain entry into the house. He wanted to tell you years ago, but I wouldn't let him. Colleen explained. Years. This has been going on for... He shook his head. He's always been a good friend of the family. She continued. After your father passed, I found myself missing him more than I thought I would. In his line of work, I knew the probability of me outliving him was very high. But when I heard he was killed, I don't know. She sighed, joining Alexander on the couch, grabbing his hand in hers. I got through the funeral being the strong woman everyone thought me to be. But when the dust settled and I was surrounded by Thomas's ghost, I guess I just wanted to be able to share my pain with someone. Leroy and I, well, we mourned your father together. When I finally moved back to the Boston area after Melanie was born, what started out as a friendship based on shared grief blossomed into something neither one of us expected. I'm sorry I never said anything, sir, Martin offered in his normal, curt tone, his voice a little scratchy. I assure you my relationship with your mother has never interfered with my ability to carry out my responsibilities, and it never will. Alexander nodded, still in a daze as he processed this new information and how he'd never put the pieces together before. Shaking his head, he wrapped his arms around his mother. I'm happy for you, Ma, kissing her platinum hair. He pulled away and stood up, approaching Martin. For both of you. He offered his hand to Martin, who shook it. But if you hurt her, Alexander said in a low voice, gesturing to where he just had Martin pinned to the ground, gasping for air. That was just a taste of what you can expect to see from me. Sir? Martin nodded, then broke his composure briefly and gave Alexander a small smile. Mr. Burnham, Agent Moretti interrupted. If you two are done sorting this out, I'd like to get back to the investigation since Martin apparently has an alibi. He looked at Martin. We do need to speak to you about how someone could have obtained your security code and thumbprint. He stepped forward. I'm more than happy to answer any of your questions. I can also have my tech guy help with that, Alexander offered. He may be able to shine some light on the safeguards in place in our computer systems. I would certainly like to speak with him, as well. He pulled out his notepad again. What's his name? Alexander narrowed his gaze, cognizant of Moretti's thinking. Jamie Simpson. But I wouldn't waste your time investigating him. Yes, he has the expertise to hack into even the most stringent computer systems. But he has no motive. Plus, he was at the office all night working on a few things for me. That may be so, Moretti said. But I'd like to be the judge of whether or not he had anything to do with this. If what you say is true, I'm sure we can quickly cross him off our list. In the meantime, the rest of the card team is setting up the command center at an elementary school just down the street. They're already combing through hundreds of tips received from the Amber Alert. We have local agents going door to door, asking if anyone noticed anything suspicious last night. Door to door, Alexander interjected, his voice rising. That's your solution to finding my daughter, asking people if they've seen anything suspicious. I thought the FBI was supposed to be experts at this type of thing. He paced the room, tugging at his dark hair. He knew all these things were important, but he wanted answers. He wanted to know they were close to finding Melanie. Mr. Burnham, I assure you, we're exploring every avenue possible. Based on what we know so far, this was a meticulously planned abduction. To that end, I've been in contact with your publicist. We've agreed to go ahead with a press conference this afternoon. Both you and your wife will be present. Many times. It's the public's assistance that helps solve these cases, but we need to give them a reason to tear themselves away from their smartphones and keep their eyes peeled for your little girl. We need to make the public think of Melanie as their daughter, too, so they feel vested in her safe return. That's it. That's your genius plan. Have the public do your job for you. Ms. Burnham Moretti began. Do you think that will work? Olivia interrupted, squeezing Alexander's arm. When he shot his fiery gaze to hers, she gave him a pleading look. Reluctantly, he bit back his temper. It might not. Moretti answered truthfully, causing Alexander's frustration with him to rise. But, right now, we need to try everything to find your daughter. Do whatever you want, Alexander barked. But while you and your team waste time going door to door and setting up a command center, I'm going to do what you should be doing right now instead of drinking my coffee, and that's finding my daughter. He grabbed Olivia's hand, pulling her toward the garage. He didn't want to be in that house anymore. The memories of Melanie ripping him open. Her soul was carved in the wood frames. Her laughter was in the nails that held it together. Her spirit was in the air he breathed. Mr. Burnham, I must insist you stay out of the investigation, Agent Moretti ordered. Alexander spun around to face him, his eyes narrowed. You're personally involved and can't possibly act with a clear head, which could not only endanger your life and the lives of all the law enforcement officers here who are trained to find missing children, but it could put your own daughter's life at risk. Your best course is to remain out of sight and out of the way. All we need is for you to attend the press conference. Let your wife do all the speaking. She's a much more likable person than you are. Hold her hand. Rub her back if she cries. But under no circumstances should you conduct your own investigation. Alexander took several slow steps toward him, glowering. I'll play your little game, Agent Moretti. But there's nothing you can do to stop me from doing everything within my power to find my daughter. You're right. I am personally involved. Sometimes the only time you can get things done is when the stakes are high, and the stakes have never been higher, so I suggest you stay out of my way. He turned away from him, pulling Olivia with him. I can have you arrested for interfering with an ongoing police investigation, Moretti called after him. You'd get crucified by the media, he shouted over his shoulder. Pausing, he faced him once more. I can just see the headlines. FBI agent jails kidnap victim's father. I'm not so sure the boys in blue need any more bad publicity these days. Don't interfere with my work, and I won't interfere with yours. Moretti opened his mouth to respond, then snapped it shut. That's what I thought. Alexander spun around again, grabbing Olivia's hand and heading toward the garage. If you find anything, you'd better tell me, Moretti shouted, his authoritative tone waning as he made one last stand. Likewise, Alexander said, having no intention of following through on his promise. He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but something about Agent Moretti and his vast knowledge of his family's history didn't sit well with him. Like the agent said, everyone's a suspect until proven otherwise, including Moretti. Alex, slow down, Olivia ordered as he pulled her out of the house and through the garage. The large door was open, letting in the frigid winter air, while crime scene techs searched for evidence Alexander was certain they'd never find. Moretti was right. This was a thoroughly planned abduction. Whoever took Melanie wouldn't mess up and leave fingerprints or a hair fiber behind. Finally able to breathe again for the first time since entering the house this morning. Alexander stopped and drew Olivia into his arms, hugging her tight. He needed to feel something real, something tangible in a world that seemed to turn on its head in the matter of just a few hours. He kissed the top of her head, burying his face in her dark curls. Ever since the reality of what happened set in and their house became flooded with law enforcement, Olivia had been surprisingly composed. She had remained focused, just as Alexander had. Worried that one missed detail could mean the difference between finding Melanie and having to watch the sun fall this evening, praying she survived the cold night wherever she was. Now that they were alone and away from judgmental eyes, they could finally let go. They had been through many ups and downs over the course of their relationship, but through it all, even when the outcome looked bleak, they always found their way back to each other. But never before had they faced a storm of this magnitude. Alexander feared their love wouldn't be strong enough to survive the clouds shrouding their world with darkness. A sob reverberated in the still air, and Olivia clutched onto Alexander's back, squeezing with all her might. Her tall, slender body trembled uncontrollably. The flashing lights of the police cruisers an ominous background to her breakdown. Alexander wanted nothing more than to let out all the emotions he'd been forced to bottle up all morning. But he remained strong, being the rock of support Olivia needed. He wished he could say something that would assure her everything was going to be okay, but it would just be an empty promise. He had no way of knowing whether everything would work out, but he did know he was going to do everything within his power to fix this. I'm going to find her, he mumbled in a soft voice, swallowing the lump in his throat. I promise you, love. She pulled her head away from his chest and tilted it back, her brown eyes wet with tears. How? Alex, how are you going to find her? She covered her mouth as she struggled to breathe through her heavy cries. I don't know, he answered honestly, comforting her the only way he knew how, within the shelter of his arms. But I'm not going to leave any stone uncovered. She pulled away from him, wiping her tears. The FBI thinks it could have a connection to one of your company's contracts. Do you? I'm not ruling anything out, he replied. As much as I don't want to give that man any credit, it's a very strong possibility. I've pissed off a lot of people. He closed his eyes, letting out a breath as he considered the monumental task of narrowing down precisely who could have done this. Some of them certainly have enough training and resources to be able to orchestrate something like this. He held both her arms, staring deep into her brown eyes. His voice grew louder, more assured. I don't want you to worry. Olivia, I have just as much training and resources available, without the bureaucratic red tape the FBI has to deal with. I will find our daughter and bring her home. And when I do, we'll never have to worry about anything like this happening again. I promise you. He released her and stepped toward the SUV, opening the passenger door. Maybe I should stay here, she said, pulling her bottom lip between her teeth as she looked between Alexander and the door to the house, just in case she... Her breath hitched. Martin and my mother will take care of things around here. I already lost half my heart today. I'm not going to lose you, too, Alexander said forcefully, his voice almost a growl before his expression grew tender. Loving, reverent. Approaching her, he cupped her cheek. I don't know who took Melanie or why. I failed her by not being here when I should have been. I won't fail you, too. He placed a soft kiss on her nose and helped her into the SUV, then ran around to get behind the wheel. A heavy silence fell between them as Alexander drove down the long, tree-lined driveway and out the front gate, the police lights disappearing behind them. Olivia reached across the center console, resting her hand on his jean-clad leg, squeezing gently. Please don't blame yourself for this, she said, her voice no louder than a whisper. I don't know if I can do that, he answered, keeping his eyes glued to the road as the miles flew by, both of them probably thinking the same thing. Melanie could be anywhere. Chapter 13, December 19th, 11:30 a.m. No matter how hard Rain tried, she couldn't get warm. Rubbing her arms, she glanced around the two-story house where they were now holed up, the walls barren, the ceiling showing signs of water damage. Her eyes settled on Mark sitting at a table in the dining area. He appeared so relaxed, leaning back in his chair, his feet propped on the table, flipping between all the national news networks as they broadcast the same story. The abduction of the daughter of the man who owned one of the largest and most successful private security firms in the world. Rain should have felt a rush of satisfaction when the reporters commented about the irony of it all. Here was a man who was in the business of keeping people safe, yet he couldn't extend that luxury to his own daughter. She should have felt thrilled that she finally did something to make the man responsible for Landon's death feel the pain she'd endured for a year now. She should have felt at peace. But she didn't. Her stomach churned every time she glanced at the television and saw a photo of the girl they now had locked away in the cold, damp basement of wherever they were. Mark had it all planned out, down to having somewhere to keep the girl. Rain's suspicions that he had been wanting to do this for quite some time continued to mount with each passing second. He knew everything about Alexander and his family. He knew where they lived. He knew all the details of their security system. He knew how to access the online database and manipulate it. He even had the code and fingerprint to gain access to the house. It was as if he had been planning on doing this no matter what. So why did he need her? She felt duped and betrayed. She thought he truly understood her pain and grief. Instead, Mark used that to his advantage, preying on her vulnerability. Will you sit down already, Mark said, breaking through the stiff silence. You're making me nervous. Rain continued pacing. You should be nervous. Don't you feel just a hint of remorse that what we did was wrong? You mean what you did, he said in a condescending tone, picking up a newspaper and flipping through it. The Mark, sitting at the table as if he didn't have a care in the world, seemed like a completely different person. Rain began to wonder if she really knew him at all. I only got you inside the house. Anything you did there is all on you. Over the past few hours, as she waited nervously for him to announce their next move, jumping out of her skin every time the sound of police sirens approached. She had heard him quietly talking on his cell phone in a language she couldn't quite place. Ever since she'd met Mark, Rain had thought he was second-generation Greek, as he had led her to believe. He had olive-toned skin, dark hair, dark eyes, and no accent. Now, it was all different. Which never would have happened if you didn't push me, she retorted. Why did you care so much? What could you possibly gain out of me doing this? I've seen Alexander in action. He won't stop until he's turned over every rock, searched every abandoned warehouse, questioned every person who has any connection to him and his family. We may get away with this for a little while, but not for long. I don't need that long, he said in a sinister voice. Just enough time to get back what he has no right to. What do you mean? Rain asked, furrowing her brow as a heaviness set in her chest. Her limbs felt like they were chained to the floor, a weight preventing her from moving. Exactly what I said, he responded, barely looking up. He's wronged countless people over the years. It's my job to make it right. Why did you even involve me? It sounds like you were going to do something like this anyway. He glanced up. I needed someone who had been in that house before and knew exactly where the girl's bedroom was. Sure, I could have done it myself and figured it out. But as you saw tonight, The less time it took, the more likely we were to get away. And look at us. No one has a clue. Thanks to you. We were in and out of there in less than 5 minutes. Rain crept toward him, the room spinning around her. You used me, she declared, hurt, upset, and frustrated, but more at herself for falling for this kind of trap. She caught her reflection in a cracked, dusty mirror hanging on the wall. She should have known Mark wasn't who he said he was. How could someone as attractive as he be drawn to her? Her appearance had deteriorated over the months, the woman staring back at her a shell, physically and mentally, of who she once was. She had no redeeming qualities. She treated Mark like crap, yet he still came back to her over and over. She should have known he had an ulterior motive. No more than you used me to try to forget about your dead fiancé. It's been a year. Rain. He hissed with venom in his tone. Move on, he's not coming back. You can't compare the two, she shrieked. I used you for sex, to forget for a minute, not to commit a felony. Her lip trembled, wishing this were all just one big nightmare. How could she have been so blind? She was smarter than this. Landon had taught her to be extra cautious. He liked to see the good in people, but he also said the devil often disguised himself in sheep's clothes. She should have seen the signs earlier. Mark always seemed more interested in Landon and his line of work than her own past. At first, Rain thought he was offering her a shoulder to cry on, allowing her to reminisce about the times she had shared with Landon. Now that she knew the truth, that he used her to commit this horrible crime, it all made sense. You're just feeling a bit of remorse. It's completely normal after your first time. I was paranoid after my first time, too. He got up from the chair, slowly approaching Rain. She gaped at him, shocked that he could talk about this so nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. She wondered how many other felonies he had committed. You need to stop sweating the small stuff and look at the bigger picture here. He placed his hands on her arms and met her violet eyes. You can finally make peace with Landon's death. But his daughter, she pleaded softly. She did nothing wrong. Why does she have to suffer? An unfortunate casualty. But they need to be motivated to return what's been taken. If we didn't do this, they'd never see all the wrong they've done. They'll never think twice about changing their ways. What did he do? Rain asked, intrigued by the passion in Mark's voice. I've seen countless families torn apart. I don't have to explain to you how difficult it is to sit down to dinner and see an empty chair at the table. He grabbed her hands in his expression softened, his eyes pleading. Mr. Hyde had transformed back into Dr. Jekyll. Yes, I lied to you. Rain, I'm sorry I wasn't transparent with you from the beginning. I knew who you were. I followed Landon's story on the news. I kept tabs on you. I'd observed you from afar and knew you wouldn't talk to me if I just showed up on your doorstep. So I decided to go to the same grief counseling session you'd been attending. At first, my goal was just to find out more about Alexander Burnham. After all, you were engaged to his friend. Then something unexpected happened, he said, his voice becoming soft as he gazed upon her with all the tenderness and warmth Landon used to. What's that? She whispered, a lone tear falling down her cheek. He sighed, his taut stature relaxing. A smile spread across his full lips. I fell in love. You what? Her voice rose in pitch. She searched his eyes, unsure what to believe. This was a man who had admittedly used her to further his own personal vendetta. Could she really believe that he loved her? She didn't know. But damn it if she didn't miss the feeling of bliss that went with being loved. I don't expect you to believe a word that comes out of my mouth, Mark said, reading her mind. I wouldn't after everything I put you through. But you need to know you're loved, especially after all these months of thinking no one could ever care about you the way Landon did. I never had the pleasure of meeting him, but the way you've talked about him, I know he must have been special. I don't expect you to return these same feelings, but I thought, after everything you've been through, you deserve to know you're valued. He reached out, swiping at the tear falling down her cheek. That you're loved. Rain, I don't know what you want me to say, she responded, trying to regain her composure. The ache she had been living with grew dull for the first time in months. Maybe she was stuck in a rut because she refused to believe she deserved to move on. Perhaps Mark was right. Perhaps she did deserve to know her life still had value. "I don't know what to think right now," she admitted. Thoughts swirled in her head, some shouting at her that this was just another one of Mark's lies. She knew she shouldn't trust him, but part of her wanted to be loved again. Love was like a drug, and Rain was an addict who had gone so long without experiencing that unmistakable rush of euphoria. She was more than happy to overlook all of Mark's faults. "I know. I get it. And to prove I mean what I say." He took a deep breath, taking her hands in his. "If you want to turn me in, I'll take the fall for all this. Your name will never come up. Here." He released his hold on her hands and grabbed a cell phone from his pocket. "Go ahead and call it in. Right now, I'm willing to go to prison for the rest of my life to prove my words are true." She raised her eyebrows, staring at the smartphone as if it contained the launch codes for several destructive missiles. Rain wanted to do what was right, overwhelmed with hatred for everything that had been taken from her. She'd acted impulsively when she agreed to take the girl. Now, in the light of day, regret churned in her stomach. She thought she'd feel better knowing she hit Alexander where it hurt, but she didn't. Guilt for hurting one of Landon's friends consumed her. She feared her conscience would never be clear unless she did something to make it right. Torn, Rain glanced around the room. Her gaze settled on the television and she stared, listening intently to the reporter talk about a press conference scheduled in an hour's time where both Alexander and Olivia Burnham would appear to discuss their missing daughter. "How about this?" Mark said, noticing her rapt attention on the report. "Why don't you go to the press conference? Look into Alexander's eyes. See if you still feel the same remorse. If you do, go ahead and turn me in. If not, well, we'll get back to work. And if I turn you in," he shrugged, "no hard feelings. And I swear, your name will never come up." "You would do that for me?" He smiled at her, drawing her into his arms. "I told you, Rain, I love you. That's what people who love each other do. They put their loved one's needs ahead of their own." Cupping her cheeks, he brought her head toward his, kissing her forehead. She closed her eyes, relishing in Mark's proximity. The heat was so much more charged, more intense. "Now you'd better get going." A chill replaced the warmth, and she opened her eyes to see Mark heading toward the window and peering out at the street. She had a strange feeling that if she walked out that door, she'd never see him again. She didn't want to leave, but she needed to be at that press conference. She didn't know why. All she knew was something inside her pulled her toward Boston City Hall that gray Saturday morning. Maybe she needed to see their pain, know that Alexander was suffering just as she had. Then he'd understand. Retreating to the couch, she grabbed her coat and pulled it on, searching for her backpack. She could have sworn she dropped it beside the couch when they walked into the house in the middle of the night. Now, it was nowhere to be found. She retraced her steps, checking the bathroom and bedroom, banging drawers and cabinets shut in her futile search. She stormed back into the living area and ripped the cushions off the couch. "What's wrong?" Mark asked, turning around. "I can't find my bag. It was right here. I put the scarf Landon bought me in it, and now—" Her voice grew frantic. "What if I left it at—" She trailed off, the thought of having left her bag at Alexander's house churning her stomach. It wasn't because it could have been connected to her. It was because one of her last gifts from Landon was in it. "Relax. Rain." Mark approached her, rubbing her arms. "You fell asleep. I wanted to keep it in a safe place, just in case." He disappeared up the stairs as Rain tried to steady her nerves. A wave of relief washed over her when he returned with her bag in his hands, the scarf from Landon peeking out of the front pouch. "Better?" he asked, handing it over. "Much," she said, taking it from him and slinging it over her shoulder. "There's something in there for you, but promise me you won't peek until after the press conference and you've made up your mind." "What is it?" she asked, intrigued. It had been so long since anyone had given her a gift. "You'll just have to wait to find out," He winked, allowing a small smile to form on her lips. She nodded, then headed toward the door. Oh, and Rain. She looked over her shoulder at him. No matter what you choose, I'll still love you. Bathed in the warmth of his words, she beamed at him, then continued toward the back door, ignoring the cries for help emanating from the padlocked basement. Chapter 14, December 19th, 11:30 a.m. Are you going to get that? Olivia asked Alexander as she paced in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in his 29th floor penthouse office, looking down at the Boston city streets below. The phone had been ringing almost constantly since they arrived a half hour ago. The story of Melanie's abduction had hit the mid-morning news at both the local and national level. Alexander's publicist handled all the requests for an official statement, but that didn't stop acquaintances and work colleagues from calling him to personally offer their condolences and assistance. World leaders, diplomats, politicians, some of whom were on his list of possible suspects, each took him away from what he needed to focus on. After the 10th call in so many minutes, he simply ignored his phone, allowing it to ring over and over again. It was better than sitting in an uncomfortable, awkward silence. No, I'm not. He looked up and met Olivia's eyes briefly. His focus shifted to the large expanse of the city visible behind her, the office and everything in it disappearing. Helplessness washed over him as he stared at the large buildings and multitude of maze-like streets. His daughter could be anywhere, and he didn't even have so much as a small lead as to her whereabouts. He had scratched out a list of about a dozen people who he believed had the motive, means, and wherewithal to carry out such a crime, digging into their records to see if anything popped up. He had Simpson looking into whether he could track where Martin's log into the system came from last night. But it would take some time. Other than that, he was at the mercy of Agent Moretti and the card team's investigation. If Moretti had made any progress, he wasn't sharing the information with Alexander. Based on their conversation earlier in the day, he figured he was probably the last person Moretti would call. Can you at least turn the ringer off then? Olivia huffed. It's driving me crazy. Reaching for the phone on his desk, he slid the ringer off, silence falling over the room once more. Thank you. She let out a breath, crossing her arms over her stomach. She rubbed her biceps, warming herself, despite the fact his office felt like a sauna. Roaming the large space, she stopped and peered at framed photos hanging on the wall of Alexander and various diplomats, as if she had never seen them before. It was clear she was trying to think of anything other than their missing daughter. Alexander doubted that was possible. Sighing, he returned his tired eyes to the file in front of him, scanning the dossier of a former drug lord the DEA had contracted his company to track down and dispose of by any means necessary. A local liaison, who ended up being dirty, gave the drug lord a heads up, but not before Alexander's agents destroyed all his cocaine processing houses and coca plants. Millions and millions of dollars of product had been incinerated in the Colombian night air. The man was eventually put on trial and imprisoned, but had recently been granted parole. The circumstances behind it still vague. Even so, he was no more or less capable of pulling this off than every other person on Alexander's list of suspects. Sure, he had the motive and means to do this, particularly because kidnapping seemed to be this cartel's specialty, but it didn't fit. Alexander's gut told him he didn't do it. Granted, he had lost what most people would consider a small fortune, but he had taken a page out of Pablo Escobar's playbook and had buried the equivalent of the operating budget of a small country all over the place. Losing $100 million was just a drop in the bucket to this guy. What's all this? Olivia interrupted. What's all what? Alexander replied, not even looking up. He couldn't afford to waste a second of time. All these papers, she answered in an even tone, masking any trepidation or unease she felt about Melanie's disappearance. Alexander raised his head to see her flipping through the folder containing all the information he had been going through yesterday. Background checks on Misha. He answered through the pang of guilt in his chest. You never did invite her to Christmas, did you? Olivia inquired in a non-accusatory tone, but he couldn't help but hear the unspoken allegation in her voice. I meant to, but I know. Life got busy. She cast her eyes back to the papers, the rustling the only sound in the too quiet room. One holiday goes by, then another. Then it's been a year. At that point, it'll just seem strange to call out of the blue. I'm guilty of it, too. Her voice grew soft as she ran her fingers across the photo of Misha. Then Rain. Not anymore. Though, she added in a whisper. Not anymore, Alexander repeated, then hesitated, feeling as if he needed to be completely honest with his wife regarding the past 24 hours. Olivia, he began. Yes, she looked up. You remember Landon's fiancée, right? The redhead. Rain. This woman. Correct. She held up the photo, pointing to a beautiful, exuberant woman who appeared to not have a care in the world. He paused briefly as he stared into those haunting lilac eyes. I saw her yesterday. Olivia scrunched her eyebrows. Where? Here, he answered. Except I didn't realize it. I walked right past her as I headed into the building, but I didn't recognize her. He closed his eyes, warding off the guilt eating away at him. Lately, he had been carrying too much responsibility on his shoulders for what happened to Landon. And now Misha. Was it his fault Rain had spiraled downward? Too. She's thin, pale, almost looks like she came from a homeless shelter, which would probably be a step up from the squalor she now lives in. You've been to her house? Olivia stepped toward him, glued to his every word. Alexander nodded slightly. When I finally realized who she was, I tracked down her address to the slums of Dorchester. As if losing her fiancé wasn't bad enough, she lost everything else, too. Shaking his head, he let out a slow breath. He closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. When did I become like this? He looked at Olivia, pain in his eyes. When did I become my father? How did I let that happen? What do you mean, Alex? She walked toward him. Where is this coming from? Just something I've been thinking about the past few days, he admitted with a sigh. He rubbed his temples, then met her eyes. Until Dave called me down to that fishing warehouse in Southie. It had been months since I'd even thought of Landon or Misha, or Rain. You're extremely busy, Alex, Olivia offered in sympathy. He let out a humorless laugh. That's the same thing my mother used to tell me when I asked why Dad was never home. He let his work consume him. Looking at everything that's happened the past few days, all I can think is I've done the same thing. If I had been more involved, maybe Misha would still be alive and Rain wouldn't be living. You can't beat yourself up over this. Olivia grabbed his hands, kneeling in front of him. You are not your father. Do you work a lot? Yes, but I know it's because you care about what you do. You work hard so all your employees can provide for their families. But I couldn't even take the time to make sure Landon's fiancée was provided for. He raised his eyebrows. Alex, you did everything you could to make sure she'd be okay. You said so yourself. For weeks after the funeral, she wouldn't allow you in to even check on her. I could have pushed harder. I could have forced her to let me in. I guess I thought since I paid all that money for the bakery, she'd be okay. Olivia stood up and leaned on the corner of the desk, her brows furrowed. How did she end up living in Dorchester with all the money you gave her? Alexander shrugged. I have no idea. I checked her bank accounts and she barely has $20 to her name. She works, but her pay isn't much more than minimum wage. There's no record of her ever depositing the proceeds from the sale of the bakery. Did you mention any of this to Agent Moretti? What all this about Rain? Yeah, maybe there's a connection. It's a bit curious that Rain suddenly reappears in your life, after a year of intentionally shutting you out, just hours after her fiancé's sister is found brutally murdered, and just before your own daughter. She turned her head, unable to say the words. She took a steadying breath, then met Alexander's eyes once more. I just think maybe whoever did this might be closer to the family than we want to believe. Maybe, Alexander said, humoring her. Or maybe she was trying to come to terms with Misha's death, as well. She may have simply been revisiting the past, and that's why she was standing outside this building. I'm not so sure they teach computer hacking 101 in culinary school, Alexander added, trying not to sound too sarcastic. Olivia was simply trying to offer a fresh perspective, but being able to manipulate the company's online database, not to mention break through its firewall and various other security protocols, as well as have enough knowledge to somehow secure Martin's thumbprint required advanced training. While it had been a year since he had last spoken to Rain, he simply couldn't see her being able to pull something like this off. I know, but— Excuse me, Mr. Burnham, a voice said, interrupting Olivia. Mrs. Burnham. Simpson hurried into the room, carrying what appeared to be a rather large accordion file, placing it on the desk. Olivia took this as her cue to get up and head back to the sitting area of the office. Alexander felt a hint of remorse that he shot down her theory that Rain could have been behind Melanie's disappearance. But so could countless other people who would actually be able to carry out something like this. While Rain may have had the motive, she was lacking in the other criteria. Still, he made a mental note to dig a little more into her background. I'm sorry it took so long, but here's everything you requested on Vincent Moretti. Alexander raised his eyebrows. This is his file. Yes, sir. Well, his is relatively small. Model student all through high school. Went to a community college for 2 years. Then transferred to a state school. Studied criminology. Then went straight into the police academy. He graduated at the top of his class and worked as a beat cop before being promoted to a detective in the Family Justice Division. He was only there for a short period of time before being recruited by the FBI. All this before turning 30. Pretty impressive, if you ask me. Right, Alexander eyed him. Then what's the rest of this? Simpson paused for a beat. Turns out Vincent Moretti's father used to work here. Alexander's eyes widened. For the company? Yes, sir. In this office, as a matter of fact. I don't recall anyone with the last name Moretti working here. Was it before my time? He was here for a few months after you took over. And you wouldn't recall anyone with the last name Moretti. Vincent took his mother's maiden name when his parents divorced approximately 18 years ago. His father's name was Joseph Mulligan. Alexander flipped through the papers on his desk, allowing the information to soak in. That name sounds familiar, he commented. While he liked to think he knew everyone who worked for him, it simply wasn't possible. The company had offices all across the country and around the world, hiring hundreds of people from administration to field agents. He was shot approximately 6 months after you took over. He was on his way to his son's baseball game and was gunned down. A mob boss had put a hit out on him to prevent him from testifying in conjunction with one of his cases here. I'm still digging for details. Suffice it to say, Mulligan never made it to the baseball game. Alexander leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Everything began to make sense. So that's why this guy hates me. He thinks it's my fault his dad died. The second he got to my house, he acted like he had a permanent stick shoved up his ass. Returning his attention to the papers in front of him, he flipped through them before eyeing the time. Thanks for this, Simpson. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Certainly, sir. I understand how it looks as if I could be involved. Considering how your system was hacked into, like I told Agent Moretti, I'm more than happy to answer any questions and have an independent analyst go through all our computer systems. I appreciate that, Jamie. Alexander responded. I could be wrong, but my gut tells me you're not the type to do something like this. Yes, sir. Simpson nodded, heading toward the door before facing Alexander once more. Oh, and there's one more thing I probably should point out. What's that? Alexander asked, getting up from his chair and organizing all the scattered papers on his desk. He opened the drawer and placed the file in it. Vincent Moretti minored in computer science. Before he was put on the card team, he was in the cyber division. Alexander slammed the desk drawer closed. Chapter 15, December 19th, 12:15 p.m. Alexander rushed into the conference room in City Hall, Olivia eyeing him with concern as she struggled to keep up with his long, determined strides. During the short drive there, he had refused to say a word. With fierce eyes, he scanned the large room, the smell of coffee and donuts making him nauseated. Several FBI agents and other officials were assembled, many of them discussing the upcoming press conference and what information should be released. But Alexander was only looking for one person. Mr. Burnham. Agent Moretti glanced up at him briefly, ignoring his rabid demeanor, then returned his attention to a group of agents, all of them looking over a stack of papers he held in his hand. "When were you going to tell me?" Alexander bellowed. The room went still. His face grew red as he yanked at his tie. His wild eyes, disheveled hair, and scruffy chin gave him a crazed appearance, like a man at the end of his rope. Olivia pulled on his arm, giving him a questioning look, but Alexander didn't budge, his eyes remaining zeroed in on the agent. Moretti remained hunched over the table, flipping through a file for a protracted moment, then faced him with an annoyed expression. "Tell you what," Alexander stood tall, widening his stance. "Did you not think I'd look into your background? I found out about your father. I get it. You don't like me because you think it's my fault he was shot. So, what you use all the training you've received on the card team and working cybercrimes to take my daughter, then be the first on scene to steer me in the wrong direction. You made me accuse my right-hand man, all the while standing by, knowing he wasn't the one to blame." "Why, Alex?" A hand grabbed his arm. He glanced at the short, graying blonde woman standing to his left, a questioning look on her face. "Your brother doesn't know what he's talking about," Moretti said defensively to Carol, then faced Alexander. "I understand how stressful this situation can be, but throwing baseless accusations around will not bring your daughter back." "Baseless," Alexander retorted. "You had the motive and means to carry this out. So tell me, Vincent Moretti, where were you this morning around 12:30? He shook his head, avoiding Alexander's eyes, his face growing flush. "I don't have to answer that," he hissed through clenched teeth, then turned around, walking away. "Why you think you're above the law?" "I am the law," Moretti shouted, spinning back toward him, leaning his hands on the table as he took a defensive stance. "And it's something I'm damn proud of. I've had to work for everything. Everything." He slammed his fist on the table. "I didn't have the luxury of simply being handed a multi-billion-dollar company. And you think I'd jeopardize my career over my distaste for you?" He narrowed his eyes at Alexander, the animosity he had toward him painted in every crevice on his face. "I wouldn't give you the satisfaction," he sneered. "I'm going to find your daughter, regardless of my feelings toward you. My reputation is worth more to me than that." Alexander stared at him for several long moments, absorbing his words. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he had a feeling he wasn't getting the whole story. "Alex, listen to him," Carol begged, tugging on his arm and bringing him out of his thoughts. He met her green eyes. "Remember what's at stake here. You need to focus on doing everything you can to help find Melanie. Okay, starting a fight with the lead on her case isn't the way to do that. Stow that famous Burnham temper of yours for a minute and learn to work with him." Glaring at Moretti, Alexander nodded reluctantly. "Fine." He allowed Carol to lead him and Olivia toward a corner where his mother, brother, and Dave were assembled. He shook his head, unable to bite back what he wanted to say. He spun back around. "I'm sorry he died, but I didn't pull the trigger." He pointed to his chest, then at Moretti. "You of all people should understand that." "You think I blame you for his death?" Moretti glowered at him. "I'm not that naive," he scoffed. "Then why all this hostility toward me?" Alexander asked, baffled. "I haven't done anything." "Bullshit!" Moretti roared, standing tall once more. "Bullshit, Mr. Burnham. You pretend to care about your employees, but all you see are dollar signs. My mom left my dad because he was always working. For your father. She gave him an ultimatum: his family or his career. I guess it's not a big surprise which he chose. At least he was still making good money and had no trouble paying those alimony and child support payments. Until he died, that is. And you," he sneered, a disgusted smile crossing his face as he scowled at Alexander with venom in his eyes. "With your flashy cars and designer suits, you denied my mother any death benefits because they were no longer married at the time. You didn't care that she could barely make ends meet without those alimony and child support payments. So, to answer your question, that's why I don't like you. Ever since my mother was forced to sell the house she raised me in and move us to a one-bedroom apartment. I was determined to do everything in my power to make a better life for myself and for her. Alexander was dumbfounded. The man Moretti described sounded like a horrible person, not like the man Alexander thought he was. He prided himself on caring about his employees, paying them what he believed to be a very generous salary. Was he really as self-centered as Moretti made him out to be? He couldn't remember making a decision to deny death benefits to the family of one of his employees. He never got involved with those types of things. That was what his lawyers were for. "Agent Moretti, Stop," he declared, holding his hand up. "I don't want to hear your apologies. You might feel bad for a minute, but it won't change what we had to go through. I had to watch my mom struggle to work 3 jobs just to make ends meet and put me through college. I'm a better person because of it. Honestly, I'm the FBI agent I am today because of what you put us through. Yes, I'll do everything I can to bring your daughter back home safely. But that's only because I can't bear the thought of anything happening to a child, no matter who her father is." Got it, Alexander murmured, speechless. He wondered how many other people he had screwed over, how many other families had been torn apart because of his failure to take an interest. The more he looked at himself from an outsider's perspective, the more he believed he had turned into his father, a man who put his own needs first, a man who worked so much. He barely spent any time with his family, a man who didn't offer any apologies until it was too late. He didn't want to think that was what he had become. But how could he not when all the signs were there? "Hey," a tall man, bearing a striking resemblance to Alexander, approached him, dragging him away from Moretti. "Tyler." "Hey," Alexander replied, his head still in a fog. "How you holding up?" he asked, giving Alexander a longer than usual hug. Despite the 9-year age difference between the two men, Alexander felt closer to his younger brother than most people. And not just because they ran the security company together. They had been through so much over the years. Alexander couldn't help but feel as if he had a role in the man Tyler had become and vice versa. "Good," Alexander answered. Tyler pulled back and muttered, "Liar." Alexander forced a laugh and nodded, glancing over his shoulder at Moretti and the frenzied atmosphere surrounding him. Helplessness crept into his veins. He had never felt more useless than he did at that moment. It seemed everyone there had a job to do. He had a job to do, too. One he felt completely inept to actually carry out. He knew how to survive in the wild for extended periods of time. He could take out a target with his sniper rifle at nearly 2,000 yards. He could hold his breath underwater for close to 2 minutes without releasing a single bubble. But he had absolutely no training, other than his gut, that would help find his daughter. "We're all here for you," Alex, Carol's husband, Dave, said, extending his hand to him, bringing his attention back to his family. He shook his hand, finding it hard to believe that not even 48 hours had passed since Dave asked him to meet him at a fish warehouse in Southie. That seemed like an eternity ago now. "Whatever you need, it's yours. Thanks for being here." Alexander pulled back, feeling everyone's eyes on him. Olivia's, his mother's, his sister's, his brother's, hell, even all the agents and police officers. Maybe they all knew he was responsible for Melanie's disappearance. Were they whispering amongst themselves, theorizing that had he been home, had he not put his work first, had he not turned into his father, Melanie would still be safe? "Do you have a minute?" Dave interrupted Alexander's unsettled thoughts. He gestured toward an empty corner of the room. "Sure," he answered, curious, following him. "I know Misha's murder has probably been the furthest thing from your mind." He started in hushed tones. "But it looks like your gut may have been right." He raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "I got the final autopsy report back. On the surface, everything about the case fit the Castle Island killer's M.O. Beaten, stuffed into a barrel, left in Southie, fingernails ripped off. The only thing that didn't fit was the cause of death. His other victims either had their throats slashed or a gunshot to the head. But not Misha. We thought maybe he was progressing his kills, but the coroner thinks something's off, especially when he studied Misha's bruises more closely." He opened a folder and handed Alexander 2 photos. This is a close-up of one of Misha's bruises, he explained, pointing to one of the photos. And this is a close-up of one of his other victims' bruising. Do you see the difference? Alexander squinted, wishing he had brought his reading glasses with him. He couldn't see what Dave referred to. They looked practically identical. Sure, there was some discrepancy with the discoloration, but nothing stood out as being off. I didn't, either, Dave assured him. There's a redness to the bruises here. He pointed to the photo of the other victim. And if you look close enough, you can see the imprint from where a fist made contact with the victim's ribs. That's not the case here. He placed the image of Misha's bruise on top. This is the same exact part of Misha's body, but the imprint is scattered, almost jagged. After doing an internal exam, seeing chips of missing bone fragments, the ME opined these bruises were not the result of a normal beating. It was something much worse. Alexander met his eyes and swallowed hard. What he whispered. Dave paused for a beat, licking his lips. Based on the appearance of the bruises and the restraint marks he found on her wrists and ankles, the ME believes Misha was stoned to death. Stoned, he repeated in disbelief. I thought it was an antiquated method of execution, but after doing a bit of research, I found some cultures still use it. There have been deaths in the Middle East reported as recently as just a few months ago attributed to an honor killing. Honor killing. Alexander swallowed hard, holding onto the table to steady himself as he felt the room spinning around him. His eyes glazed over. It was useless to ignore the connection between Landon's role in the security company and Misha's death. They had to be related. If they weren't, it was one hell of a coincidence. I've reached out to the agency she worked for to see if this has any connection to her job there. Maybe she pissed someone off. Who knows? Dave shook his head, shrugging. I hoped we'd find something, but that angle doesn't seem to be working out. The agency's been very forthcoming with all their records. Misha's never even been to the Middle East. Before she was promoted to executive director, most of her fieldwork was concentrated in Africa and South America. So you have no leads? Alexander exhaled, running his hands through his hair. We're looking into a few other things. The plant where her body was dumped recently installed security cameras. It's not the best system and leaves plenty of blind spots, but we're taking a look at the footage to see if we come up with something. You'll let me know if you do? Alexander asked, even though he was pretty sure they wouldn't find anything. That would be too easy. And nothing about the events of the past few days made him think finding Misha's killer would be easy. Of course. Dave closed the folder, turning as a tall brunette dressed in a dark pantsuit approached with Shannon, Alexander's publicist. Mr. Burnham. The suit began. I'm Agent Long. I'm part of the card team under the direction of Agent Moretti. She held her hand out to him and he shook it. I've just been speaking with your publicist about how this press conference will proceed. We'd like to go over a few things with you and your wife before we get started. She headed toward the end of the conference table and sat down, opening a file. Alexander met Olivia's eyes and gestured for her to join them. My wife, Olivia, he said to Agent Long when she approached, and they exchanged pleasantries. Then he pulled out a chair for Olivia. I've spoken to Agent Moretti, and he's expressed a few concerns. Shannon looked directly at Alexander. He's of the opinion that Olivia should do most of the talking since she's the mother. She paused, allowing that to sink in. However, I disagree. We could face serious backlash if you remain silent. The media is already in a frenzy with this story, speculating as to who could be responsible. They've been digging up everything about both you and Olivia, along with your friends and families. Unfortunately, nothing is out of bounds for some reporters. She rolled her eyes, then her expression grew serious once more. The last thing we want to do is give the media a reason to think you have something to do with Melanie's disappearance. She said to Alexander, Be warm. I'm Alexander interrupted, only to have Shannon shoot daggers at him. She had been his publicist for the better part of the past decade. She prided herself on knowing more about him than even he did. Be compassionate, engaging. Do whatever you need to so you don't come off like an arrogant man who can buy his way out of anything. Your money won't bring back Melanie. This is about her and appealing to the public's sympathy. Remember that. Shannon's voice was firm as she stared Alexander down. He hated being told what to do, but this was why his publicist had the position she did. She knew exactly how to handle the press, how to read them. As much as Alexander didn't want to think he needed someone to tell him how to act, especially when his daughter's life was at stake, he was willing to listen, for Melanie's sake. Understood? She raised her eyebrows. Alexander nodded. Sure. Good. Now, I've taken the liberty of writing a few paragraphs for each of you. She pushed a few papers toward Alexander and Olivia. I won't be needing this, Alexander said immediately, pushing the papers back to Shannon. He could tell Agent Long was biting her tongue. She could talk until she was blue in the face, but he wasn't about to get up there and read a prepared speech about how special his daughter was. This needed to come from his heart, not the brain of a woman whose job was ensuring his public image remained positive. He didn't care about any of that right now. All he cared about was getting his daughter back. I don't either, Olivia said firmly, following Alexander's gesture. Shannon looked at Agent Long, who narrowed her gaze at them. Mr. Burnham, the agent began. I know you've been on the receiving end of the firing squad in the past, but this is different. This is personal, so the reporters may get personal in their attacks. I believe it may be best that we don't give them anything to attack you with, Shannon urged, looking between Agent Long and Alexander. He had a feeling Shannon was simply following the wishes of the FBI and trying to convince him to read a prepared statement they had approved. Which is why I think you both should stick to the script I've prepared for you. With all due respect, Miss Walsh, Olivia piped up, staring at Shannon. Agent Long, she turned her attention to the FBI agent. I agree with my husband. She reached next to her and grabbed Alexander's hand. A show of solidarity. I understand your reasoning and rationale, but Melanie is my daughter. I'm not going to get up in front of a crowd of reporters and the public with some generic and half-hearted plea to bring her home safe. Whoever took her may be listening or watching. This may be my only opportunity to talk directly to him. I'm not going to waste it. Very well then, Agent Long said with a sigh. If we can't persuade you otherwise. You can't! Olivia barked, narrowing her fierce eyes on both women, almost willing either of them to try her patience. Agent Moretti will open the conference with information he is comfortable releasing to the public, Shannon explained. Then the two of you will speak. She glanced at Agent Long. Your mother, brother, and sister will also be up there with you. We need to make you relatable here, Mr. Burnham. So showing you with your family will help toward that end. Then the FBI will answer questions from the press for a few minutes. Some of these questions may be directed to you as well. Regardless of what you're asked, always bring it back to the reason for the press conference, to beg for the public's help in finding Melanie. Any questions? Agent Long looked at Alexander and Olivia. What precautions have you taken for security? Alexander asked firmly. Precautions, yes. As your agent Moretti aptly stated earlier this morning, we are high-profile targets. I know it's unlikely, but I need to know precautions have been taken to ensure everyone's safety. Agent Long opened her mouth, then glanced up. Security measures are in place, Moretti's voice boomed. Approaching them, plainclothes agents will be strategically placed throughout the crowd, ready to respond, if needed. Several agents will also be on the makeshift platform with you and your family to get more of a bird's-eye view of the crowd. If there's anything suspicious, we'll know. Alexander eyed him, not feeling reassured, but at least it was something. Now, are you ready? Moretti raised his eyebrows. Alexander looked at Olivia and squeezed her hand. Yes. He just wanted to get the press conference over with so he could get back to finding his daughter. He didn't see how any of this would help, but he knew he had to address the public about what had happened. Good, follow me. Agent Moretti led Alexander and Olivia out of the conference room and toward the elevator. After riding down to the lobby, they emerged out the front doors and climbed onto a makeshift stage that had been hastily erected for the event, joining Tyler, Carol, Dave, and Colleen, as well as several FBI agents. A hush fell over the substantial crowd as Agent Moretti stepped up to the podium. his voice reverberating through the speakers, echoing against the tall buildings surrounding them in the government center area of Boston. The press was positioned up front, the flash of cameras going off constantly. The sun peeked through the clouds, but there was still a damp chill in the air. Alexander zoned out as Agent Moretti rehashed the details of Melanie's disappearance. His brain was being pulled 1,000 different directions. Who took Melanie? Who was responsible for Misha's brutal death? What was the reason for Rain's sudden and unexpected reappearance in his life? It all seemed so odd, so peculiar, that he couldn't help but wonder whether it was all connected. Scanning the faces in attendance, Alexander took inventory. Some of them were familiar, others not. The flash of cameras was almost blinding, black dots obscuring his vision. Each flash was like a gun going off in the night, protecting someone who didn't deserve it. Unable to see any potential threat through the blinding lights, he felt exposed. Sweat prickled his neck, each sound amplified tenfold. He loosened his tie, his breathing becoming labored and shallow. Stretching his neck from side to side, he tried to get rid of the tension, but nothing worked. His adrenaline spiked as he struggled to get a good bearing on his surroundings. An unsettled feeling that they were all sitting ducks formed in the pit of his stomach with every flash. Alexander grew more jumpy, unable to brush off his fears, until Olivia's voice rang out from the speakers. He looked to his side where he thought she had been standing, the space now empty. Instead, she stood at the podium a few feet in front of him, her voice wavering slightly, but still strong. He focused all his attention on her instead of the burgeoning crowd. His momentary panic waning, he could finally breathe again. Olivia was the eye in the storm of his life, the compass pointing him north, the lighthouse guiding him to safety. Together, they could get through anything. Apart, they would cease to exist. Most little girls dream of the day they'll become a mother. She began with a quiver. They push their little dollies around in a miniature stroller. They give them bottles. They nurture them. All of this to prepare for what many women believe to be their sole purpose in life. She took a deep breath, glancing down before returning her attention to the rapt crowd, many of them holding signs with Melanie's photo on it, praying for her safe return. Alexander had never been one to pray or even follow any sort of organized religion, but he was thankful for their prayers. He was willing to try anything in order to hold his daughter again. But not me, Olivia confessed. I always thought there was something wrong with me. Why didn't this motherly urge ever hit? I thought maybe as I matured, as I grew older, the bug would finally strike. Even when most of my friends were getting married and starting a family, I didn't feel happy for them. In fact, I was sorry for them. Sorry they couldn't just pick up and go to whatever tropical destination they wanted at a moment's notice. Sorry they couldn't go to happy hour after work. Sorry they couldn't sleep in on a Saturday. Then I met someone. She glanced over her shoulder at Alexander and held her hand out. He took a few steps and clutched onto her outstretched hand, joining her at the podium. And everything changed. Her eyes remained locked with his. I fell in love. A warmth spread through him, filling his heart, his pulse becoming steady and calm, a welcome moment of peace. She stood on her toes and placed a delicate kiss on his lips. Cameras snapped, but he tuned them out. The only thing that mattered at this moment was his devotion to his wife. Smiling, she gave him a comforting look, then turned back toward the crowd. My love for Alexander Burnham was and still is so strong, so special, so unique. He brought out feelings I never knew existed. She paused, clutching onto the podium as she closed her eyes, trying to steady herself. But the love I have for my husband is nothing compared to my love for my daughter. Several tears escaped her eyes. Alexander leaned down, kissing the top of her head. He hated to see her hurting like this. She didn't deserve to live through this kind of pain. Nobody did. I'll never forget how I felt leaving the hospital with her in my arms. She wiped her cheeks, then placed her hand over her heart. letting out a shallow sigh before refocusing her attention on the audience. Alexander hated to admit it, but Agent Moretti was right. The crowd was on the edge of their proverbial seats, hanging on to each and every word Olivia spoke. They were able to see bits of themselves in her. Those who were mothers nodded in agreement, wiping their own cheeks, unable to imagine being in her shoes. I was so nervous. I worried I would mess up. Wouldn't know what to do. I remember staring into the car seat, which I wasn't even sure we had installed correctly, at this tiny human who depended on me for everything. I couldn't believe the hospital would just let us take her home without some sort of test. She paused, allowing the crowd to respond with polite chuckles. I didn't know if I was up to the task of being a mother. Well, as it turns out. She glanced at Alexander, then back at the crowd. I was. A small smile crossed her face. I've achieved a lot during my time here on this planet. I graduated at the top of my class in college. I've traveled and seen the world. I helped start a fitness center where, to this day, we try to improve the lifestyles of thousands of people. But all of that pales in comparison to what I believe is my greatest accomplishment, and that's being Melanie's mom. She opened a folder on the podium and took out a large 8x10 photo of Melanie. She was smiling wide, displaying a few missing teeth. Brown curls cascaded down her shoulders, framing her face. "This is Melanie Sarah Burnham," Olivia said with a strong voice, cutting through the audience. "She loves dogs, pancakes, and the Red Sox. She still believes in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. For her birthday this year, she asked everyone invited to her party to bring unwrapped toys she could donate to kids less fortunate who have never received birthday presents. A girl after my own heart. She saved a fawn with a broken leg that was found on our property. After searching for its mother, to no avail. She cared for and nursed the fawn back to health before releasing it back into the wild. And this was when she was only 6 years old. She wants to be a veterinarian when she grows up, or president, or an astronaut. It changes every day." A slight laughing rippled through, and Alexander glanced down at the assembled crowd. Some had trouble keeping their own emotions at bay. Chins trembled, lips pinched together, unbridled tears escaped watery eyes. Before I had a baby, I would hear reports of a missing child and feel a pang of sympathy for what the family was going through. But I would move on and forget the face and name when a different story came on. That all changed after I had Melanie. Whenever I heard any story involving a child, all I could think was, what would I do if that were Melanie? She paused, gripping the podium as she closed her eyes, drawing in a slow breath. Never in a million years did I think I would be up here, begging for the public's help to bring my baby home. She choked out. We've become the story that, years ago, I would listen to, then forget. She shook her head, her words barely audible through the lump in her throat. This time, I can't forget. I'm living a nightmare. Every second that passes, I lose another sliver of hope that we'll find her. I beg you, look at this face. She held up the photo of Melanie again. Memorize the eyes, the nose, the smile. Please, help bring our baby back home. Sobs racked through her as she buried her head in her hands, her body trembling. Alexander pulled her into his arms, wishing he could erase her pain, that he could turn back the clock and prevent this from happening. He held her close, not wanting to let her go, as photographers captured her very public breakdown with the intention of showing it on the 5 o'clock news just to score higher ratings. He wanted to rip those cameras out of their hands. He hated that the press could be so insensitive they'd want to capitalize on what would be one of the most difficult moments of a person's life. The media couldn't possibly fathom what they were currently going through. Alexander doubted any of them even had a spouse, let alone a daughter. This was just another job to them. Go listen to another poor family talk about their missing daughter and beg for the public's help in finding her. All they cared about was taking enough photos and shooting enough footage to make the boss happy before it was time to clock out. Colleen approached, pulling Olivia into her arms and ushering her away. Alexander gave her an appreciative smile before turning to the vast collection of microphones set up on the podium, scanning the crowd for anything that appeared suspicious. An occupational habit. Moretti had stationed what he referred to as plainclothes agents amongst the crowd to keep an eye on everything. Alexander could pick his undercover agents out of a lineup, and not just because he recognized them from the briefing room prior to the press conference. They were dressed all in black and wore dark sunglasses. Despite the relative lack of sun, they stood out like a baby in a bar at last call, refocusing his attention on the reason he stood in front of this crowd of relative strangers. Alexander gave them a solemn smile. When I was 7, I put bubble gum in my best friend's hair. When I was 10, I broke the window in my bedroom and lied about it. When I was 16, I stole my father's shiny new sports car and took a girl to the movies. I told her I was a sophomore in college, not a sophomore in high school. You can imagine the sting of her hand across my face when she found that out. The crowd chuckled. When I was 20, I killed a man. The audience grew silent, their former light expressions turning serious, intrigued. I didn't know his name. I didn't know if he had a wife, a family. All I knew was I had been given orders and my job was to carry them through to the end. His voice remained even, calm, unwavering, as if speaking of something as mundane as the weather. I felt no guilt or remorse for what I did. It was necessary for the greater good, our freedom. I couldn't tell you how many people I killed during my enlistment in the Navy. I've made quite a few enemies over the past 20 years of my life. I've taken lives, destroyed families, all for what I thought to be a noble cause, ensuring our safety from foreign and domestic threats. Now, I fear that someone I've wronged has decided to get back at me the only way they know how, by hurting me where it counts. He drew in a breath, closing his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, he scanned the crowd, unable to make out any distinct faces through the camera lights and black dots obscuring his vision. I wish I could stand here and tell you I'm a good person who doesn't deserve this, but I can't. I probably do deserve this. Out of the corner of his eye, a short figure wearing a tattered overcoat caught his attention, a ghost of his past. Despite the faded Burberry scarf covering her signature red hair, he knew who it was this time. It wasn't just someone who looked familiar. She had come back. It took everything he had not to jump off the platform and run to her. His gut shouted at him that she was the missing piece of this huge, convoluted puzzle he couldn't put together. As she walked through the crowd, she kept her eyes downcast, only looking up every so often to avoid running into anyone. Most people barely even noticed her, and those who did seemed to turn their noses up in repulsion, as if she didn't belong there. Alexander felt a nudge and snapped his head to his left. Seeing Moretti furrowing his brow at him, he gave the agent a reassuring look and returned his attention to the crowd. "I may deserve this," he continued, glancing at Moretti briefly, then facing front once more. "But Melanie doesn't. Melanie is everything I'm not. She's caring, kind. She gives and gives until she has nothing left. I've woken up every day since she was born, wondering what I did in my life to deserve a daughter as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside. This morning, I've been forced to do quite a bit of soul-searching. I know I'm not a good man. I've done bad things for what I believe to be good reasons. I've ignored friends and family who needed me because I was too busy working. I've been selfish. But Melanie has done nothing wrong. Apart from the unfortunate circumstance of having my DNA running through her, if whoever took her did so because of something I've done, your issue is with me, not Melanie. Please." He scanned the crowd, his eyes locking with Rain's. He felt compelled to speak directly to her for reasons he couldn't quite explain. "It's cold. It's wet. They're forecasting a nor'easter to hit us tomorrow evening, dropping over a foot of snow. All I can think is that my little girl is somewhere out in the cold. I beg all of you, if you know anything that could help, no matter how small or insignificant you think it is, Please call the tip line the FBI agent provided earlier. We can't find Melanie without you." Silence rang out as Alexander narrowed his gaze at Rain, peering into her haunting eyes. His suspicions mounted with every passing second that she might know something. Just as he opened his mouth to speak one last time, so did she, her voice strong and tenacious, at complete odds with the frail and broken woman looking back at him. "I took her." Everyone turned toward her, photographers snapping photos incessantly as FBI agents sprang into action. Rain straightened her back, her chin held high, paying no attention to the commotion around her. Alexander glanced at Olivia, who seemed just as surprised as he did. Despite her earlier speculation, they never expected someone they considered to be almost family at one time to do something so harmful, so hateful, so devastating. Rain, of all people, should have understood how soul-wrenching and torturous it was to be in a state of constant purgatory, not knowing whether or not your loved one was still alive. Every minute that passed with no answers, another coal on the fire. Rain, Alexander asked, his voice almost inaudible as he stepped away from the podium. "Why did you take her? Where is she?" "I thought it was the only way," Rain answered, her voice frantic. Her eyes grew wide, her expression agitated. There was a wildness about her that was completely at odds with the calm, lively woman Alexander remembered her to be when she was still part of their lives. "What do you mean?" He stepped toward the stairs, hearing Moretti issuing orders to his agents in the crowd who were having difficulty reaching her through the blockade of reporters and their equipment. Shaking her head violently, she let out a loud sob. "I've been so angry and it just hurt too much. It took finally meeting someone who had been hurt like me to realize that this needed to happen, that you needed to feel my pain, too. I can't." With a flash, a deafening boom filled the air, a brilliant blaze rushing over the crowd before everything went dark. Part 2. Honor. Honor, noun, chastity, or purity in a woman. Chapter 16. 3 years ago. "I can assure you, gentlemen," Alexander said to the two men clad in dark suits sitting across from him, "I am personally involved in every job the company takes on, even though I may assign another highly trained agent to oversee the operation. I always make sure I'm fully apprised of all the details, regardless of how small." He smiled his million-dollar smile at them. This was the part of owning the private security firm Alexander loathed, whining and dining potential and current clients. He had seen his father in action over the years, always the charmer. The man had loved the satisfaction of knowing he could land a multi-million-dollar contract, then plan some sort of clandestine operation that would go off without a hitch, all before he had his morning coffee. Because of his father's training and tenacity, the company he built was the most well-respected and sought-after private security firm in the country, if not the world. Alexander had agents on various assignments in practically every state and across the globe, some for private individuals, others as government military contractors. He had hoped the days of the hard sell would be behind him. He didn't feel the need to sit here and give the same sales pitch these guys had probably heard over and over again. The company's record spoke for itself. "And that's why we always come to you first, Mr. Burnham," one of the men answered. "With your brother taking on a leadership role within the company, we just want to make sure nothing's changed. No offense, but he doesn't exactly have the same background as you or your father." "That may be true." Alexander took the tumbler in his hand, bringing the expensive scotch to his lips. If he had to sit and give these men the same song and dance, at least he could reward himself for his pain and suffering with some good scotch. "But I can assure you, even though Tyler may not have been a SEAL, like me, or an operative for the CIA, like my old man, he still has a military background. He may not have run the beaches of Coronado, but there's no one else I'd trust to help run my father's company. Even though I have men with that specialized training it appears you think necessary who have been working for the firm for decades, I still value my brother's skill set above them. He has something the military can't teach you, a great instinct." "We didn't mean any offense," the other gentleman said. "None taken. We just aren't too familiar with your brother, and you weren't familiar with me either. when I took over the company after my father's death. Yet here you still are, even 13 years later. That may be true, however. Gentlemen, I hope you don't think it rude of me to say, but a buzzing on the table interrupted him. He glanced at his phone to see a blocked call coming through, returning his attention to the two men who were his father's first clients when he started the company. Alexander continued, I have 10-figure contracts with the U.S. government. Your $50,000 job isn't going to make sure I can pay my employees for one more day. I'll forever be grateful to you for taking a chance on my father and his vision. But you know damn well there's no one who will do a better job. You can stop with all these baseless concerns and just let us handle your security detail like we always have. Or you can go find someone else and hope they'll provide the same services for that small of a fee. His gaze burned through them. I'll let you talk it over while I take this call. He got up from the table and stepped away, rubbing his temples. He headed into the bar area of the restaurant and took a breath. Burnham here, he answered, keeping his eyes trained on the men at the table. While what he said was true, that this contract was small peanuts compared to most of the jobs the company had been hired on, Alexander didn't want to lose them as clients. He wanted people to still respect the company, even with his brother joining him at the helm. Alex? A voice practically shouted from what sounded like a construction zone. The connection was sketchy. The banging of hammers amplified over everything else. Who's this? He asked, covering his free ear to try to hear better. It's Landon. Landon. He shook his head, as if he were imagining things. I thought you were overseas. I ran into Rain a few weeks back and she said she wasn't expecting you home for at least 4 more months. I am, he replied, then paused. Alexander sensed something had to be wrong if Landon called him out of the blue like this. They hadn't spoken in months, maybe even a year. Alexander knew how difficult it was to find time to make a call while on deployment, particularly if Landon was on a classified mission, which he probably was, considering he was still on active duty with the SEALs. Whatever the reason for the phone call, Alexander had a feeling it was important. I need your help. My help? Alexander raised his eyebrows, intrigued. I wouldn't ask if it weren't important, Landon declared in a hurried tone. There's this girl. A girl. He couldn't mask his disbelief. You call me after we haven't spoken in who knows how long to talk about a girl. What's going on in wherever you are? It's not what you think. It's just... There was a heavy sigh. We need to do something about what's happening. His tone was frantic, the urgency with which he spoke increasing with each word. There's just so many of them. For everyone reported, there are at least 100 who go unreported. Alexander listened, his mind spinning. He scanned the restaurant, but he wasn't really paying attention to his surroundings. For all he knew, he could have been right next to Landon. He had known him since they reported to Bud's training. They connected immediately. Being put through the most rigorous mental and physical training did that. There were times they both wanted to quit, but they refused to let each other ring that bell. In the field, they had run operations together seamlessly. Alexander could always tell just by looking at him or listening to the tone of his voice when something was serious. This was another one of those times. Slow down, buddy. You're not making any sense. What are you talking about? I've tried to get the military to do something about it, but they keep saying the rules of engagement forbid us from intervening. And the same would apply to me as a government contractor. Your company has provided security and staff for shelters and refugee camps in the past, right? Yes, but I'll take the job, Landon interrupted. What? Every time we talk, you keep begging me to leave the Navy and come work for you. If you do this for me, you have my word. I'll go into the reserves, effective immediately, and work for you. Hell, I'll even spearhead this. Spearhead? What exactly? What precisely are you asking me to commit my company to? Landon let out a sigh. You need to see this with your own 2 eyes. Words alone won't do the problem justice. He paused. Do you think you can hop on the next military transport to Kabul? Alexander stiffened, caught off guard by Landon's unusual request. More intrigued than surprised. He glanced around the upscale restaurant, the dull murmur of meaningless conversations broken by the occasional clanging of a dish or wine glass. It all seemed so superficial. Here he was, dressed in a suit that cost more than most people made in a year, schmoozing another set of clients for the business. When he had agreed to take over the company, he was well aware that this was part of the job. Lately, though, he felt as if he had been spending all his time sitting in an office or a restaurant like this, meeting with clients. He missed the thrill of the unknown, the adrenaline of being in the field. He wanted something more, something different, something about that moment. The unhappiness he had been feeling toward his chosen career path, coupled with the frantic and excited tone with which Landon spoke, made Alexander believe this was exactly what he needed. "I'll be there." He hung up and strode out of the restaurant, leaving his client sitting at the table. He hadn't felt this alive in months, maybe years. 24 hours later, Alexander emerged onto the dusty tarmac in Kabul, Afghanistan. Assaulted by the hot, relentless sun, he remembered the first time he had stepped foot in this country, not knowing whether he'd be returning home in the passenger compartment or cargo hold. It didn't matter. Back then, he had nothing to return to anyway. "Alex," a voice bellowed as he walked toward the administration building. He looked in the direction of the voice and smiled, approaching his old friend and teammate. He pulled him in for a quick hug, then stepped back. "I half expected you to walk off that plane wearing a suit." Landon grinned, crossing his arms in front of his broad chest. "I've only seen you a handful of times over the past few years, but you were always wearing some suit made by a guy whose name I could hardly pronounce and would probably never be able to afford." "You will if you hold up your end of the bargain and come work for me," he reminded him, raising his eyebrows. "First things first, you never know what we'll come across in our travels, so let's get you geared up." Landon started toward the administration building on the base. Alexander ran to catch up, fighting off the wind. "Where exactly are we going?" "A hospital about 100 miles from here," he shouted over the roar of a helicopter. It felt oddly strange to be back on a military base in this country. If it weren't for the stark desert surroundings, Alexander wouldn't have believed he was anywhere other than the United States palm trees waving in the wind, the sun shining brightly as birds chirped in the distance. But once they left the secured fences surrounding the military installation, both men now sporting bulletproof vests and helmets, that all changed. Kabul was a city like any other, but the violence it saw over the years had left its mark. Some neighborhoods had been reduced to rubble and never rebuilt. The area wasn't as dangerous as it once was, but Landon was right. It was best to always prepare for the worst. "Want to tell me why you had me come all the way out here?" Alexander shouted over the loud engine as Landon navigated the all-terrain vehicle down a sandy path. They had left the crowded city behind and were now surrounded by nothing but desert and mountains. "Like I said over the phone, words can't adequately describe this. You need to see it with your own eyes to fully understand how important it is that something is done. The military can't do jack shit about it, or so I'm told." He rolled his eyes, then glanced at Alexander. "But you can. You're a civilian with too much money. You can use that money for good." Alexander stared at Landon, whose blue eyes were hidden behind his dark sunglasses. The sandy hair peeking out from underneath his helmet was lighter than Alexander recalled, probably from being deployed here for who knows how long. Studying him, Alexander thought how much Landon had grown and matured since their days of drinking beer together while on leave 15 years ago. He had never heard him speak with such passion and zeal, even when he talked about Rain, his fiancée. He knew this had to be important. Landon wouldn't ask him to jump on the next military transport out here if it weren't. "You certainly have me intrigued," Alexander mused. "Good." Landon gave him a look, then turned his attention back to the road. After a bumpy 2-hour drive, which was hell on Alexander's back, Landon finally pulled up to a small tan building in a remote village. There was a line of people out the door. Women held crying children. Old men looked like the next breath they took might be their last. "Medical care leaves much to be desired here," Landon explained, turning off the engine. "Where are we?" Alexander asked, staring at his surroundings in bewilderment. He couldn't imagine anyone living in such deplorable conditions. Many of the buildings were made of clay, the tin roofs rickety. "A medical clinic." "This is a clinic," he said in shock, looking back at the line of people snaking out of the building. "Yup," Landon replied curtly, then jumped out of the ATV. Alexander followed him past the line and into the building. The smell of urine and death surrounded him. A lone fan, the only means of lowering the temperature and circulating the air. As you know, the military does what it can, but it's not our place to provide medical care to the people here. At least that's what my commanding officer tells me. And he's right, Alexander responded in a stern voice, then relaxed his expression. I've never known you to be such a softie. Landon glanced over his shoulder. Maybe I've grown wiser over the years. Maybe I want to finally do something that makes a difference. You don't think you make a difference, Alexander shot back, crossing his arms as they came to a stop. You're a SEAL, for crying out loud, he whispered. You go into areas most other military forces run from. You can't say, I know, I just... He sighed. Removing his helmet, Alexander did the same. He had forgotten how much he hated those things. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I have grown soft. Or maybe this isn't what I meant to do. Maybe God has a different purpose for me. And you think opening up a medical facility with my help is that purpose? Alexander tilted his head, raising his eyebrows. No, not a clinic. Landon grinned slyly. Alexander narrowed his eyes. Then what? He had assumed this was about using his vast resources to provide medical care to those in need. Now he had no idea what to expect. Come here. Landon gestured down a short corridor that was abuzz with medical personnel and patients trying to be seen, some of them begging and offering bribes. There's someone I want you to meet. Eyeing him, Alexander followed him down the narrow hallway, trying to swallow back the bile rising in his throat from the putrid stench. Hospitals always had a strange smell to them, but nothing like this. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that this was somewhere people went in order to receive medical care. The tile looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years, and he was pretty sure there was a combination of blood and feces smeared on the walls. As you can see, Landon explained, leading Alexander through the crowded hallway, most hospitals here are so poor, the only thing they can offer a patient is a bed and perhaps a staff member to check in on them once a day. If the patient has no family, there's no one to pay for medications or food. They're lucky if a worker can spare a minute to change their clothes or sheets. Alexander looked around at the cots in the halls, wondering if any of the people lying on them were still alive. I brought Fatima here after my unit found her a few weeks ago. Fatima, Alexander asked. That was before I knew how hospitals worked. Landon continued, ignoring Alexander's question. I thought she'd be taken care of, protected, until I stopped by a few days ago and found her lying in a pool of her own waste. She could have been dead. He paused, swallowing hard, then looked at Alexander. Please understand. I'm not blaming the doctors or nurses. That's just the way things are here. The staff is doing everything they possibly can with the limited resources available to them. In this culture, the family unit is the one expected to nurture and take care of each other. As long as the family unit is intact, the system works. But when the patriarch of your family wants you dead... Wait. What do you mean? Alexander interrupted, giving Landon a questioning look. He had a feeling he knew what his friend was talking about. He had spent enough time here to know that some antiquated traditions still existed, despite their government's efforts to paint their culture in a positive light. This is what I mean, he replied, pulling back a simple white curtain, revealing a face Alexander imagined was beautiful at one time. Now it was marred with scars, wounds covered in bandages, fresh blood leaking through. He couldn't imagine one's own family abandoning someone in such a state. Why? He asked in disbelief, his voice almost a whisper. He had no idea how this woman could still be alive, although it appeared as if she were holding on by a thread. Why has no one come? Landon replied passionately. Why would someone do something like this to their own flesh and blood? Alexander nodded, swallowing hard. Because, according to her family, she's an adulterer. She's brought dishonor to her family. And the only way to bring it back is by killing her, Alexander finished. Most of the residents of the village we found her in refused to talk. However, I was able to piece together her story from a handful of people who shared what they knew. About 2 months ago. She arrived with a man. I assume it's the man whose decapitated body was found next to her. Apparently, just a few days before we found her, 2 older men came looking for her. The story the villagers were given was that it was her father and her husband. They estimated both men to be in their 70s. This girl probably isn't more than 20. Yet she was married to a man in his 70s. He raised his eyebrows. So you think she ran away from an arranged marriage? I'm pretty sure. Landon shrugged. All I know with certainty is these 2 men, one of whom claimed to be her father, tied her to a chair and pelted her with rocks and stones for God knows how long. The only reason she's alive right now is because they probably thought she was dead. It was by pure luck we ran across their 2 bodies. And the man she was with was hardly a man. He was probably only 18 himself. He was stabbed repeatedly, then beheaded. The scarring on his wrists and legs led us to believe he was restrained and forced to watch them torture Fatima first. He grabbed her lifeless hand in his, squeezing it. She's just one of who knows how many girls. The doctors say she was lucky to have survived such an attack. He looked at Alexander, his eyes bold, a storm raging within. Lucky, he emphasized, then looked away. His vision focused solely on the bruised and scarred body lying on the small cot. Most girls don't walk away from this kind of attack. The government usually doesn't get involved either, especially in the more rural Pashtun areas. Why not? From what the staff here has told me, many of the local officials choose to honor the Pashtunwali, an ancient tribal code prevalent in these areas. Advocates have worked tirelessly to overturn such an antiquated system, but it still exists, probably because there have been little to no repercussions to those who violate the law by adhering to this tribal code. A man can kill his daughter for bringing dishonor on the family and be lauded a hero, not arrested as a monster. He swung his eyes to Alexander. Many of these girls have no option but to stay in an arranged and abusive marriage. If they run, they fear they'll be killed by the very people who should protect them. They have no one to turn to. Some brave women do decide to run, even though they know death will more than likely be their punishment if they're found. They'd rather die than live another day subjected to sexual and physical abuse. Alexander swallowed hard, listening to Landon's impassioned tale. He had seen some of the horrors of the world. He knew this sort of thing happened. Still, he couldn't understand what would cause anyone to act in such a way, especially to their own family. He had a daughter whom he loved more than life itself. He would do everything in his power to protect her and keep her safe from harm, including laying his own life on the line. The idea that a father would intentionally harm, maim, and even kill his daughter because she may have acted in a way he didn't approve of was beyond him. Yes, this was a different culture, but certain social mores should transcend cultural and ethnic lines, including ensuring the safety of your loved ones. Staring at the bloody bandages, Alexander gripped the side of the cot. "What can I do?" he asked, heat building in him the longer he stared at the bruised and beaten woman. Landon turned to him. "For starters, you can help get Fatima transferred to a hospital in Kabul where she'll receive around-the-clock medical care. I tried to arrange it on my own, but my military salary doesn't exactly leave my bank account overflowing with zeros. Consider it done." Alexander answered without a moment's hesitation. If he could pay for medical care for every woman who found herself in this position, he would. "There's more," Landon continued, an uncertainty in his tone. He paused briefly and drew in a breath. "We can help Fatima get the medical care she needs, but what happens when she's released from the hospital? What about the rest of the girls who are in danger of meeting the same fate? What if we can prevent this from happening to other women?" "I'm listening." Alexander crossed his arms over his chest. "We can open up a shelter for women here. Well, technically, your company would. I know you already have several security contracts over here, so it won't be like you're going into a completely new region." "Yes, but..." Alexander ran his hand over his face, thinking of the logistics of getting involved in a humanitarian project of this scale. Yes, his company had provided security for government-run shelters and camps, even orchestrating the occasional food drop. But he'd never tried to do something like this on his own before. "I'll run it for you," Landon interrupted. I'll take care of hiring the local medical staff, coordinating with the Ministry of Women's Affairs, and ensure the safety of everyone who comes through that door. All you have to do is pay for it. Oh, is that all? Alexander chuckled, wondering how much something like this was going to cost. Come on, Alex, this is serious. I'm ready to walk away from the only life I've ever really known to start something completely new. He let out a long breath, glancing down at Fatima, then back at Alexander. Haven't you ever thought about whether all the sacrifices you've made have been worth it? He asked in a soft voice. What do you mean? I don't know. Landon shrugged, running his hands through his hair, which could use a good trim. I always thought I'd feel proud of myself for risking my life and being dropped into these random places in the middle of the night to carry out covert assignments. The number of dangerous men we've captured or killed in the name of freedom, you'd think I'd feel a sense of pride in that. And I guess I do, to a certain extent. But, he gave Alexander a hard stare. Haven't you ever felt like there was something missing? That no matter how much you love your friends and family, it's just not enough? Maybe. Alexander broke his eyes from Landon's. It was as if his friend could read his mind. Lately, he'd certainly felt dissatisfied with his own career, like he was just a glorified secretary, sitting behind a desk and meeting clients. He wanted something more. I've been a civilian for over a decade now, so maybe I'm too far removed from it to give you a good answer. You've been a civilian, but you've still been in the game. Landon raised his brow. You may not wear the uniform anymore, but you've trained private military forces all over the world. What would make you sleep better at night, knowing you're sending some of your teams in to do a random extraction the U.S. government refuses to give you details about, or relocating a woman so she no longer has to live in fear that her abusive husband will find her and her children? They're both part of my job, so what do you want Melanie to remember you for? The question punched Alexander in the gut. He was more than aware the security company had been involved in some more questionable operations. Was Alexander proud of everything he had done in his past? Of course not, but that didn't mean he wasn't a good man. Don't you want her to be able to tell all her friends how her daddy stood up for something he disagreed with and used his vast resources to prevent it? Pulling his lip between his teeth, Alexander shook his head. He closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. What was his legacy? What would he tell Melanie when she asked why he had gone to that desert country, as she had grown to call any of the Middle Eastern countries? Would he be able to look her in the eye and tell her it was nothing important? Could he lie to her, then go on as if he didn't just make a conscious decision to send a young girl, as well as many others who could be in her same position within the next week, to her death? What if that were Melanie? Wouldn't he want someone to help her? If it were 5 years ago, he'd insist on a business plan, needing to know the precise dollar amount he'd be investing before making a rash decision. Melanie changed all that. I'll do it, he murmured. A brilliant smile crossed Landon's face. He pulled Alexander in for a quick hug, his stature relaxing, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. I'll submit my resignation papers today. Welcome to the company, Landon, Alexander replied, pulling away from him. And all it took to get me to finally agree is what will probably be a multi-million-dollar investment in a women's shelter in Afghanistan. I'd call that a bargain. Alexander rolled his eyes. You would, he shot back sarcastically. On its face, opening the women's shelter in Afghanistan sounded relatively innocuous, but he spent time here during deployment. Then, in conjunction with various contracts his company had secured with the U.S. government, he knew all too well that many Afghan people saw the presence of Westerners as an assault on their own culture. They would not take kindly to any establishment where the sole purpose, according to them, was to interfere with age-old customs, no matter how gruesome and barbaric they were. I know what you're thinking. Landon cut through Alexander's thoughts, noticing the troubled expression on his face. Trust me, I'm fully aware of what I'm getting myself into here. I know it could be dangerous for all involved, but I already have a plan. One of my buddies who works for NCIS made a few phone calls and put me in contact with a caseworker at the Ministry of Women's Affairs. She and I have already discussed at length the effectiveness of the shelters currently open in combating this. Generally, it's the ministry's goal to reunite the family unit after mandated counseling. Unfortunately, she fears some of these women are forced out of the shelter too soon. So what makes you think our shelter will be any different? Landon's lips slowly curled into a mischievous smile. Because, for all intents and purposes, it will be exactly what you thought. On paper and from the outside, it will operate as a state-of-the-art medical clinic. No one will know it's actually a women's shelter. My contact at the ministry will refer cases to us that she believes to be in greatest need of our intervention. Women the ministry's pushing to be reunited with their families. Women who, if they return home, are at risk of meeting the same fate they're trying to escape. Alexander rubbed his temples, his head spinning. He didn't know if it was the lack of sleep, the unforgiving desert heat, or the death surrounding him, but he felt completely drained. So, not only do you plan on opening a women's shelter no one is supposed to know about, but you're also going to hide women so no one knows they're even there. Landon grinned. Sounds about right. I don't know. Alexander began, thinking of 100 different scenarios where this could all go wrong. He should have known there was more to Landon's plan than he had originally let on. That was how it always was with him. I know how it sounds, but if I don't do this, I'll always wonder whether I could have prevented another unmarked shallow grave. Please, Alex, he begged. Alexander let out a long breath, staring into Landon's eyes. He knew nothing he said would convince him the risk of something happening to him and everyone else was too great. If he didn't finance this venture, Landon would find someone else who would. When his friend wanted something, he didn't stop until he got it. Just be smart, Alexander said finally. I don't want to get a phone call saying you'll be coming home in a wooden box. Landon gave him a look that said he was up to something. Smart is my middle name. Chapter 17, Present Day, December 19th, 12:48 p.m. It all happened so fast. 1 minute. Olivia was staring into the eyes of the woman who took her little girl. A woman she once considered to be a friend before she cut everyone out of her life. A woman Melanie trusted and played make-believe with. A woman Olivia trusted. The next minute, she was forced to the floor of the makeshift platform as it collapsed. A sound unlike anything she had ever heard filling the air, almost sucking the oxygen from everything around her. An inferno rolled over her, forcing her to recall all the Sundays she had spent in church growing up. The priest had warned his parishioners to follow the Bible or they'd spend eternity in hell. If there was a hell, she was currently in it. As the heat on her skin waned, she glanced up, unable to see Alexander through the smoke and utter pandemonium that had enveloped City Hall Plaza. FBI agents had sprung into action, uniformed officers running toward the smoke billowing 30 yards in front of her as everyone else tried to run away. Mrs. Burnham, a muffled voice called out. Every sound seemed to be dulled, as if it were all a dream. But if this were just a dream, Olivia's head wouldn't have been throbbing like it was. This was real. Something horrible had happened when, for a brief moment, she felt something she hadn't all morning. Hope. Hope that she was about to get her daughter back. Looking at the blood-covered faces and unconscious bodies lying in front of City Hall, she feared the one woman with answers would no longer be able to provide those. Come with me. Disoriented, Olivia slowly turned her head toward the sound as a woman in a Navy FBI jacket helped her up. She had no idea what happened, but was pretty sure even the FBI agents swarming the area were just as confused, trying to piece everything together. Olivia snapped out of her daze. My husband. The reality of the situation hit her like a truck as she struggled against Agent Long, who was trying to usher her to safety. I need to find my husband. She looked toward the spot she had last seen Alexander before it all went to hell. There was no sign of him. Alex, she screamed, fighting with everything she had. She needed to see him, needed to feel him, needed to know she hadn't lost everything. Mrs. Burnham, please, Agent Long begged, using all her strength to pull her from the collapsed stage and toward flashing lights. Smoke billowed around her like a cheesy haunted house during Halloween. It almost seemed like a scene out of one of those end-of-the-world movies. She had never seen anything like this before. "We need to get you to safety. We'll find your husband, but you need to get checked out by the paramedics and stay out of the way so we can get to the people who do need help." "Okay, but my husband," she cried, her body growing weak, exhaustion setting in. Sirens blared in the distance as firefighters in full gear rushed past her. She glanced over her shoulder at the confusion enveloping City Hall Plaza, praying Alexander was simply being who he was, that he rushed off to find the woman who had taken their daughter. She refused to consider the alternative, that he was one of the bodies lying on the pavement, bloodied and lifeless. Her husband was too strong, too resilient, too determined. She couldn't stomach the thought of seeing him in any sort of vulnerable state. That wasn't who he was. He was a fighter. Deep inside, she knew it would take a hell of a lot more than whatever had just happened to take her husband from her. "I'll go and look for him myself. But it's too dangerous for you," Agent Long assured her. "There are people who are seriously injured and need medical attention. Paramedics need to be able to get to them as quickly as possible. We can't have anyone in the way." "But..." She looked into the young agent's deep blue eyes, pleading. She couldn't think clearly. All she knew was that her daughter had been taken from her, and now her husband was missing in a cloud of smoke and flames. People with gashes on their heads, arms, and legs limping towards safety. What if Alexander was injured and on the brink of drawing his last breath? "If I have to lock you in the back of a cruiser so I know you won't interfere, I will." She raised her eyebrows, her formerly docile and easygoing mannerisms replaced with a fierce and stern expression, despite her light, airy voice, motherly demeanor, and contagious smile that made Olivia think she moonlighted as a Disney princess. She came to the conclusion that Agent Long wasn't someone to mess with. Drawing in a breath, Olivia reluctantly nodded and allowed Agent Long to lead her toward a handful of ambulances several blocks away. A sense of familiarity washed over her when she saw Alexander's mom sitting on a stretcher beside Tyler, who fussed over scratches and cuts on her face. "Olivia, dear," Colleen said in relief when she entered the area. Olivia let out a sob and walked toward her mother-in-law. Colleen shook Tyler off her and stood, reaching her arms out toward Olivia. "Colleen," Olivia breathed. "Thank God you're okay." "Of course I am," she said, still the same Spitfire, regardless of the situation. Olivia supposed she'd have to be after having been around this kind of thing nearly her entire life. She had been married to a Navy pilot turned CIA operative, who then went off and started his own private security company. She probably lived every day wondering if her husband would come home at night, much like Olivia used to until she grew complacent that nothing would ever happen to Alexander. Now, given the events of the past 24 hours, she wasn't too sure. "And I'd appreciate it if my darling boy would stop making a fuss over nothing. It's just a few scratches." Colleen glared at Tyler, who had resumed his attempt to apply a bandage over a deep gash on her forehead. "It's not just a few scratches, Ma," Carol interjected, Dave nodding. "Paramedics are a bit short-handed, so I'm helping out," Tyler explained. "Ma wouldn't let any of them treat her anyway. She made them all leave to go help people who actually needed it, according to her." "And do you blame me?" Colleen shot back, gesturing towards City Hall and the pandemonium surrounding them. A sense of comfort wrapped around Olivia as she listened to their conversation. She needed this. She needed some sense of normalcy. The overbearing, protective son, the level-headed daughter, the feisty, spunky mom. This was her family, and she needed them more than ever right now. "I suppose not," Tyler mumbled. "What do you think caused all this?" Olivia looked at the worrisome expressions on their faces. They didn't have to ask her where Alexander was. They all knew. No matter how dangerous the situation, he ran toward it, not away. He was brave, strong, and sometimes a bit reckless, especially when it came to his family. "My guess is a bomb," Tyler said softly, still diligently patching up Colleen's face. "A bomb." Olivia's eyes widened. Her heart dropped to the pit of her stomach, thinking Boston had enough tragedy with bombs to last a lifetime. The city didn't need another catastrophe to mar it. I could be wrong, but I don't think this was just the result of some gas main explosion. Olivia met Tyler's green eyes, the shade identical to her husband's. The two men were almost mirror images of each other, with just a few differences. Both were tall with dark hair, strong jaws, and piercing green eyes. But Alexander was slightly more muscular and looked more distinguished than his brother. Even though he was now over 30, Tyler had retained a sort of boyish look about him, where Alexander had some harder, more defined facial features. Tyler's were soft. "Have you been able to get in touch with your wife?" Olivia asked. "Let her know you're okay." "I can't," he sighed, placing the pack of bandages into the first aid kit and stepping away from Colleen. "Standard protocol after any sort of suspicious explosion," Dave explained. "You don't want another bomb going off, so you take the cell towers offline in case that was a trigger." Hearing Dave talk about the possibility of another bomb made Olivia dizzy, her knees growing weak. They were in a secure area. But what about everyone still in the vicinity of the initial blast? What about Alexander? Her stomach churned as she peered down the street towards City Hall Plaza and the flashing lights of over a dozen ambulances, bomb squad trucks, and fire engines. "Don't worry," Carol said, approaching Olivia and wrapping her arm around her shoulders. "He's fine. He's probably just doing what he does. He's just being Alex." Olivia pulled her lower lip between her teeth and chewed on it. An old, nervous tick. She didn't know how long they expected her to wait, but she needed to do something. Fearing all of this was just a way to distract the FBI from finding her daughter, she grew even more anxious that Melanie was slipping further and further away. She swallowed through the lump in her throat, her gaze shooting up and down the block, frantically searching for some sign of her husband. Her legs felt like jelly, heat rushing to her head. She was tired and achy, running on pure adrenaline. She wanted to wake up from this nightmare, to hold both her husband and daughter and never let go, never take them for granted again. "It'll be okay," Tyler said, pulling Olivia against his chest. As she tried to find comfort in Tyler's encouraging words and reassuring arms, she almost swore she heard Alexander's voice calling out to her. It was muffled, like a dream. Then it grew louder, more distinct. She spun from Tyler toward the source of the voice, her eyes set on a tall figure dressed in a deep gray suit emerging from a cloud of smoke. Letting out a sob, she darted from the medical tent and leapt into Alexander's arms, his familiar warmth surrounding her. "You're okay," she cried, tears pouring down her cheeks as she held on to him, never wanting to let go. Relief washed over her. The unease and fear that she had lost Alexander leaving through each unbridled tear. One second you were with me, the next, I was alone. Avoiding his eyes. She placed a hand over her panicked heart. "I tried to go find you, but they wouldn't let me. The whole time, all I could think about was..." "Shh," Alexander soothed, running his hands up and down her back, kissing her forehead. "It's okay. I'm okay. Nothing bad is going to happen to me, I promise. But what if it does? I can't." She shook her head, burying it against his chest once more, and drew in a long breath, finding comfort in his familiar musky scent. It brought back so many memories of their years together, the ups, the downs, and everything in between, no matter what. Alexander Burnham had always been at her side, supporting her, loving her. "Olivia, look at me." His voice was firm and forceful, yet serene. This man was a walking contradiction, and Olivia loved everything about his duplicitous nature. "Please, love, I need to see those beautiful brown eyes of yours." She melted into a puddle at his term of endearment. It didn't matter that they had been together for over a decade. Hearing his voice sent shivers down her spine. So many of their married friends struggled to keep the flame alive. Theirs only grew stronger with each passing day. Pulling her head away from his chest, she met his gaze. "I'm sorry I scared you." He wiped the tears from her cheeks. "I was on autopilot. Once the worst of the blast died down, I glanced behind me to make sure you were okay, then ran off to look for..." "Did you find her?" Olivia interrupted, her eyes growing wide. her lips parting. She searched his face, desperate to hear that Rain had survived the blast and was in custody, answering questions. That she had told them where Melanie was, that this nightmare was almost over. Her heart fell when he hung his head. She didn't make it. Olivia pinched her lips together, fighting back the helplessness washing over her. They were within arm's reach of finding Melanie, but the hope had disintegrated in the blink of an eye. She felt cursed, as if no matter how hard they tried, no matter what they did to find her, it wouldn't matter. Whoever was behind this would have the upper hand. She tried to stay positive, to ward off the negative thoughts circling her head, but it became more and more difficult. "Melanie's never coming back, is she?" she blurted out in resignation. "Don't think like that." Alexander brought her back into his arms. "You need to stay positive. We will find her," he declared. Even though Olivia was certain it was just as difficult for him to remain optimistic, she was usually the assured and hopeful one. Not Alexander. He was pragmatic and realistic to a fault. "This is just a tiny setback. It happens. We had no idea who was behind any of this before the press conference. Now we at least have something." "We do how?" "We're going to sift through Rain's life with a fine-toothed comb to see if anything falls out." "Do you think that will work? That you'll find Melanie that way?" He ran his hand through his hair. "I don't know, but I have some of the best men working for me. They could probably find Jimmy Hoffa's body if they really wanted to." "I'm sorry." "Mr. Burnham," a female said, out of breath. They turned to see Agent Long come running up. "Agent Moretti needs to see you right away at the FBI field office." Alexander turned to Olivia, letting out an irritated sigh. "Stay here with Tyler, okay? Actually, he needs both of you. This involves your wife." "My wife." Alexander furrowed his brows. "What's going on?" Olivia asked, nerves settling in her stomach as she glanced between Agent Long and her husband. She wondered how much digging the FBI had conducted into their backgrounds, whether they had found something she didn't want them to know. Something she didn't even want Alexander to know. "He ordered me not to say anything, just to bring both of you back. In handcuffs, if necessary." She raised her eyebrows, looking directly at Olivia, shaking off her unease about what they may have found out. Olivia held her head high, giving the appearance she had nothing to hide. Alexander's grip on her waist tightened. She glanced at his reddening face, the telltale sign he wasn't too happy. He was probably itching to get back to the office and see what he could dig up on Rain. When every second counted, this felt like it could be another waste of time. "His words, sir, not mine," Agent Long added. "Fine," Alexander muttered through a clenched jaw. "If it makes you feel any better, it's about a new lead." Chapter 18, December 19th, 2:35 p.m. Mr. and Mrs. Burnham. Agent Moretti greeted Alexander and Olivia when they stepped into a large conference room at the FBI's Boston field office. A pristine white table sat in the center of the room. A half-dozen agents congregated around it, some of them talking in hushed tones amongst themselves. There was a hurried sort of buzz in the room, and Olivia grew hopeful there had been a major break in the case, despite the setback they had just experienced. "You had one job to do." "One," Alexander roared, cutting him off, taking Olivia completely by surprise. "If you can't even ensure the safety at a goddamn press conference, how am I supposed to believe you when you say you'll do everything to find my daughter? The one lead we had is now dead. Gone. Because your agents couldn't get to her in time." "No one could have foreseen something like this happening," Moretti responded, his voice raised. His white suit shirt that was once crisp and clean now bore several new stains, black, brown, red, looking into his weary eyes. Olivia could tell everything weighed heavily on him. Despite the rough start he and Alexander had gotten off to, she wanted to believe this man would be true to his word and work tirelessly to bring their daughter back home. It was all she could do. "It's your job to foresee something like this happening and prepare for it, no matter how little the probability may be," Alexander continued. "In this day and age, can you really stand there and tell me the FBI doesn't train all its agents to plan for this kind of attack and how to counteract it? All of this, He gestured to a television monitor on the wall broadcasting the news story is on your head. Olivia glanced at the screen, her jaw falling. On ground level, it was hard to fully understand what had happened. Now that she was looking at aerial footage of the plaza, she couldn't help but gawk at what appeared to be a large black crater-like hole a few hundred feet from the steps of City Hall, almost exactly where Rain had been standing. She wondered how anyone could have walked away from that. But she knew some had. According to Agent Long, there were only 5 confirmed deaths and a dozen or so injuries that required hospitalization. The rest of the crowd had miraculously escaped relatively unscathed. I realize that, Mr. Burnham, and I take full responsibility for what happened. I am just as frustrated as you are, and you better be damn sure I intend to do everything within my power to find the bastard who's responsible. Now, there have been a few developments I want to discuss with you and your wife. Please, have a seat. He gestured to 2 chairs at the far end of the table, almost directly across from where he sat at the head. Alexander glared at him for a prolonged period of time, his chest heaving. Olivia tugged on his arm, encouraging him to play nice. Need I remind you that time is of the essence here? With a tense jaw, Alexander lowered himself into a vacant chair, his fierce eyes remaining trained on Moretti's every move. It's my understanding that Ms. Kilpatrick is an old friend, Moretti continued after a pause. How did you? Alexander asked, raising his eyebrows. Olivia grabbed his hand beneath the table, squeezing it. He shot his eyes to her and she gave him a look, urging him to be cooperative. I've been cursed with an eidetic memory. I saw her name while I was doing my research on you earlier this morning. Once I see something, it never leaves here. He tapped the side of his head. It's ruined more relationships than I care to talk about. When was the last time you saw Ms. Kilpatrick? Yesterday, he responded firmly. Moretti narrowed his gaze. Yesterday. I didn't realize it was her. She doesn't look like she used to. She was standing outside my office building as I was running in. I hadn't seen her in close to a year. She shut us out after the funeral. Funeral. Moretti raised his eyebrows. Whose funeral? She was my friend's fiancé. Alexander huffed, annoyed. He died a year ago while on assignment for my company. I assume she blames me for his death and decided taking my daughter was the only way to get back at me. And your friend's name? Landon Tate. Any relation to the Misha Tate who was found murdered? He asked with a smug expression on his face. It was more than apparent he knew exactly who Landon was and his connection to Alexander and Misha. He was her brother, Alexander shot back. Have you found out what caused the explosion? Olivia asked, trying to break the tension. She knew discussing Landon was a hot-button issue with her husband. The guilt he felt for not doing more in the days following his disappearance still ate away at Alexander. Regardless of how well he tried to hide it, the local bomb squad is working with the FBI and analyzing the device, Agent Moretti explained, finally breaking his eyes away from Alexander and addressing Olivia. Device? Alexander asked. Yes, they're still trying to piece it together, but it looks like what caused this was a rudimentary explosive designed to have a small blast radius. They're still going through all the debris, but based on the parts found at the blast seat, they're guessing C4 with a cell phone trigger. Agent Moretti paused, glancing out the windows, then back at the room again, taking a deep breath. There's more. His expression turned grave. They were able to pinpoint the epicenter of the blast to where Ms. Kilpatrick was standing. They believe she was carrying the explosive in her backpack. Olivia shook her head, glancing at Alexander as he seethed. Why would she do something like that? She inquired. Moretti sighed, his expression weary. We're looking into that as we speak. I have quite a few questions I'd like to ask the two of you, since you knew her, but all that needs to wait. Wait! Why, Alexander shot up from his chair, his voice rising. That woman confessed to taking our little girl, then went and blew herself up. I'm pretty sure that takes precedent over anything else right now. Ignoring his outburst, Agent Moretti remained calm, all eyes in the room on him. He pulled a smartphone out of his pocket and placed it on the table. It's our belief she didn't blow herself up, that she was working with a partner. This message was left on the tip line around the same time as the explosion. Message. Olivia grabbed Alexander's hand, pulling him down into the chair. Unfortunately, in high-profile cases like these, we don't have the manpower to answer each call individually. The tip line gets flooded with a combination of well-meaning citizens and complete idiots searching for their 15 minutes of fame. It's our experience that if someone has to sit on hold for a prolonged period of time, they'll hang up. So we set up a messaging system for people to leave information. He tapped the screen of the phone. An unfamiliar voice with an accent filled the room. It's funny, isn't it? You pretend to live such noble lives, but you're no better than anyone else? There was a pause. Olivia could hear her voice echoing in the background, amplified by speakers. She remembered those words. No more than a few hours ago, she had spoken them during her plea to the public to help find her daughter. Whoever made this phone call was at the press conference. Is that? Agent Moretti raised his hand. I've taken something. Yes. You may think I'm a bad man for putting this little girl in harm's way, or for trying to make it look like your precious little bodyguard did it. But you're not without blame. You brought this upon yourself. You are in possession of something that doesn't belong to you, and unless it is returned, you will never see your daughter again. The buzz in the background sounded through the phone once more. This time, it was Alexander's voice ringing through, strong and powerful. Olivia inched forward in her seat, staring at the phone. She knew what was going to happen. Rain was about to interrupt Alexander. Then the explosion would rock the plaza. Tonight, Olivia will bring me $10 million in cash in one of the company's armored SUVs. She will come alone, or the girl dies. If I so much as sense any law enforcement tail, the girl dies. I will call Olivia with more information this evening, at which point she will have approximately 1 hour to drive to the specified location. Olivia will then exit the vehicle and bring me the keys. Once I've left with the armored vehicle, she will wait exactly 15 minutes to call for someone to pick her up. Then I will release the girl to you. If any of these steps are not followed, the girl dies, just like your friend. Rain is about to. Almost instantly, a thunderous explosion could be heard before the message cut off, silence filling the room. Olivia couldn't move from her chair, a heavy weight keeping her glued to it. Who was this person? What was his connection to Rain? What did he think they had taken from him? No, Alexander's authoritative voice declared, breaking the silence. Absolutely not. We'll find him another way. He placed his hand possessively on Olivia's leg, squeezing it as if she'd disappear if he let go. You said this message was left on the tip line. Don't you keep a log of where the calls originate? We do, Agent Moretti assured him. Unfortunately, as I'm sure you could probably predict, this was from a prepaid cell phone. I have agents combing the area to see if he dumped it after the explosion. They're also canvassing local convenience stores to see if anyone suspicious came in and bought a prepaid phone. However, I'm not putting a lot of faith in uncovering anything that way. I don't care how many convenience stores you need to go to in order to track this guy down. Olivia is not going to a ransom drop. For once, Mr. Burnham, Moretti responded, his calm voice at complete odds with Alexander's anger. I'm in complete agreement with you. Wait, what? He jerked his head back, stammering. Several other agents appeared just as surprised with this turn of events. Sir. With all due respect, one of the junior agents piped up. He didn't look like he was old enough to be in college, let alone have graduated from Quantico. We don't have any other solid leads. This is our... I didn't say we weren't going to do the drop. Agent Gibson. Moretti responded, then looked at Olivia. We'll simply find a way to do it without putting Mrs. Burnham's life at risk. The room erupted in chatter, all the agents throwing out ideas to make the plan work. They were all talking about Olivia as if she weren't even in the room, as if she didn't have a say in what happened to her own daughter. She had enough of their game, of having every course of action decided for her. I'll do it, she declared loudly, cutting through their voices. The room grew eerily silent as everyone looked at her. No, you will not. Alexander insisted, his teeth clenching, his jaw tight. He glared at her, giving her a demanding look, but she brushed him off. He could be the one in charge and giving orders at work, but when it came to their family, they were equals. She had a say, too. I don't need you telling me what I can and can't do. Alex. She stood up, leaning into him. This isn't just some game. There's a life at stake here, our daughters, and there's another life at stake here. He raised himself from his chair, towering over her. It's too risky to send you in, he continued. Not to mention, the way he's got this planned, there won't be time for a proper sweep prior to the drop. Hell, we won't even know the location until an hour beforehand. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous not to do this, she exclaimed, holding her head high. She addressed the room of trained agents. Melanie is my daughter. That man on the phone. She gestured to the center of the table where Agent Moretti's phone still sat. He's capable of God knows what. And if you think I'm just going to sit back and let you make a risky situation even more so, you're out of your minds. Sure, I don't have a badge. I didn't graduate from... She waved her hand in the air, continuing. Wherever the FBI graduates from, I never served in the military or went through any special ops training, but I have something no one else in the room has. A mother's instinct. That's something that can't be learned. So you can sit here and discuss a plan all you want. But I'm making that drop. I'm not going to give that bastard any reason to harm my baby. And if something happens to me, so be it. She sat back down in her chair, crossing her arms in annoyance. The room was still as the agents analyzed the situation, probably trying to come up with a way to talk her out of it. None of that mattered. She'd made her decision, and nothing they could say was going to stop her. Mrs. Burnham, I don't think... Agent Moretti. Agent Long interrupted, giving Olivia a quick, reassuring glance before returning her attention to Moretti. I agree with Mrs. Burnham. I can appreciate the risk involved, but I agree she needs to do the drop. He seems to harbor unfettered animosity toward the family. I believe he won't even think twice about carrying through with any of his threats if we don't follow his order that Mrs. Burnham do the drop. That's what he requested, and that's what we should give him. Yes, but... Alexander started, pinching the bridge of his nose, squeezing his eyes shut. Olivia looked at him, able to see the weight of the world on his shoulders. She hated putting him in this position. She hated thinking of him waiting once she received information about the drop. She could picture him pacing back and forth, every second stretching as he waited to hear from her. She had just been in those shoes, nervously waiting to find out if Alexander was okay after the explosion. It was only a matter of minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Her heart ached for him. But this was something she had to do. For Melanie. We will do everything we can to make sure nothing happens to Mrs. Burnham, Agent Long insisted. But he said no police presence, Alexander argued. Once we receive the location, we'll strategically place a few unmarked cars with plainclothes agents in the vicinity, just in case something were to go wrong. We'll blend in so as not to raise suspicion. I want to be there, Alexander demanded, firmly grasping Olivia's hand. If my wife is putting her life on the line, I need to be nearby. Not to mention, he shot his eyes toward Moretti. You assured me nothing would go wrong at the press conference, and look what happened. There's no way in hell I'm going to just sit by and let my wife do this and not be there. Agent Moretti shook his head. You're too recognizable. He goes. Olivia pushed, observing the worry on Alexander's face. His eyes were heavy with exhaustion, his face seeming to have aged beyond his years. He was still as handsome as ever, but she could tell all the not knowing, and what if scenarios swirling around his head were getting to him? The least she could do was give him this. Turning back to the assembled agents, she added, If I'm going, so is Alex. If he were in my shoes, I'd want the same. You said you'll have plainclothes agents in unmarked cars. If this guy's been following the case, as I'm sure he has, he'll be able to pick any of you out of a lineup. I'm sure you'll want to be there. Correct. Agent Moretti. He simply nodded. Then Alexander gets to be there too. He's the only one in this room I trust with my life. Chapter 19, December 19th, 4:30 p.m. Alexander didn't know how long they would have to sit in the living room of his house, surrounded by FBI agents and call tracking equipment, waiting for the phone to ring. He wondered whether this was all part of this guy's plot to sabotage the ongoing investigation. It felt like everything else had stopped as they waited. He knew that wasn't the case since he was there when Agent Moretti barked orders to FBI agents and local law enforcement officers, telling them to pull everything on Rain, search her home, and question her co-workers. Still, it seemed like the FBI was putting all their resources into being able to apprehend this guy or, at the very least, get Melanie back at the ransom drop. Minutes dragged by. Dozens of sets of eyes watching Alexander's every move. Friends and family had congregated in their house as a show of support. It sounded ungrateful, but he wished they weren't there. He didn't want an audience for whatever was about to take place. "I'll be right back," Olivia announced, getting up from the couch. "Where are you going?" Alexander looked at her. "To use the little girl's room," she answered, her voice empty. She didn't even look at him. She simply walked away. Ever since leaving the FBI office downtown, Olivia had seemed distant. Alexander could normally tell exactly what she was thinking, but not this time. What she was about to do was either incredibly brave or monumentally stupid. The entire house was on edge. According to Agent Moretti, the FBI was working tirelessly to comb through Rain's personal life, to see if they could find anything that may indicate who had taken Melanie. They had just completed their search of the building she lived in, not finding so much as a grocery store receipt. Alexander wondered how the FBI reacted to the doorman of her building. His legs bouncing, Alexander scanned the large living room, the scene like a macabre Rockwell painting. Tyler sat on the love seat with his pregnant wife, Mackenzie, their little boy, Charlie, playing with a bunch of toy cars at their feet. Carol was on the floor with him, trying to keep his innocent mind off the reason they were here, redirecting him every time he asked if Melanie could come and play. They had just celebrated his second birthday, and he was too young to fully understand what was happening. Alexander had to swallow back the lump in his throat every time his nephew asked when Melanie was going to be home. Not soon enough, he thought to himself. The sound of a phone ringing echoed through the air. Everyone looked up from their respective conversations. Disappointment showed on their faces when it was just another agent's phone, frustrated with the entire situation. Alexander got up off the couch, wanting to escape the hushed voices and sympathetic eyes. He felt like an intruder in his own house. Heading out of the living room, he passed the kitchen, his mother busy making trays upon trays of her famous lasagna. Apparently, she planned on feeding a small army. Alexander didn't say anything. Though, this was her coping mechanism, but eating was the last thing on his mind, as was probably the case for most everyone else there. He continued down the hallway, looking at the photos hanging on the walls. Each of them told a story. Melanie's first Red Sox game, her first trip to Walt Disney World, her first T-ball game. For a man who, at one point, never wanted a wife or kids, they had become his world. Coming to a stop at a black and white canvas, Alexander ran his hand over it. The photo had been taken when Melanie wasn't even a day old. She lay in a custom-made pink blanket, his hand resting on her stomach, as if protecting her from this strange new place in which she found herself. She was so small, so vulnerable. He remembered looking into her eyes and finally feeling as if he were whole. Melanie was everything he never knew he always needed. Placing his hand on the wall to steady himself, he bit his lip, fighting back the emotions wanting to break free. Out of nowhere, whispered voices cut through the silence, snapping him out of his memories. Creeping down the hallway, he turned a corner into an alcove leading to Melanie's playroom. Seeing Olivia and Martin in deep conversation, they simultaneously shot their heads toward him. "Sir," Martin said in greeting. "Everything okay?" Alexander asked with a furrowed brow, curious as to what they could have been discussing. Olivia appeared jumpy. as if she just got caught with her hand in a cookie jar. Then again, she had been fidgety all day. "Certainly," Martin answered. "I was just reassuring Mrs. Burnham that she's doing the right thing by making the drop. That what she's doing is a brave thing, but she has nothing to worry about." He looked between Olivia and Alexander. "If you'll excuse me, I'll give the two of you some privacy. I'm sure you're both tired of constantly being under the FBI's watchful eye. Take a few minutes for yourselves." Martin gave Alexander a look he couldn't quite explain. Remorse, apprehension, perhaps a bit aloof. "Try to find some sort of normal amidst the turmoil. If you need me, I'll be in the kitchen, trying to convince your mother that 4 trays of lasagna are more than enough for the handful of people here." His normally resolute expression softened when he spoke of Alexander's mother. Then he turned and left. Once Martin disappeared from view, Alexander peered into Olivia's eyes. He wished he knew exactly what was going through her mind. Was she nervous about what she had committed herself to do? Worried, afraid? Her eyes didn't give anything away. Taking her hand in his, he led her down the hall, stopping outside a rounded oak door in the style of the late 19th century house. "Alex, no." She began to pull away from him, but he tightened his grip, narrowing his eyes at her. "Just humor me, love." He gave her a pleading look, telling her he needed this as much as she did. Letting out a sigh, she stopped fighting him. He gave her an encouraging smile, then opened the door. He flipped the switch, light spilling through the room. Relief washed over him. The tension that filled his body throughout the day, slowly leaving with each step they took inside their own little oasis within the chaos. Framed prints of some of their favorite musicians hung on the walls. The Beatles, Prince, Billy Joel, the Eagles, all the classics. Several guitars sat on their stands against one wall. On the opposite wall, a couch and love seat made up a sitting area. In the center of the room was the focal point, a stunning baby grand piano. Its beautiful music filled the room on a daily basis, except today. This was the first day since Alexander could remember that he didn't hear the familiar sound of a hammer hitting strings. It had always brought him joy. He needed to feel that again. He needed to feel something other than anger and heartache. "Play something for me," he whispered into Olivia's curls, nuzzling her neck. I can't, Alex." Her voice was barely audible as she stood frozen in place, staring at the piano. "You need this, Olivia." He ran his fingers down her back, wanting her to feel some sort of love in a world that didn't seem real. "I don't know if I can." "Please," he murmured against her skin. "For me, I need this too." Spinning around, she met his eyes. He knew he was asking a lot of her, considering the mark Melanie had left on this very room. How pronounced her absence had become in the last few seconds. They needed this time to themselves, their own way of praying for the safe return of their daughter. Some people went to church, some found God in nature. Music had always been a big part of all their lives. This was their sanctuary, their refuge, their temple. Taking her hand, Alexander led Olivia across the refinished hardwood floor and pulled out the piano bench. She looked at him, unshed tears glistening in her eyes. He squeezed her hand, hoping to give her some of his supposed strength. He refused to let her know he felt anything but strong at that moment. Drawing in a long breath, she closed her eyes, then lowered herself onto the bench, placing her hands on the cool ivory keys. Alexander sat beside her, needing to stay by her side. He didn't know how much time passed as they sat in the still room, the ticking of the clock like an unyielding metronome counting down to 0 hour, just when he didn't think Olivia would actually play. The sound of the piano filled the room, soft and low, almost timid. He placed his hand on her leg and their eyes met. It was just as difficult for Alexander to listen to this song as it was for Olivia to play it. But they needed to do this. This was Melanie's song, the song she always begged Olivia to play for her, the song she always sang as she danced through the house, the song Olivia used to sing to her when she was just a baby. It brought Melanie comfort in those early days. Now it made Alexander feel oddly at peace. Olivia's voice reverberated against the walls, the tone sweet and measured as she sang the first verse of the song Judy Garland made legendary. Alexander closed his eyes, losing himself in the music. For the first time all day, he let himself feel Melanie's absence. He could almost hear her laugh as she spun and twirled around the room, dancing to Mommy's music, her sweet, innocent voice shouting again after Olivia had finished one song. He glanced at his wife as she sang the bridge at a languid tempo, her voice becoming strong and impassioned. A memory rushed back, hitting Alexander hard, leaving him almost breathless. They were still living at Alexander's penthouse on the waterfront in Boston. Olivia had turned his music room into a playroom for Melanie. He was sitting on the couch and Olivia lay on the ground, a playmat and various toys scattered around her as she played with a babbling Melanie. At the time, she wasn't yet one. She had been taking a few uncoordinated steps here and there, but still hadn't been able to master the art of walking. He could almost hear the muddled cheers in his mind that erupted from both his and Olivia's mouth when Melanie took that first unassisted step, then another and another, babbling dada as she stumbled toward Alexander, her arms outstretched. She was always a daddy's girl, he thought to himself. He lowered his eyes back to the black and white keys that had become blurry through his tears. The memory of Melanie taking her first steps making his heart ache. He feared that, no matter what he did to get her back home, it wouldn't be enough. Nothing had gone right since this all started. Now he was at risk of not only never seeing his daughter again, but also losing his wife. He ran his hands through his hair, tugging at it, the pain of everything almost unbearable. When a glimmer caught at his eye, he shot his gaze to a sterling silver frame sitting on the corner of the piano. Melanie couldn't have been more than a week old at the time. He sat in a glider, a little bundle wrapped in a pink blanket in his arms. His forehead was pressed against the baby's, her body tiny compared to his tall, muscular frame. Alexander was grateful Olivia had captured the moment. In all the months of her pregnancy, it had never sunk in that he was about to be a father. Even after she had given birth, it still didn't seem real. Complications with labor and delivery preventing a true celebration. But once they were released from the hospital with this human who now needed comfort, food, and changing around the clock, it finally set in. Alexander had never dreamt of starting a family and being a father. He didn't exactly have the best relationship with his own father when he was alive. He had no desire to repeat the cycle of disappointment. But in that moment, his life changed. He was so moved with a love he had never experienced before. He couldn't imagine life without the small bundle in his arms. Now she was gone. Tears fell down his face more steadily. He tried to hide them from Olivia. He needed to keep himself together. He couldn't fall apart in front of her, not when she was about to put her own life on the line. Consumed by the pain that had been eating away at him all day, he didn't notice when the music stopped. In an instant, two arms were around him as he struggled to hold himself together. "I'm sorry," Alexander whispered, clearing his throat, wishing there were something that could take this pain away. He raised his hands, about to wipe his cheeks, but Olivia grabbed his arms, preventing him from doing so. She peered into his eyes. He could see his own pain staring back at him. "Don't be sorry," she said. "As much as you want everyone to believe you are, you're not a stone wall incapable of feelings. You're hurt. You're angry. You're lost. Don't bottle it up." "Alex." He shook his head and looked away, hating that something as innocuous as a song, a series of notes and rhythms strung together, could be the thing that broke him. "I need to keep it together. It's the only way." She grabbed his face, forcing him to return his teary eyes to her. Smiling, she kissed his cheek. "A wise man once told me it's okay to show weakness." She winked, reminding him of something he had told her time and time again. "You can't carry the weight of this alone. Let me help shoulder the burden. You can't save the world all on your own, you know." "You can't either. We'll see about that." She smirked, lightening the tension. "I'm sorry, Mr. Burnham," Martin interrupted. Olivia and Alexander looked up to see him standing just inside the room. a grim expression on his face. Her body went rigid, and Alexander grabbed her hand, squeezing it. "The call just came in. He's asking for Mrs. Burnham." Alexander looked at her, her eyes wide, then addressed Martin. "We'll be right there." "Certainly," he replied, retreating and closing the door behind him, giving them one last minute of privacy. Alexander didn't want to leave this room, but he knew every second counted. There were 1,000 things he wanted to tell Olivia in case something went wrong. That he was grateful for everything she'd given him. That he couldn't imagine anyone else he'd want to share his life with. That he loved her. Love seemed like a completely inadequate word to properly convey how he felt about Olivia. 4 letters strung together were insufficient. He doubted there was a word in any language that would do his feelings for this woman justice. Without saying a word, she stood up and headed toward the door. Alexander hesitated for a minute, watching her walk away. He prayed it wouldn't be the last time. He planned to do everything in his power to make sure it wasn't. But what if that wasn't good enough? "Olivia," he called out, taking purposeful strides toward her. Yes, she turned around. Before she could react, he held her face in his hands and pressed his lips against hers. Her body grew taut, then melted into him. Through that kiss, he gave her everything he had. Every forgotten apology, every missed opportunity, every fight, every reconciliation, every up, every down, every smile, every tear. Every day he waited for her to finally walk into his life. He gave her every piece of himself, hoping it would give her the strength to survive this. Although he doubted she needed it. His wife had proven to be braver than most men he fought overseas, and he couldn't be more proud of her. Pulling back, she peered into his eyes. What was that for? He ran his hands through her hair, a mixture of emotions flowing through him. "I had to, just in case." "Shh." She placed a finger over his lips, silencing him. "You have nothing to worry about. Nothing's going to happen to me." "Alex." Dropping his head, he simply nodded, wishing he could ignore the unsettled feeling in his gut that something horrible was about to happen.